The moment this guy opens his eyes, the very first thing he sees is a pair of tiny, chubby hands. Looking up a bit, he spots members of the Runcandel clan, and they all look incredibly young. He even sees Gilly, his childhood nanny. "Cheer up, young Master Jin." Gilly smiles warmly. Jin looks around and realizes the ground is covered with countless swords thrust into the dirt. Standing out among them is Barasada, the sword of the first patriarch. This exact scene is identical to the selection ritual from his childhood. Instinctively, Jin starts crawling toward Barasada. It doesn't take him long to figure out what is going on. It seems he has been reincarnated, sent back in time to when he was just a 1-year-old baby. In his past life, at this exact spot, he chose the sword of the clan's founder. But instead of growing up to be a powerful leader like everyone hoped, Jin turned out to be a complete loser. He showed absolutely zero talent for swordsmanship and was eventually kicked out of the Runcandel family. It wasn't until he was on his deathbed that Jin learned the truth. Someone had cast a 10-star curse on him, called the Illusion Sword. It was this curse that devoured his talent and made him the laughingstock of the clan. Driven by these memories, Jin crawls even faster. Soon, he reaches out to touch Barasada, much to the delight of his family. This might be playing out just like his past life, but this time, he is going to take control of his own destiny. After choosing Barasada, Jin is sent to Stormcastle to begin his life there. In the blink of an eye, 6 years pass. Jin is now 7 years old. According to family rules, he must live here until he turns 10, meaning he still has 3 years left. Honestly, life here is incredibly boring. On top of that, he still has to deal with his older brother's annoying, childish pranks. It is barely any different from his past life. For instance, today, while he is quietly looking for a book to read, he suddenly hears a maid scream in terror. It turns out she was cleaning Jin's room when she found a dead bird covered in blood, butchered in a horrific way. Yet, Jin looks at the bird without showing any emotion. He knows the only ones in Stormcastle who would do something this sick are his brothers. Just as he expected, the laughter of Daytona and Haytona echoes down the hall. They are 9-year-old twins, the 11th and 12th siblings of the Runcandel family. They even seem disappointed that a maid found the bird first, instead of their little brother. "What's the matter? Do you like the gift your brothers got you? Are you touched enough to cry?" Jin stares at the bird, his mind flashing back to his past life. He remembers hearing that shortly after he was kicked out of the family, these two became notorious killers who treated human lives like dirt. Seeing how cruel they are to an innocent bird at just 9 years old just to mess with him, Jin feels it is no surprise they turned into monsters. "Hey, don't actually cry. It'll look so pathetic." Haytona mocks him, but Jin only responds with silence. "Hey, are you deaf? Can you hear us? Or do you think you're too good for us just because destiny chose you to be the next patriarch?" Jin still says nothing. His attitude completely drains the patience of the 9-year-old twins. They decide they are done using words. They are going to get physical. But as Haytona lunges forward to punch Jin, his hand is caught and locked tight by his little brother, who is 2 years younger. "You guys are way too loud. Shut up already." Haytona is stunned by his younger brother's effortless, icy expression. But the real shocker is yet to come. Jin retaliates with a devastating punch right to his face. And one punch is definitely not enough. He has tolerated their nonsense since his past life, and his bottled-up anger finally explodes. Jin treats the twins like punching bags, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. After leaving them slumped on the floor, he leaves them with a satisfying warning. "It would be best if you guys never show your faces in front of me again. Young master, what on earth happened here?" A guardian knight named Khan suddenly bursts into the room. Jin immediately dispels the remaining energy from his hands. Khan stares at the unconscious twins on the floor, their clothes disheveled and their faces swollen from the beating. Meanwhile, Jin looks neat and tidy, as if he wasn't even involved in the fight. "They just suddenly started fighting each other," he replies. Of course, Khan doesn't buy it. "Excuse me?" he asks. "Did you not hear me?" They suddenly started fighting each other and knocked themselves out. At this point, the truth doesn't even matter. The moment he sees the cold expression of the 7-year-old child, Khan realizes that even the youngest master of the Runcandel family is just as ruthless as the rest. He nods, saying he understands, and picks up the twins. He intends to take them to the doctor, but Jin stops him. "There is no need, Khan. My brothers need to go somewhere else. Follow me." Khan hesitates, but he doesn't dare disobey his young master's orders. He carried the twins outside, with Jin following closely behind. Outside Stormcastle, a heavy rain was pouring down. Jin ordered Khan to dump Daytona and Haytona under a giant tree, then bury the little bird right in front of them. Seeing this, Khan looked pretty uneasy. Young Master Jin, do you really want to leave them out here? The storm is only getting worse. Jin's expression didn't change one bit. He declared that his older brothers needed this punishment to realize the severity of what they had done. Realizing he couldn't change Jin's mind, Khan had no choice but to follow him back inside Storm Castle. But just moments ago, he had clearly felt a powerful surge of energy radiating from Jin, and Khan was absolutely certain it wasn't aura. Could it be mana? Khan thought to himself that if that was the case, this was no longer a simple sibling squabble. He needed to report this to the Patriarch immediately. Right after, Khan ordered his subordinate to bring him a horse. Despite the torrential rain, it seemed he was planning to head straight back to the Runcandel estate. In truth, this was exactly what Jin expected. He knew very well that Khan wasn't just a guardian knight protecting the children at Storm Castle. He was also there to keep an eye on them. In Khan's eyes, Jin's energy felt just like magic, so there was no way he would let it slide. But in reality, it was spiritual power, the sole proof of the contract between Jin and Solderet. Thanks to that power, he knew that the contract was still valid in this lifetime. On top of that, the curse immunity Solderet granted him under the contract had saved him from the illusion blade curse. In short, the useless, trash, youngest son of the Runcandel family was no more. In this life, he was going to make damn sure his destiny was completely different from his past one. And if that was the case, the next logical step was simply to meet his father. Before long, Khan met with the patriarch of the Runcandel family and reported everything, along with his suspicions. The patriarch remained silent for a few seconds, lost in thought, before ordering Khan to assemble the knights. He wanted to go see his youngest son in person. Soon, the eldest children of the Runcandel family in the vanguard assembled. There were 7 of them in total, bringing 200 knights under their command. Then let's go. To Storm Castle, the patriarch of the Runcandel family declared grandly. The gravity of the situation lay in the fact that the patriarch's words were actually an emergency summons. Because of this, his eldest children were all harboring different thoughts. Do you know anything about this, Brother Diffus? I just asked Sister Luna, but I bet she doesn't know either. What a drag. I was busy fighting wizards, and now I get dragged back for this. Mary Runcandel asked. She was the 7th child of the Runcandel family. Next year, the Tona twins would be leaving Storm Castle. Maybe father is heading there because of that, or maybe it's to see our youngest brother, Diffus calmly replied. He was the 4th child of the family. The youngest? Oh, right. At his first birthday selection ceremony, that kid chose the founder's sword. How could I forget? But would father really come all this way just for that? Well, there's no telling what father is thinking. They continued to bicker until Luna Runcandel, the eldest of the family, gestured for them both to be quiet. Mary didn't dare say another word, but she kept staring at her father's back, unable to stop wondering. She couldn't understand why he would travel all the way to Storm Castle just to meet Jin. Was that kid really that extraordinary? The patriarch's arrival came as no surprise to Jin. So, while Gilly, full of surprise and excitement, helped adjust his clothes, he remained completely calm. Jin knew that Khan was a simple-minded man, so he probably wouldn't tell the patriarch directly that Jin had used magic. Instead, Khan would only report exactly what he saw. And that very report would raise a massive question mark, forcing the patriarch to come in person to see what kind of power his youngest son was using other than swordsmanship and aura. He also wanted to see if that power, or Jin himself, could become a valuable asset for the family's future. Just as Gilly finished getting Jin ready, the patriarch arrived. The army of knights he brought with him possessed a truly terrifying aura. But the first thing the patriarch did wasn't meet with his youngest son. Instead, he ordered the twins, Daytona and Haytona, to be brought before him. Daytona, Haytona. I heard you got into a fight with Jin. Tell me, what was your mistake? These 2 boys were usually incredibly arrogant, but standing before their father, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even so, they stubbornly insisted they were innocent, claiming Jin was the one who injured them first. They even tried to emphasize how bizarre his power was, claiming it wasn't aura at all, but felt like magic. Both of them knew very well that in the Runcandel family, using magic was strictly forbidden, which was why they kept pressing on this point. That's right, father. If Jin did use magic, we need to interrogate him immediately before he finds a way to hide it. Hearing this, Mary and Diffus, who were standing nearby, could only sigh in sheer annoyance. They both knew exactly what kind of people the twins were. No matter how cunning and malicious they were, the 2 of them still tried to outdo each other in blaming him, only to be instantly dismissed by their father. Enough. Listen to me very carefully. If you keep acting like this, you won't survive in this Runcandel clan. The twins seemed shocked that their father wasn't taking their side, but he had no intention of listening to their excuses anymore. His main reason for returning today was to see his youngest son. Right after, the patriarch ordered his subordinates to bring Jin out. As he entered the grand hall, he saw the Tona twins grinding their teeth as they turned back inside. This wasn't surprising at all. Even in his past life, Jin knew that his father, Chiron Runcandel, was the strongest yet most cold-hearted man alive. He was known as the Genesis Knight, the pinnacle of demigods. But before he received those glorious titles, he was just an ordinary human. However, after achieving that status, Chiron gradually lost all human emotions, becoming a man who only cared about the clan's glory and its future. So to him, someone with absolutely no talent in swordsmanship like Jin in his past life was just a useless piece of trash, not worth a single penny. The twins were probably shocked by their father's coldness, but that was nothing compared to what Jin had endured in his past life. But things are different now. In this life, no one can look down on him anymore, not even Chiron Runcandel. Inside the grand hall, countless eyes were waiting for Jin. He had the body of a 7-year-old child, but his soul belonged to a man nearly 30 years old, so he was naturally not intimidated by this situation. Jin opened the doors to the grand hall, took calm steps forward, and knelt before his father, saying, "I greet the patriarch." This time, it was Chiron who was surprised to hear his youngest son call him patriarch instead of father. "Since all my siblings, numerous guardians, and over 100 clan members are gathered here, I assumed you came today on official business. I thought addressing you as patriarch would be more appropriate," Jin explained. Hearing this answer from a 7-year-old shocked everyone in the room. Chiron was highly pleased, though he showed absolutely no emotion on his face. "But I came here today for a different reason, so you may call me father. I will ask you the same question I asked your brothers. What do you think you did wrong?" Jin clenched his fists. Then, in front of more than 200 people in the grand hall, he declared confidently that he did it simply because he wanted revenge. Watching this spectacular scene unfold, Mary couldn't help but smirk. She felt like her youngest brother was actually pretty formidable. "Father, as a Runcandel, we must repay both kindness and malice. Gratitude is returned, and vengeance is always exacted," Jin said. His response made Chiron fall silent for about 5 seconds. Then, he ordered everyone to leave, leaving only his youngest son behind. The knights looked at each other in sheer disbelief, wondering if the youngest young master had actually passed the patriarch's test. No one dared to guess Chiron's thoughts, but they all felt that Jin confronting his father like that was incredibly bold and impressive. Once they were alone in the grand hall, Chiron said, "I asked everyone to leave because I have a personal question for you. The Tona twins told me you possess a strange, unusual power. Our Runcandel clan strictly forbids the use of magic. If you touch it, you will never reach the peak of swordsmanship. So, what power did you use?" Chiron didn't hesitate to warn Jin that if he really dared to mess with magic, he would show no mercy. But Jin knew he would be fine. In fact, once his father learned about this power, he wouldn't be able to ignore it. And so, right in front of Chiron, Jin revealed the power Solderet had bestowed upon him through their contract. "Father, I don't really know what it is myself. I'm not sure if it's magic or aura. If you don't mind, could you please help me identify this power?" Watching the surge of energy manifest in his son's palm, Chiron couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, because he recognized that it was the power belonging to the founder of the Runcandel clan. As he watched the dark power pouring out from his youngest son, combined with the fact that he had chosen the sword Baracella when he was just 1 year old, Chiron Runcandel couldn't help but wonder, did this really mean the boy was destined to become the patriarch of the clan? Seeing Chiron lost in thought, Jin called out softly, "Father." Chiron snapped out of it and replied, "Your power belongs to the shadow god, Solderet." Although he already knew his power was a gift from Solderet, this was the first time Jin learned that the entity held the title of the shadow god. According to his father, many years ago, Solderet had formed a contract with the founder of the Runcandel clan, Lord Temar, and had stood by the clan ever since. But because Temar passed away shortly after, Solderet never appeared in Runcandel again. As a descendant, Chiron didn't know the reason for this either, but he felt that Solderet was now trying to connect with the Runcandel clan once again, and this time, it was through Jin. "Father, I'm curious about something," Jin asked timidly. "Is that god stronger than you?" Chiron hesitated for a moment, then admitted he didn't know because he had never faced one. Fighting a god. Hearing that answer, A wry smile crossed Jin's face. Never fought a god? That was easily the most arrogant response he had ever heard. But then, Chiron suddenly reached out and patted Jin's head, much to his confusion. My son, that was a good question. Thanks to your innocent question, I've found an excellent topic to ponder. Coming to visit you today was indeed the right decision. After that, Chiron turned the question back on Jin, asking how he intended to use Solderet's shadow energy. Of course, having lived a whole past life, Jin knew exactly how to answer this wisely. So, he claimed he wanted to use that power for the sake of the clan, believing his father would be highly pleased with such an answer. But Chiron suddenly burst into laughter. Aha, what a ridiculous lie. You beat your own brothers to a pulp and threw them into a storm, and yet you claim you'll use this power for the clan? Now, tell me the truth. As expected, Chiron wasn't going to let him off that easily. Clenching his fists, Jin felt a wave of tension, but he spoke up with absolute determination. I want to use this power for myself. His young face was innocent yet solemn, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. Chiron locked his hawk-like eyes onto his son, scanning him for a long moment before replying, "Very well, I like that answer. From this day forward, I will be keeping a very close eye on you." With that, Chiron turned and walked away. Only when Jin was absolutely sure he was alone in the Great Hall did he finally let out a deep breath. Standing before his father was truly nerve-wracking. Still, he knew he had safely passed the first test. He had successfully secured permission to use the shadow energy however he pleased. At the same time, this meant his father now held incredibly high expectations for him, a result Jin hadn't anticipated at all. In his past life, Chiron hadn't even spared him a glance after realizing he had no talent for swordsmanship. As night fell, the storm grew even heavier. Before the knights departed, Mary lingered behind to hand Jin a package, calling it a special gift just for him. "Hey, little bro, cook this up, chew it well, and get strong as fast as you can. Got it?" Leaving him with those instructions and a mischievous smirk, Mary caught up with the departing knights. Back inside Storm Castle, Jin and Gilly opened Mary's gift. To their utter shock, a glowing red phoenix heart was resting inside. Jin couldn't have imagined this in his wildest dreams. Handing a phoenix heart to a 7-year-old kid was absolute madness. But then again, only Mary would do something like that. Mary Runcandel, Jin's 7th sibling, was a 6-star knight widely known as Wind Fury. However, she also carried another nickname that very few people knew about, the Mad Woman of the South. And the reason this battle-crazy sister of his gave him a phoenix heart was crystal clear. She was telling him to get strong as fast as possible, so he could become an opponent worthy of her. Consuming this at such a young age wouldn't just grant him fire resistance, it would act as a divine elixir, continuously boosting his power as he grew. Besides, this would come in extremely handy, as a phoenix heart was essential for a 6-star magician to safely summon a phoenix. Jin still planned to practice magic in secret, and he fully intended to summon a phoenix in this lifetime. A short while later, Gilly brought in a bowl of soup made from the phoenix heart. Earlier, she had been in quite a panic, but once she calmed down, she realized Lady Mary had given her young master an incredible treasure. Jin was about to dig in, but the hungry, intense stares of the Tona twins made him lose his appetite. "My dear older brothers, if you have something to say, just say it quickly." Daytona and Haytona looked a bit embarrassed, but swallowing their pride was a small price to pay for a taste of a phoenix heart. So, they began to beg quite smoothly. Acting as if they had never harassed him earlier, they said, "Oh, it's nothing, but that meal seems way too big for you to finish all by yourself, don't you think?" "Yeah, we saw Gilly carrying a massive bowl. Do you guys want some?" Jin easily saw right through them. As if they had been waiting for those exact words, the twins nodded their heads frantically. "You can have some, but you have to do something for me first." And that's how, later that night, Jin had the two of them digging a tunnel not far from Storm Castle. The two of them grumbled and cursed as they shoveled. "Why? Why the hell do we have to do this? There's literally nothing here." "Yeah, so why are we doing this? And what if someone sees us digging?" "What are you talking about? If anyone finds out, our little brother is the one getting punished, not us." "Huh, you've got a point. We just need to do what he says to get a taste of that phoenix heart soup. But honestly, don't you think our little brother has been kind of terrifying lately?" Despite all their complaining, neither of them stopped digging, all for the sake of a single bite of the phoenix heart. They had no idea that the spot they were so diligently digging up was right outside a hidden chamber. Deep inside, the body of a mysterious man was being preserved with extreme care. It wasn't until the dead of night that the twins finally returned, looking like absolute wrecks. Just looking at them, you could tell they were completely exhausted to the bone, and the only thing they wanted right now was that soup. Jin had already finished his meal and even saved some for his two older brothers. Except, he only left them exactly one spoonful each. Daytona and Haytona stared at each other, their anger instantly flaring up. "Hey, little bro, just one spoonful? Isn't that a bit too little? I said I'd give you some, but I never said how much. But I kept my promise, didn't I? So, enjoy your meal," Jin replied nonchalantly. The two boys were absolutely steaming with rage, but they still had to say thank you. They thanked him for a mere 2 spoonfuls of soup. As for Jin, he had achieved his goal of tricking them into doing hard labor for practically nothing. The rain was still pouring hard. Jin threw on his cloak and headed toward the tunnel his two brothers had just finished digging. It seemed the Phoenix Heart soup was highly motivating, because while he initially thought they would do a sloppy job, they actually did incredibly well. The cave entrance was now visible, and at this thickness, a mere 1-star magic was more than enough to shatter it. Jin looked left and right to make sure no one was following him. He used to feel so helpless because the mana inside his body kept growing more and more abundant. He was frustrated because he couldn't do anything with it. Finally, today he had a chance to let a little bit of it loose. Jin's surging magic instantly shattered the cave entrance. A massive door appeared before him, which was the entrance to the secret chamber. This was the entrance to the secret chamber of the Runcandel clan. In his past life, he never had the chance to step inside. So standing in front of this door, Jin felt a bit nervous. Opening the chamber door required a password. Jin recalled the memories of his past life and took a deep breath. He took a deep breath and spoke. "The child of Runcandel has come to control Murakan." With a loud boom, the massive gate rumbled and began to move. The gate shifted and swung open before him. The secret chamber of the Runcandel clan was where they stored their secret techniques. These were techniques belonging to the clans they had defeated over thousands of years. The inside of this chamber was incredibly vast. Normally, only the clan's vanguard, consisting of the adult Runcandel children with proven swordsmanship, were allowed inside. In his past life, Jin never had that privilege. However, one of his older brothers had once let slip a lot of details about this room. His brother had shared those details, thinking Jin could never set foot in here anyway. Yet now, that very information had become the key to helping him. The key to sneaking into this chamber despite being underage. Once inside, what was the very first thing that caught Jin's eye? It was a mysterious man sealed inside a giant glass tube. As he approached, he could see something on the man's face. The man's face was covered in tiny black scales. This made Jin question if he was even human, and why he was even here. Why would something like this be in the Runcandel secret chamber? But then, Jin suddenly recalled the password to enter the room. The password was, "The child of Runcandel has come to control Murakan." Instantly, a thought flashed in Jin's mind. Don't tell me this man is the Black Dragon, Murakan. Legend has it that the Black Dragon Murakan was defeated by the first patriarch of the clan. After his defeat, he fell into a deep slumber, but Jin had never actually believed those stories were true. After staring at him for a while, Jin realized now was not the time to be distracted, so he turned back to his main goal. His main goal was to find those secret techniques. Jin had no idea that the very moment he turned his back, the man's finger twitched slightly. He finally made his way into the room filled with secret techniques from all kinds of clans. He decided to look for the Attila clan's technique first. The Attila clan was also a family of swordsmen, but after reading through it, Jin found it incredibly difficult to grasp. It was much harder than 3-star magic theory. He wanted to take it back to study it slowly, but that would make it too easy to get caught. So, Jin pulled out a blank notebook he had prepared in advance. He decided to copy down a portion of the techniques. Each time he came, he would copy down a little bit more. Over the next few days, Jin continued to sneak back and forth between Storm Castle and the secret chamber. Until one day, while he was copying the secret techniques, he heard footsteps echoing from behind. Jin bolted upright in sheer panic. He thought someone had discovered his secret visits to the chamber, but as he cracked the door open slightly to peer outside, a pair of glowing eyes and a massive, towering figure suddenly appeared through the gap, freezing Jin solid with terror. "Hey kid, who do you think you are?" Jin was so tense he forgot to breathe. The Black Dragon Murakan had actually awakened. In his past life, he had never heard of Murakan ever waking up. In a situation like this, Jin had absolutely no idea how to react. Even though he was terrified, Jin forced himself to stay calm. After all, Murakhan was the legendary guardian dragon of the Runcandel clan. Jin figured the dragon might let him go if he showed respect and acted like an innocent child. The child of Runcandel greets the guardian dragon, Jin said, his voice trembling slightly. But then, he heard Murakhan grind his teeth in sheer fury. How dare you call me a guardian deity? You just called me your clan's guardian dragon. How dare you treat me like some common watchdog? You damn Runcandel brat, how dare you insult me by calling me a low-level guardian? You're driving me absolutely crazy. Murakhan's voice boomed. His voice nearly pierced Jin's eardrums. Treating the legendary black dragon Murakhan like a mere gatekeeper was the ultimate insult. After screaming and cursing for a while, Murakhan got so exhausted that he squatted down, huffing and puffing. How incredibly annoying. Seriously, it's been so long since I last smelled something this good, and the only thing I find is a mere child? With that, Murakhan suddenly leaned in close, making Jin hold his breath in sheer terror. You. Why do you smell of shadow energy? Even though I've been asleep for 1,000 years, I could never forget this scent. This unique shadow energy should only belong to a contractor like Temar. The Temar that Murakhan just mentioned was none other than the legendary ancestor who founded Jin's clan. Murakhan's words suddenly made everything click for him. Could the real reason this dragon woke up be because of the shadow energy radiating from Jin? Of course, there was no way Murakhan would ever suspect that a little kid like Jin had formed a contract with Solderet. So, using his dragon nose, which was sharper than a hound's, he began sniffing around the room, determined to find the source of that shadow energy. Jin felt his heart racing. He hesitated, unsure if he should make a move, since he still had no idea how Murakhan felt about Solderet's power. But after a brief moment of hesitation, Jin decided to take a gamble. Lord Murakhan, is this what you're looking for? My father told me this power comes from Solderet, the god of shadows. Murakhan froze, staring at the sphere of dark energy swirling in Jin's palm. Then, he began to tremble. Solderet, you've got to be kidding me, right? No, wait, are you actually serious? Is this kid really the one from our 1,000-year pact? Both Jin and Murakhan fell into a deep silence. After what felt like an eternity, the dragon finally spoke. Kid. Yes, Lord Murakhan? Jin replied politely. You see, I actually made a promise to Solderet, and it looks like you and I will have to work together to fulfill it. Murakhan added that he'd explain the details later. Having just woken up from a 1,000-year slumber, his mind was still completely foggy. Besides, he figured Jin was way too young to grasp the whole situation anyway. Even so, he felt it was only right to properly introduce himself to Solderet's contractor. With that, Murakhan slowly stood up, and his massive body began to transform. I am Murakhan, the representative of Solderet, his friend, and the sole survivor of the very first shadow beasts. By the terms of our 1,000-year vow, I will be your companion from this moment on. Murakhan's true form loomed right before Jin's eyes. Jin trembled slightly with sheer excitement. Just moments ago, he was terrified that Murakhan and Solderet might be bitter enemies. If that were the case, the dragon would have probably destroyed him on the spot. But to his immense relief, Murakhan was an ally, not an enemy. His gamble had paid off. Tell me your name, contractor of Solderet, Jin Runcandel. At last, a broad, satisfied smile spread across Jin's face. I am the 13th and youngest child of the Runcandel clan. It is an honor to journey with you, my lord. The black dragon, Murakhan, was a legendary creature. In fact, Mount Murakhan, the sacred land of roaring winds, was named in his honor. He had ruled over that region since ancient times. However, 1,000 years ago, Murakhan suffered a crushing defeat in a duel against Temar Runcandel. History records that after the storm castle was destroyed, Murakhan fell into hibernation. But after meeting Murakhan in person, Jin realized that the history books weren't entirely accurate. It seemed that those who form contracts with gods, like Temar or himself, are destined to partner with a dragon. While there were still many mysteries surrounding this, fate bringing him together with the black dragon Murakhan was definitely a massive blessing. The very next day, Jin returned to the secret chamber, bringing a box of food for him. Since they were going to spend a lot of time together, Jin decided to satisfy his curiosity by asking some burning questions. Naturally, his first question was about the ancient battle between Murakhan and his ancestor, Temar. But because so much time had passed, and his long slumber had left his brain completely fried, Murakhan couldn't remember a single thing. After a few futile attempts, Jin could only be sure of one thing about this legendary beast. He was absolutely obsessed with the strawberry pies Jin brought him. In turn, Murakhan also became curious about why Jin sneaked into the chamber every single day to secretly copy the sacred secret manuals. "I assume you understand a bit of this stuff, don't you?" he asked. "Only about 30%. The rest is Greek to me." Jin sighed. "Hey, don't lose hope. For a kid your age, understanding even 30% is a massive feat. Most kids couldn't even dream of doing that because they're just too lazy," Murakhan reassured him. But these comforting words did absolutely nothing to cheer Jin up. That was because Murakhan was comparing him to average children, whereas Jin belonged to a prestigious clan that ruled over half the continent. He had 12 older siblings to compete with, not to mention his powerful parents and the clan elders looming over him. If he wanted to stand above them all, Jin had to push himself even harder. "Murakhan, when our founder was my age, how much of these books could he understand?" Jin asked out of nowhere. He wanted to know how he measured up against the man regarded as the strongest human in history, and Murakhan's answer caught him completely off guard. "Temar, I seriously doubt that guy could understand a single line of these books when he was your age." But then again, theory isn't everything. Murakhan remembered that Temar barely ever read books, yet his combat prowess was unparalleled. And he bluntly added that while Jin shared the same potential as Temar, his talent still paled in comparison to his legendary ancestor. Jin had felt a glimmer of hope, but hearing this Jin looked dejected. "So, I will never be as great as the clan's founder?" Murakhan stared at him for a long moment, then reached out to pat Jin on the head. "No, you are Solderet's contractor just like Temar, and you're plenty smart enough to read those secret tomes. You're still very young, so don't rush it. Just focus on training hard, and eventually, you will become as strong as Temar. Heck, you might even surpass him." Murakhan's words weren't just empty comfort, he meant every single word. Because Solderet, the god of darkness who bestowed his power upon Jin, was also known as Infinity. His power knew no bounds. Consequently, those who formed a contract with Solderet had limitless potential. Of course, in Murakhan's eyes, Jin was still just a child, so it was only natural for him to get discouraged on his journey. So, he decided to teach Jin a new trick to cheer him up. It was the art of releasing the shadow energy inside his body. Murakhan explained, "Every living being capable of manipulating shadow energy has to get used to it, but it is extremely dangerous if you don't learn it properly." This meant Jin had to take his training very seriously. Being the obedient student, Jin asked, "Then, Lord Murakhan, what should I do first?" "You? First, you need to learn how to unlock your mana." "Why is that?" Jin wondered. He had assumed Solderet's shadow power had nothing to do with magic. But Murakhan was telling him that unlocking his mana was the very first step. Besides, he had already done this countless times in his past life. Releasing shadow energy is all about unlocking and channeling your mana. You need to master both. From now on, you will have to practice this for the next 2 to 3 years. Jin knitted his brows slightly. 2 to 3 years? For someone who was itching to get strong as quickly as possible, that sounded like an eternity. On the other hand, Murakhan was still rambling on. "You don't even know the basics, so I can't teach you anything advanced yet. In short, the next thing you need to learn is how to unlock your mana." But just as he finished speaking, a magic orb appeared in Jin's palm, and his face remained completely deadpan. "This is no big deal, like this, right? Now, can you teach me the advanced stuff?" Murakhan was absolutely flabbergasted. He leaned in close to inspect the magic orb, repeatedly asking Jin how on earth he had managed to do it. Of course, Jin couldn't just admit that he was reincarnated, and that this was a power he had already unlocked in his past life. So, he just gave a vague, brush-off answer. As a result, in Murakhan's eyes, Jin instantly became a genius among geniuses. Following that, the dragon decided to demonstrate what the concept of releasing shadow energy actually looked like. Jin had successfully achieved his goal of baiting Murakhan into teaching him how to master shadow energy, so he was absolutely thrilled. Despite having slept for 1,000 years, it seemed Murakhan's power hadn't waned in the slightest. True to its name, shadow energy originates from darkness, and all darkness in this world is born from Solderet. In other words, Solderet is the master of all darkness in existence. And since Jin was currently the only person who held a contract with him, in a sense, he too was the master of all darkness in this world. As he spoke, Murakhan unleashed his massive shadow energy. The feeling was overwhelming, yet it filled Jin with pure excitement. Time flew by, and while Jin was busy learning to master Solderet's power, his older siblings weren't just sitting idle either. For instance, his eldest sister, Luna, was currently on a mission to clear out monsters from a vast territory. According to the report from a knight under her command, Luna's squad had 5 more areas left to clear before the mission was complete. Then 4 months should be enough. Luna calculated in her head, then told the knights to take a break. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked her subordinate, "By the way, what does a 9-year-old kid usually like?" Half a year after Jin's fateful encounter with Murakhan, the Tona twins were finally old enough to leave the storm castle. Escaping from Jin's clutches, they looked incredibly relieved. With those two gone, Jin finally had some peace and quiet. Not long after, Gilly and the servants threw a celebration for Jin's 9th birthday. Just as they were about to cut the cake, Khan rushed in to report that Lady Luna had arrived for a visit. Luna showing up to celebrate Jin's 9th birthday caught him completely off guard. After all, everyone knew how busy the eldest child of the Runcandel family, who was also a 9-star knight, must be. Luna went by the nickname White Whale, likely inspired by her platinum hair. Despite being the strongest among all the Runcandel siblings, she had absolutely no interest in becoming the clan leader. Because of this, Luna had long stepped away from the muddy waters of the succession war. To Jin, his oldest sister truly was like a solitary white whale. And for that very reason, Luna had never spared a second glance for any of her younger siblings. Her relationship with her 12 younger siblings was distant at best, feeling more like strangers than blood relatives. In his past life, Jin and Luna were no exception to this. Yet today, of all days, on his birthday, that very sister had decided to pay a visit to the Storm Castle. She arrived at the Storm Castle without any warning. At first, Jin thought something major had happened to the clan, or that Luna had caught him sneaking into the family's secret chamber. But when the two siblings faced each other, the first thing Luna said was, "You've grown so much, kiddo." "If I knew you were coming, I would have dressed up more," Jin replied. Luna smiled, cute, then walked over and patted Jin's head. "Do I really need to give a heads up before visiting my little brother?" This sudden warmth from Luna was so different from her usual self, completely catching Jin off guard. Seeing his stunned reaction, his sister thought he wasn't feeling well. "Why do you look so exhausted? Are you sick?" she asked. "Oh, no," Jin quickly shook his head. "Honestly, I'm just a bit nervous. It's the first time we've ever stood this close to each other. For some reason, I feel a bit anxious." This time, it was Luna's turn to be taken aback. In the Runcandel family, siblings were expected to be wary of each other, even stepping over one another to get ahead. So it was no surprise that Jin assumed she was here to size him up and felt anxious. A wave of sadness washed over Luna. She clenched her fists, and only after a long silence did she speak. "You're right. I should have been more thoughtful. You might still be small, but I forgot that you're also a child of the Runcandel family." Saying that, Luna suddenly knelt down on one knee to match Jin's eye level, telling him that she needed to speak with him in private. Jin got the hint and immediately dismissed all the guards and maids, even Gilly. Although he didn't know why Luna was acting so strange, it didn't seem like anything bad. Once the room was cleared, Luna's tone turned serious. She explained that, when Siren Runcandel visited his youngest son, Jin's impressive performance had caught the attention of all his other siblings. This meant that in 1 year, once Jin was old enough to leave the Storm Castle, he would become a prime target for his siblings. "Kiddo," Luna said, her voice filled with earnest concern, "I really hope you don't lose your own happiness by getting dragged into this family's brutal conflict. I genuinely wish that you won't be destroyed by these cruel Runcandel traditions." Hearing this, Jin was left speechless. Could the reason she gave up on becoming the patriarch really be that simple? And if she truly wanted to keep Jin out of their siblings' rivalry, why hadn't she warned him even once in his past life? Was it because he wasn't even worth talking to back then? Or because the others didn't even consider him a rival? But whatever the reason, Jin could feel Luna's absolute sincerity as she sat before him. Jin used his other hand to gently pat Luna's hand, which was gripping his tightly. "Sister Luna, I deeply appreciate your concern, but I have absolutely no intention of sitting this war out. Jin, I am dead serious. I'm not saying this because I'm worried about you fighting me. I know, but I've already survived an assassination attempt. That's exactly why I can't avoid getting dragged into this mess." In reality, the assassination attempt Jin was referring to was the bladed illusion curse, which had already been dispelled in his past life. Hearing this, Luna's eyes widened in sheer shock, which quickly twisted into absolute fury. Jin could even feel the terrifying bloodlust radiating from his older sister. Who had the audacity to target you right here in the Storm Castle? Tell me, Jin, Who tried to kill you? After all, the storm castle was built to protect the Runcandel children, ensuring they wouldn't be eliminated too early in the struggle for the patriarch position. So when she heard that her little brother, who had never even stepped outside the storm castle, was targeted by an assassin, her fury was completely justified. To be honest, I haven't figured out their identity yet. But don't worry, sister. I'm perfectly fine. Jin comforted her, adding, besides, not all of my siblings hate me. Aren't you one of the exceptions? Thank you for showing me that you care. It truly warms my heart. Seeing a 9-year-old child speak with such mature composure only made Luna's heart ache even more. Unable to find the words, she simply pulled Jin into a tight hug, gently stroking his hair over and over. This was the first time Jin realized Luna could be this warm and caring, so he hugged her back tightly, soaking in a rare moment of family warmth. All right, today is a happy occasion. We shouldn't be talking about such heavy things. Releasing Jin from the hug, Luna reached into her robe and pulled out a small box. She said that her main reason for coming today was actually to give Jin a gift. Inside the box was a necklace with a blue gemstone pendant, but it was no ordinary jewel. Luna instructed him, if you ever face a situation you can't handle alone, just shatter the blue gem on this necklace, and I'll immediately come to your side. So, make sure to keep it with you at all times. Luna helped Jin put it on, and gave him one last gentle reminder. Happy 9th birthday, my sweet little brother. Shortly after, Gilly brought in some cake. The two siblings chatted and enjoyed their treat together, just like any normal brother and sister. After a while, Luna reluctantly took her leave. That very night, Jin headed back to the family's secret chamber. The moment Murakhan saw him, he shrieked, "Why are you so late today? And what on earth is that wrapped around your neck?" Jin calmly replied, "Oh, this? It is my birthday present. Whoever gave you that must really adore you," Murakhan muttered, his hands trembling with excitement as he pointed at the jewel. Noticing his bizarre reaction, Jin pressed for answers. That was when he learned this blue gem was actually a relic of the Demon King Orgel. Over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives just to lay their hands on a single one of his relics. This item is absolutely legendary, granting the wearer complete resistance to any magic attack below 5 stars, boosting their magical power, and even allowing them to summon creatures. The only reason Murakhan knew this so well was because he had lived through the exact same era as Orgel. This must have been given to you by someone with an insanely powerful aura, right? Murakhan asked. Jin replied, "Yeah, my eldest sister just dropped by." "Wait, you can actually feel her energy from all the way down here?" Jin handed the birthday cake to Murakhan, asking in sheer disbelief. Murakhan smirked. "You bet. In fact, she probably sensed my presence too." This revelation sent a wave of anxiety through Jin. He worried Luna might report this back to the family, but Murakhan told him he was stressing over nothing. After all, someone who would gift him a literal relic of the Demon King Orgel would never snitch on him and leave him to be torn to shreds by the clan. Hearing this, Jin had to admit the dragon had a point. Murakhan even added that out of all his siblings, Luna was the one Jin could truly trust. And Murakhan was spot on. While she was at the Storm Castle, Luna had indeed sensed an unprecedented, massive surge of energy. She figured her youngest brother was cooking up something big, but decided it was best to just play dumb and pretend she knew nothing. That day, Luna made a firm decision. No matter what Jin did or what he became in the upcoming war for succession, she would always stand by her youngest brother. Another year flew by. The time at the Storm Castle, which Jin once feared would be incredibly dull, had actually brought him so much. He gained the recognition and high expectations of Khan. The Phoenix Heart Mary gifted him, a close bond with Luna, and even a faithful companion in Murakhan, the great dragon. These were blessings he could only dream of in his past life. And now, he was finally preparing to leave the Storm Castle and return to the main residence. During his training sessions with Khan, Jin always gave it his all. After observing him, Khan finally understood why the patriarch favored Jin the most out of all 13 children. Even though Khan was supposed to be the one evaluating Jin during their spars, Jin's intense gaze made it feel like the boy was actually the one judging his master's teaching skills. That was why, as today's lesson drew to a close, Khan did something he had never done for any other young master before. "Young Master Jin, instructing you has been the greatest honor of my life. I know you will be leaving the Storm Castle soon, but I promise to give you my absolute best until the very last second." As Khan spoke, he bowed deeply in profound respect. Jin smiled and replied, "Thank you, Khan. I will be in your care until then." More days passed, and finally, tomorrow was the big day when Jin would leave the storm castle. While Gilly was busy packing their bags, Jin sat calmly playing with a candle flame. Even when he held his fingers directly over the blazing fire, Jin did not feel a single bit of heat. It seemed Mary's gift was already taking effect. He had successfully absorbed about half of the Phoenix Heart's energy, and estimated he would fully process the rest in a few years. As she was tidying up, Gilly mentioned she was going to bake some strawberry pie for his snack. This suddenly reminded Jin of Murakhan, who was still hiding out in the storage room. Even though night had fallen, Jin made up an excuse to go for a quick stroll and ran straight to the dragon's lair. He had already told Murakhan about his departure from the storm castle, and the dragon seemed just as thrilled for the big move. "So, how exactly do you plan on following me?" The moment Jin asked, Murakhan began to boast like a proud peacock. "Come on, don't make such a big deal out of it. I am the legendary Black Dragon. Even if my powers have weakened, sneaking out of here is child's play for me. I guarantee I will slip out right behind you without anyone noticing." Jin paused. "Wait, did you say you got weaker? Why did you keep such a huge detail from me?" Having grown quite close over the past year, Jin now confidently talked back instead of treating him like an untouchable deity. Murakhan scoffed. "Listen here, kid, how could I possibly be at peak strength after sleeping for 1,000 years?" Fortunately, Murakhan assured him his strength would recover over time. He even told Jin that he would eventually surpass him, since Murakhan was his guardian dragon. "So you'd better hurry up and become a magic swordsman as legendary as Temar." This brought back a memory. Murakhan had once mentioned that the Runcandel family was originally a clan of magic swordsmen, not just pure swordsmen like they are today. It was a detail Jin had also heard from Solderet during his previous life. Their lineage was rooted in magic swordsmanship, with their founder, Temar Runcandel, being the most formidable magic swordsman in history. Today, almost no one is aware of this truth. Murakhan also revealed that the reason the Runcandel clan abandoned magic to pursue the pinnacle of pure swordsmanship was, it all went back to an oath sworn 1,000 years ago. "Well, even though I'm the clan's guardian beast, I'm pretty sure they'd lose their minds if I suddenly showed up," Murakhan grumbled. "If this were 1,000 years ago, you and I would be worshipped for bringing back the most noble being in the world." Seeing Murakhan ramble on like this, it was obvious that Jin was the only one stressing about the two of them leaving Storm Castle together. The dragon had even planned ahead, using dragon magic to create an illusion so that anyone who came by would still see him there. Specifically, a fake image of him sleeping soundly inside that giant glass jar. "But what if your illusion gets busted?" Jin asked. He was just double-checking, but his question seemed to bruise the ego of this incredibly touchy dragon. "Hey, I'm the great black dragon, all right? A simple illusion is child's play for me, so quit worrying." In truth, since Murakhan hadn't fully recovered his power, even he wasn't sure how long his illusion would hold up. He just promised to keep it running as long as possible, so that if anyone eventually realized he was gone from the chamber, they wouldn't link his disappearance to Jin. Hearing that, Jin finally breathed a small sigh of relief. With their main business settled, he pulled out a box of strawberry pies, Murakhan's absolute favorite, along with a bottle of home-brewed strawberry wine. Murakhan's eyes lit up instantly. "Whoa, what do we have here, kid? I knew raising you would pay off eventually." Early the next morning, Gilly carefully bundled Jin up in his coat before guiding him to the castle gates. Over the years, Gilly had watched Jin pour his blood, sweat, and tears into his training. But life at the main castle would be infinitely harsher and more chaotic, so she couldn't help but feel anxious. "Gilly, don't worry. I'll do my absolute best at the main castle," Jin reassured her. "Yes, young master, and I will dedicate my entire life to serving you." Just as they finished speaking, their escort arrived. The Guardian Knights, Jerome and Holtz, were tasked with safely bringing Jin back to the main castle, the Garden of Swords. And so, on October 30th, 1790, Jin finally left Storm Castle, heading for the main estate of the Runcandel clan. He was officially stepping into a bloody, ruthless family civil war. They hadn't been traveling long before a massive blizzard began to rage. Gilly warned that the roads would soon be completely blocked by snow, so they had to pull over at a nearby village and wait out the storm. If the snow piled up too high, the teleportation gates wouldn't work. But right at that moment, the carriage violently jolted. Jerome and Holtz screamed that they were under ambush and told them to stay inside. Gilly immediately pulled Jin into a tight embrace, trying to calm him down. "Don't worry, young master. Everything's going to be fine. Jerome and Holtz are 7-star knights, and you've got me here too." Peering outside, Gilly estimated there were about 20 enemies, likely a mix of mages and warriors. There were probably archers hiding in the shadows too, but none of them seemed to be above a 7-star level. But as Jin peered out the carriage window and saw both knights completely consumed by the fight, his face went pale. "Gilly, we need to get out of here right now." Gilly was taken aback by Jin's sudden urgency, but he had already spotted something terribly wrong. No matter what, a Runcandel Guardian Knight's absolute priority is the safety of the Runcandel bloodline. So regardless of how many enemies attacked, one of those two knights should have stayed by Jin's side. Yet both of them had rushed headfirst into the fray. This meant either one was a traitor, they were both imposters, or worst of all, neither of them was actually on their side. "There's gotta be a weapon hidden in this carriage. We have to move, Gilly." Seeing the sheer gravity on Jin's face, Gilly didn't hesitate. She might act like a gentle nanny, but she was a trained warrior through and through. With no other choice, she had to risk everything to protect the young heir. With a flick of her wrists, 2 wolf-claw-shaped weapons slid from her sleeves. Her gentle eyes hardened into a fierce glare. "I will defend you with my life, as a proud member of the Runcandel house. Forgive me for any disrespect, young master." In an instant, Gilly ripped through the carriage roof with her claws, scooped Jin into her arms, and bolted. They dashed through the howling blizzard, but after a short distance, Jin suddenly told her he wanted to double back and check the ambush site. What if the alleged enemies were actually their allies? If they really wanted him dead, they would have attacked the moment the two of them escaped the carriage. Instead, everything was eerie and silent. Gilly nodded in understanding and quickly carried him back to the scene. There, a one-eyed man was frantically shouting orders. "Find Jin Runcandel, now. Team 3, block the left flank." Drawing closer, Jin and Gilly spotted a distinct leaf and black loon emblem on the men's cloaks. It was the insignia of the Yuta magic family from the Mytel Kingdom and the Black King mercenaries. "Over there, we found Gilly McLaurin and Jin Runcandel." The one-eyed commander instantly leaped down from a high ledge, landing right in front of them. It was Mirka, the vice-captain of the Black King mercenaries, who had been ordered by the Runcandel clan to rescue the young master. Meanwhile, the two men posing as Jerome and Holtz had their cover completely blown. Because if they were truly 7-star guardians of the Runcandel clan, there was no way they would be struggling so hard against these guys. "Who the hell are you? What is your actual goal?" Gilly screamed. That guy Jerome let out a mocking laugh and sneered. "What a stupid question. Who in their right mind would waste time answering Runcandel dogs like you?" Even though Mirka and his men could easily handle the situation, their master, Jin, was right here, so his opinion was the only one that truly mattered. Jin did not show even a single shred of mercy, ordering Gilly to kill one of them to clear some space, cut off the other one's arms, and drag him over. Instantly, Gilly flipped her battle switch. She lunged at Jerome like a harbinger of death, taking him down with just 2 basic moves. The other imposter, Holtz, turned pale with terror when he saw that a mere Runcandel nanny was far stronger than any seasoned warrior. Before he could even react, Gilly severed both his arms without hesitation. Losing his arms sent Holtz off balance, and he collapsed backward into the snow. Gilly grabbed him by the hair and dragged him over to Jin. Your master seriously underestimated who they were dealing with. To even be considered as a servant in the Runcandel clan, you need to be at least a 7-star knight. Jin mocked him. So, the next time you try to assassinate a Runcandel child, you better bring an 8-star fighter at least. Cut the crap. This is just the beginning. The downfall of the Runcandel clan is coming for you all. Holtz screamed with pure hatred. Jin scoffed. Heh, honestly, I would love to see that. I do not care much for the so-called Runcandel Empire anyway. I only care about the Jin Runcandel Empire. As he said this, his eyes turned incredibly cold and sinister, sending a shiver right down Mirka's spine. But Holtz did not seem afraid of death, spitting out defiantly, "You bastard! Bow down to Zipfel." The name Zipfel, their eternal nemesis, was all too familiar to Jin. They were the legendary magic clan ruling the other half of the world. While the Runcandels were legendary for their supreme swordsmanship, the Zipfels were known for reaching the absolute peak of magic. 1,000 years ago, after Temar Runcandel passed away, the Zipfel clan forced a humiliating covenant upon them, demanding that the Runcandel clan completely strip magic from their family's power. And just like that, the Runcandel's magic was sealed away. Because of this, to the Runcandels, the Zipfels were their 1,000-year archenemy, and the feeling was entirely mutual. No wonder Jin had been wondering who would dare act so recklessly against him. They were fanatics of the Zipfel clan. If that was the case, torturing him for information was completely pointless. Jin casually ordered Gilly to dump him somewhere and leave him to his own fate. Of course, considering the Runcandels their sworn enemies, the Zipfel clan had always plotted terror against them. However, this incident likely was not orchestrated by the Zipfel leaders themselves, but rather an independent act by their fanatical followers. Still, Jin found it strange. No matter how well these rats disguised themselves, there was no way they should have fooled a 7-star knight like Gilly. He suspected someone from the inside must have pulled some strings. Gilly finished the job and returned quickly. Only then did Jin turn his attention back to Mirka. He had only managed to slip away safely this time because Mirka and his mercenaries distracted the two imposters. So, Jin promised that once they returned to the Runcandel estate, he would report their achievements so they would be handsomely rewarded. All right, now help me set up the transfer gate. Yes, young master. We will do our absolute best, Mirka replied, his voice stammering slightly. He honestly could not believe that a 10-year-old child was the one calling all the shots behind everything that had just unfolded. Jin was far too confident and mature for his age. Even after surviving such a crazy ordeal, he remained completely unbothered, as if nothing had happened. Mirka unconsciously recalled Jin's earlier words about building a Jin Runcandel empire. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he realized those were not empty boasts. The kid was dead serious about making it happen. Well, it was not his business anyway, that was the Runcandel's family matter. Mirka sighed, then sternly warned his subordinates that until the transfer gate was fully set up, they had to be extremely careful with their every move and avoid doing anything stupid. What? Captain, isn't that a bit much? Since when do we have to walk on eggshells like this? The Black King mercenaries were completely baffled. Just shut up and do what I say, Mirka snapped, silently cursing his men's utter lack of foresight. They clearly had no idea how terrifying that 10-year-old kid truly was. Meanwhile, Gilly had finished dusting off Jin's clothes. Since the carriage was wrecked, their only option was to walk to the nearest village. A few mercenaries expressed worry about Jerome and Holtz, but Jin told them not to bother. Whether they are found dead or alive, they will serve as a perfect warning to their accomplices. The snow was falling heavier by the minute, and Mirka's team estimated it would take another 2 hours to reach a village. But Jin did not complain. He only noticed Gilly's gloomy expression and realized he had to comfort her. Stop beating yourself up over what happened during the escort duty, Gilly. It was not your fault. Even a 9-star knight like Khan didn't notice anything back at the Thunder Arena, so of course, a 7-star warrior like you would find it hard to spot anything unusual. Gilly probably knew this too, but she couldn't stop blaming herself and apologizing to Jin. She was exactly the same as in her past life. As a nanny of the Runcandel family, Gilly's fate was tied to the child she raised. In her past life, Gilly was also Jin's nanny, and because he had no talent, she was constantly looked down on and humiliated too. But Gilly never once blamed or looked down on Jin, and on the day he was exiled from the Runcandel clan, Gilly was also kicked out of the castle. Yet even then, she only cried and kept saying to him, "Young master, I am so sorry for not taking better care of you." Jin still vividly remembered her, bowing her head and sobbing in the freezing snow. On that day, he didn't want to raise his voice at someone who had always been so good to him, but things this time around were very different from his past life. And Gilly also needed to steel her resolve. That was why gently comforting her just wouldn't work. Jin had no choice but to raise his voice to snap Gilly out of it. Stop blaming yourself like that. That is an order. Gilly, as long as you are my nanny, you are the only guardian knight I need. If you let such trivial matters get to you, how can you expect to protect me in the future? So do not make me repeat myself. Understood? Jin's sharp and decisive tone snapped Gilly back to reality. She quickly composed herself and continued walking forward with him. More than anyone, Gilly knew how much Jin cared for her, and she knew he said those words only for her own good. She wanted to protect him so badly, which was why she couldn't stop beating herself up. But after getting thoroughly scolded, Gilly pulled herself together, which brought a sense of relief to Jin. They walked for a long time before finally entering a village. Gilly found an inn and rented a room for Jin to rest, while Jin kept thinking about what had just happened. If Jin's guess was correct, there was a high chance that guy was involved. The shape-shifting wizard, Bouvard Gaston. Shape-shifting is a specialty of the dragon race, but even dragons cannot achieve a flawless transformation. Bouvard is the only existence who can perform a perfect transformation. He used that ability to disguise himself and commit various crimes to wreak havoc on the world. Jin only hoped he was wrong, because if Bouvard really was involved in this, things were about to get a lot more complicated. In his past life, right when Jin turned 20, Vermont's special forces finally captured Bouvard. If he could turn him into an ally right now, it would be extremely useful. But Jin had no reason to recruit someone who had once pointed a blade at him as an ally. So, before he could cause any more trouble, Jin knew he had to look into this thoroughly. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly drifted off to sleep. Just as Gilly took off her outer coat and said she was going outside to keep watch, she saw that Jin was already fast asleep. After all, his body was still that of a 10-year-old child, and everything that had happened today had completely exhausted him. The next morning, Jin was woken up by the noisy meowing of a cat outside his window. He groggily opened his eyes and saw a black cat squirming behind the glass. This cheeky look immediately reminded Jin of someone. Previously, Murakhan had said he would always stay hidden and follow him. You said you would hide and follow me? Did you mean turning into a cat like this? Jin tried his best to hold back his laughter. Meanwhile, Murakhan was outside, absolutely furious. Once he finished laughing, Jin finally opened the window to let him in. Don't be mad. I was just a bit surprised because I didn't expect you to show up looking like this. I thought you would disguise yourself as one of my servants, like a stable boy or something. Hey, if I did that, every single night in your family would notice me. Murakhan gritted his teeth and replied. Then, he turned back into his human form, but out of sheer clumsiness, he tripped on an uneven floorboard and crashed straight into the windowsill. Hearing the noise, Gilly, who was outside on high alert, instantly rushed into the room. The foolish shadow dragon didn't have time to run away or turn back into a cat, leaving him completely exposed right in front of Gilly. Who are you? And how dare you tail my young master? Her terrifying demon mode was activated once again. Gilly aggressively lunged forward, pinning Murakhan to the ground and demanding, Speak up, who are you? Tell me everything before I send you to the afterlife. Gilly. Wait. This guy is. Jin quickly rushed over. But before he could make up a suitable identity for Murakhan, the dragon sprang up upon hearing the name Gilly. Gilly? Is this Gilly? Oh, my sweet strawberry pie, I finally get to meet you. As mentioned, the 1,000-year-old shadow dragon had a surprisingly soft spot for strawberry pies. Because of this, during their 2 years of knowing each other, Jin had brought him countless pies, occasionally bragging that they were made by his nanny, Gilly. That was why Murakhan had been longing to meet her in person. And now, she was standing right in front of him. Knowing she was the nanny who made those delicious treats, Murakhan had always yearned to meet her in person. Faced with this chaotic mess, Jin could only facepalm and groan, Oh man, everything is a complete disaster now. Jin gestured toward Murakhan, whose hair was a messy nest as he stood there with crossed arms laughing arrogantly, to introduce him. First off, this is the guardian of the Runcandel clan, the shadow dragon, Murakhan. Then, he turned and pointed at Gilly, who was visibly flustered. And this is, but before Jin could even finish, Murakhan eagerly cut in, I know exactly who she is. She is my precious little strawberry pie, isn't she? Terrified, Gilly bowed deeply, over and over, frantically apologizing. This humble servant of the Runcandel family begs for forgiveness for being so disrespectful to the guardian dragon. Please forgive me. But he just threw his arms wide and laughed heartily, saying, Don't worry, my little strawberry pie. I'd gladly forgive you any time. Utterly confused, Gilly raised a hand and asked, Lord Murakhan, may I ask why exactly you keep calling me strawberry pie? He proudly declared, Because you're wonderful, beautiful, and you make the absolute perfect strawberry pie. Realization hit Gilly, and she whipped her head around to glare at him. So, is he the real reason you've been demanding strawberry pies every single day, young master? Jin quickly looked away, trying to hide a cheeky grin. As the warm sunlight streamed through the window, Jin gently asked, Gilly, could you sit down for a moment so I can explain everything? They sat down properly, though Murakhan just lounged lazily, propping his head up with his hand. Gilly gasped, covering her mouth. There is so much I didn't know about you, young master. Feeling guilty, Jin apologized. I'm really sorry for lying to you. But she wasn't upset like he expected. No, I've always known your talent was extraordinary, young master. Still, Gilly looked at the two of them, one grown man and one little boy, with a mix of awe and confusion. First it was magic, then becoming Solderet's contractor, and now, a legendary dragon? Murakhan chuckled playfully, summoning a tiny shadow dragon that danced on his fingertips. Suddenly, a wave of joy washed over her, and she clasped her hands together with pure excitement. As your maid, I am just so shocked. And incredibly happy for you. She then listened intently, as Jin gave his instructions. Either way, you are officially on our team now. The clan absolutely cannot find out that Murakhan has awakened, or about my connection to him, at least not yet. Understood? Gilly immediately replied, yes, young master, I understand completely. Murakhan rudely popped up right in front of her, grinning ear to ear. There is no need to worry. Strawberry pie. After all, I'll always be by the kid's side. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Murakhan. Gilly suddenly recalled the loud crash from earlier, when he practically slammed his face into the wall. By the way, is that loud crash from before you transformed finally gone? Jin immediately shoved his hand right into Murakhan's face. You really need to be more careful, he grumbled. Stop lecturing me, and began to explain. But looking at the shattered cracks still left on the wooden platform, Murakhan had to admit the embarrassing truth. I fell down. After saying that, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, showing zero shame. Gilly's face went pale with worry as she whispered to Jin, Young master, are you absolutely sure we can trust this guy? Jin wasn't entirely sure either. I think so. The scene shifts to the Mel transfer gate, where Murakhan has now transformed into a black cat, resting comfortably on Jin's shoulder. Meanwhile, Gilly was talking to Mirka. You did an excellent job, Black King mercenaries. But Mirka was completely distracted by Murakhan. Wait, was that cat here before? She paid no attention to his question and continued. The Runcandel clan will surely reward your hard work handsomely. He stood up straight and tall before Gilly, responding, This mission was a highly valuable experience for us as well. Mirka then looked down at Jin and the black cat on his shoulder, who was staring back up with wide, curious eyes. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for the young master of the Runcandel family under your care. Suddenly, his tone shifted as he changed the subject. But, there is one thing I wanted to ask you. She was caught off guard. Yes? Mirka gestured, asking with a serious expression, Why would someone as exceptionally talented as you choose to leave the McRollan clan just to become a nanny for a Runcandel child? She coldly turned away. There is nothing more to discuss. Realizing he had overstepped, he awkwardly scratched his head. Apologies. That was incredibly rude of me. She gently replied, It is fine. Then, Gilly turned her attention back to the squad of soldiers standing behind them. With that, they made their way inside the building. The gatekeeper greeted them in a robotic voice. Welcome to the transfer gate. May I see your documents, please? She unwrapped a cloth, revealing the Runcandel sword crest, granting them passage to Karlan of the Hoofester Alliance. The gatekeeper instantly recognized it. You are from the Runcandel clan. Gilly quickly wrapped the crest back up in the cloth. The gatekeeper gestured politely to lead the way. It is an absolute honor to meet you. Please follow me. We will arrange premium seating for your group. Murakhan sat quietly on Jin's shoulder. They walked ahead as the staff gave instructions. We will have everything ready in a flash if you could just wait here for about 2 hours. Please have a safe trip. As the two of them sat down on the chairs, the cat immediately leaped onto the soft cushion. Gilly suddenly called out to the young master, and Jin looked up in confusion, only to see Murakhan curled up on Gilly's lap, sleeping like a baby. She furrowed her brows in deep concern. Honestly, as your servant, I am extremely worried. If Murakhan is ever exposed, or if something goes wrong, we won't be able to handle the consequences. Jin understood immediately. You are talking about my magic. Gilly's voice carried a clear sense of urgency. Of course. Absolutely no one in the Runcandel clan is allowed to do that. Jin gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I know the risks. I will make sure to keep it completely hidden. Suddenly, both of them and the cat gasped, instantly looking behind them. Jin narrowed his eyes, catching sight of a crest pinned against a green coat that immediately grabbed his attention. The yellow dragon crest. And then, Veridine with his snow-white hair came into view. He strode in majestically, flanked by his giant, imposing guards. He watched as Veridine Zipfel plopped down on the seat right in front of them. Jin and Gilly could only watch in silence. Jin covered half his face with a book to observe him. Who was this? He looked incredibly familiar. Veridine rested his chin on his hand, speaking in an irritated voice. Man, I really don't feel like heading to Hoofester today. His next words made Gilly scowl in irritation, but Jin managed to remain calm. I did not expect to run into some annoying mice here, but Murakhan had already leaped off the seat, walking over to sit obediently right under his chair, making Veridine squeal. Hey, your cat is so cute. He grinned broadly, waving at Murakhan. Come here, buddy. Aren't you a good boy? It strolled over casually. But then, Murakan's attitude shifted instantly into a fierce attack, clawing right at Veridin's hand. The guards cried out in panic. "Young master, you little rascal." Instead of getting angry, he calmly reassured his two guards who were already drawing their swords. "Hey, it is fine. It is just an animal. I must have scared it. Besides, drawing your swords in front of a Runcandel is pointless anyway." Veridin looked over with curiosity again. He was quite surprised to see that the two did not have any intense reaction. "I was just curious and wanted to mess with them a bit, but I did not expect absolutely no reaction. I guess the youngest son of the Runcandel family is pretty calm." Murakan turned around and stretched out lazily on Jin's lap. He stood up, resting his hands on his hips as he introduced himself. "I am Veridin Zipfel. I want to apologize for being rude a moment ago." Jin quietly observed Veridin Zipfel. In Jin's memory, this man was supposed to be a towering, majestic figure, basking in everyone's praise. A genius magician who was the most likely candidate to inherit the Zipfel clan, a role model for all young mages, possessing both top-tier skills and flawless elegance. But right now, he was just a kid, smiling, reaching his hand out to Jin. "I used to think he would leave me in the dust when it came to magic." Even though Jin had not taken his hand yet, Veridin's bright smile did not fade one bit. Jin thought to himself, "So that is how he was back then. I never expected to meet him when we were the same age. This is actually a pretty neat feeling." Jin closed his book and gently stroked the cat, completely ignoring his handshake. "I was also wondering what kind of person you were. It is good to know you are not a complete idiot." "Is that your assessment of me?" Veridin asked, flustered. Although Jin was smiling, his words carried a heavy threat. "Even if you were just joking, if those guys had drawn their swords, you would have ended up wandering the Hufester region without any bodyguards, and you might have lost a few fingers too." Veridin laughed, waving his right hand which had been awkwardly hanging in mid-air this whole time. "Geez, even your jokes are violent." Jin's blue eyes flashed with a cold ruthlessness as he growled, "Do you think I am joking?" Veridin felt a chill, but tried to play it off with a fake laugh. "All right. Let me give you some advice." He spoke in a placating tone. "If you ever meet another Zipfel, or find yourself in a similar situation, do not make a rash decision to cut off their fingers. Otherwise, it will be a painful situation for both of our clans." Jin sneered sarcastically. "Good joke, Veridin." His calm delivery left the other boy completely stunned. "My father, Chiron Runcandel, and your father, Keliark Zipfel. Do you really think they would ever get involved in a kid's fight?" Veridin's eyes widened in sheer shock. Veridin crossed his arms and burst into laughter. "You are totally right. They would probably just settle it with some gold or something. Hey, I learned something from you today. I will pay this debt back whenever I can." Jin immediately shot him a demanding look. "Don't wait. Pay me back right now." Veridin bowed his head eagerly and asked, "Sure, what do you need?" But Jin's cold request instantly froze Veridin in his tracks. "I would be very grateful if you could just shut up until the teleportation gate starts working, and stop bothering my rest." He slowly became loud even in his silence, constantly fidgeting around with all kinds of facial expressions. "Jin, this guy, he is probably going to get way stronger in a few years, right?" Veridin sat all the way down on the floor, resting his face on the table as he stared at Jin with sparkling eyes. "If it was not for his family, I would have totally asked him to be my friend." His bodyguard felt too embarrassed and had to remind him, "Young master, your image." But Veridin only grew more excited, thrilled by a sudden realization. "Wait a second, if he is a Runcandel, does not that mean there is a high chance he will become my lifelong arch-nemesis? Man, I am so cool." The bodyguard rubbed his temples in exasperation and sighed, "Young master, please behave." Jin felt completely helpless under Veridin's starry-eyed, longing gaze. What a massive pain. The scratch on his hand must not be serious at all, which is why he is still acting like this. Is there something wrong with the Zipfel clan? They are all completely out of their minds. An announcement over the loudspeaker cut through the strange atmosphere. "Thank you for your patience, valued guests." Glowing runes began to light up across the gate on the ceiling. A powerful diamond-shaped surge of magic appeared, accompanied by a cold announcement. "The teleportation gate will now be temporarily opened. You may experience headaches or dizziness as side effects. Therefore, passengers, please share a seat with 2 people per bench, sit upright, and wait to enter the gate." The blue, magical energy gradually enveloped them. Veridin suddenly sprang to his feet and called out, "Jin Runcandel." Even as he was fading away, Veridin eagerly promised, "It was great meeting you. See you next time." Jin coldly rejected him and turned his head away. As for me, I hope we never meet again. The towering castle and the flag bearing the Runcandel family crest came into view. The carriage rolled along endlessly. Gilly stood respectfully to one side. Just as Jin stepped down from the carriage, a voice rang out, greeting him. We have been waiting for you, young master. Petro bows respectfully. This is my first time welcoming you. I am the second butler, Petro. Behind him, knights in iron armor stand in a straight line. Sharp swords of all shapes and sizes are thrust deep into the ground in the middle of the castle. Petro continues politely. It must have been a difficult journey to get here. A magnificent, grand estate glows brilliantly under the sunlight. I warmly welcome you to the main Runcandel estate. Glowing golden swords catch everyone's attention. He introduces the place to them, the Garden of Swords. Petro explains, the Garden of Swords. Those who have contributed to the prosperity of Runcandel are honored by having their swords planted in this very garden. The hilts of these swords are all exquisitely engraved. In other words, this place is the symbol of the dreams and honor of every member of the Runcandel family. Together, they walk through the Garden of Swords, heading deeper into the mansion. Jin quietly sighs to himself. This was once his dream too, to plant his own sword here before he died. Memories of his past self, kneeling helplessly and weakly, flash through his mind. His past self was weak and lacked any potential, a person with no leadership skills or wisdom. How could I have been foolish enough to think that just trying hard would change everything? Jin looks up, his clear eyes filled with hope. This time, in this prestigious family, I will live a life of meaning. The windows, bearing the Runcandel family crest, stand out clearly under the golden sunlight. Jin and Gilly have finally arrived. He calmly looks up at the people standing on the steps. Rosa, the matriarch of the Runcandel family, takes the initiative to greet him. Long time no see, youngest. He replies, Yes, mother. She is slightly surprised as its golden, cat-like eyes stare wide open. Chiron narrows his eyes, staring thoughtfully at Murakhan. He asks Jin, Did you pick up a stray? He reaches out to scratch the black cat's chin, making it visibly happy, and politely replies, I have taken it in, father. Chiron quickly catches the nuance in his words. Instead of picking it up, you took it in. Rosa looks over in surprise. He praises him. It is good that you speak with such dignity. Yes, when a Runcandel acquires something, that is the proper way to put it. Suddenly, Murakhan leaps off Jin's shoulder, startling him. She bends down, gently stroking it. Son, what is this little one's name? Jin gives the fake name he came up with for Murakhan's cat form. Its name is Butterfly Runcandel, mother. Rosa is quite surprised to hear that name. Unlike her, the other siblings immediately react with outrage. Diffus shouts furiously, What? Father, mother, even if he is young, this is unacceptable. How dare he give the Runcandel name to a mere beast? He then turns around, barking blame. Gilly, how on earth are you raising the youngest? How dare a cat? She has no choice but to apologize. I am sorry. Sensing the awkward tension, Chiron has to step in and command. Enough. He looks down at his youngest son and asks, Why did you give this cat the Runcandel name? Jin respectfully places his hand over his chest, answering firmly, Because that way, I will take full responsibility for him. He calmly explains, He may be just an animal, but he is the first living being I have taken in. So, I believed his name should hold some weight. Chiron is taken aback by this answer. Truly surprising. But youngest. The weight of the Runcandel name. Do you truly understand it? He picks the cat up, holding it close to his chest, his posture and words filled with unwavering resolve. I understand it perfectly. If anyone insults Butterfly, I will be the one to pay the price. Stroking the top of his cane, Chiron remarks, Youngest, it seems you have a knack for making enemies. Then, Chiron turns to look at the sour faces of his other children and says, Just look at how your siblings are staring at you. Even so, he just calmly holds Murakhan, confidently talking back. It seems so. However, I also have a knack for destroying my enemies, father. He flashes a satisfied, gleaming smile, hinting, All of you had better watch out if you plan on dealing with this insolent youngest brother of yours. With that, Chiron turns and walks away. Time flies, and 4 years later, in the early summer of 1794, a voice calls out young master from the middle of the massive estate courtyard. Jin has now grown into a tall teenager, Jin Runcandel, 14 years old, a 2-star knight, a low-ranking cadet. Garen approaches and announces, We will end the training session for the youngest master here. Thank you for your hard work, he asks thoughtfully. Are we only training in the morning? With his hands on his hips, he chuckles. Didn't Lady Luna schedule a training session for today? You must have forgotten. This is Garen Altamiro, a guardian cadet of Runcandel and a low-ranking instructor. Jin has no choice but to comply, placing his wooden sword back on the rack. Right, yes, I will go get something to eat, Garen asks wearily. Are you planning to eat with the other cadets again today? The matriarch seems quite disappointed. He sighs, reassuring him with a shrug. It's fine. I just don't want to get into a staring contest with my siblings while trying to eat. He respects his decision, understood. I will let her know. Meanwhile, the other cadets are holding their food trays, lining up neatly to receive a variety of dishes from the counter. Suddenly, someone speaks up, causing Jin to turn around in surprise. Young master, I brought some food for you. Jin politely replied. Thanks, Bellup. The boy smiled brightly as he handed the food over to Jin. It is nothing, young master. He was Bellup Schmitz, a Runcandel guardian cadet from the beginner class. Jin kept his eyes glued to the boy beside him, who was currently stuffing his cheeks and devouring the food. Bellup Schmitz was a 13-year-old commoner. Recalling his past life, Jin narrowed his eyes as he thought about what had happened during their training. He was on the verge of losing his cadet status and getting expelled. Curiously, Jin asked him, "Is it really that good?" Startled, the boy replied blankly, "Yes." But his cheeks were still completely puffed up from chewing, with the fork still stuffed in his mouth. With a look of pure adoration and a longing expression, Bellup said, "Of course. I am always grateful to the Runcandel clan. Because of them, I get to eat this delicious meat. I am also extremely grateful to you, young master, for always sharing your meat with me." Jin quickly cut off his long-winded speech. "All right, that is enough. Stop." He curiously asked Bellup, "You said the exact same thing yesterday. Did you memorize it?" The boy could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. Suddenly turning serious, Jin advised, "Bell, you need to learn to carry yourself with more maturity. The truth is, talking so much like that only makes others look down on you." The boy stammered, Is that so?" With a stern and firm look on his face, Jin raised his spoon as if to demonstrate. "Exactly. Keep your back straight and be confident. Have pride in the fact that you are a guardian cadet of the Runcandels." Bellup timidly lowered his head and mumbled, "But my grades are so bad, I can't even reach 1 star. Jin closed his eyes, sighed, and said, "Becoming a Runcandel cadet is no easy feat in the first place." Seeing the food on the tray getting empty, Jin continued to patiently guide him, no matter how low your grades are. "You are still far better than any other 13-year-old out there, understand?" The boy could only reply in a small voice, "Yes." Jin glanced at Bellup, who was happily munching on his food, and thought, his personality is too pure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he will be targeted by my family. Jin recalled his past life. But how could someone so pure-hearted end up being guided down the path of a ruthless swordmaster? After becoming the Empire's loyal hound and walking down a path of cold-blooded murder, Bellup's tragic fate made Jin feel deeply sympathetic. I was shocked to hear he became an Imperial Guard, and when I heard about his self-destruction, it broke my heart. If I just leave him be. Jin picked up a piece of meat and placed it on the boy's tray, causing him to gasp in surprise. "Young master," Jin quickly reassured him, "I'm not hungry. You can have it." Bellup looked at Jin with eyes sparkling with joy. "Young master," Jin smiled as he watched the boy happily devouring the food. "I have to make sure you don't get kicked out this time." Jin made up his mind. Going through a life of misfortune and dying a tragic death once is more than enough. And so, the two young boys enjoyed their delicious meal together, laughing and talking. Jin headed back to change his clothes, counting on his fingers to review his progress as he walked. "My shadow energy release is at 2 star, mana is at 4 star, and swordsmanship is at 2 star. Folding down his fingers until only 2 remained, he smiled in satisfaction. "Things are going pretty smoothly. If I keep this up, I should be able to reach 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years." But before that, Luna drove her sword into the cold tiled floor and announced, "My adorable little brother, today's training will be just like yesterday's." Standing opposite each other with their swords resting on the ground, she commanded, "However, you will have to defend yourself in a different way." Jin politely replied, "Understood, big sister." Luna looked at him and reminded, "Use your mind's eye, little brother." As a strange blue-black magical energy flickered around them, Jin closed his eyes to comply, though he couldn't help but feel a bit cautious and anxious. "Seeing with my mind's eye? I guess I have to get through a training method I've never even heard of before, Luna emphasized. Look with your mind's eye, she continued to guide him. For those who live to sharpen their blades, possessing the mind's eye is more important than anything else. Luna also stood tall, closed her eyes, and carefully repeated, "Do not open your eyes." Although he stood still and complied, doubts began to fill his mind. The mind's eye, a realm that only knights above 7-star can achieve. Yet she is teaching it to a mere 2-star knight like me? Jin thought deeply. And that is not all. Normally, the mind's eye is achieved by dispersing your aura, but since I cannot use aura during training, I cannot comprehend it. He felt as if he had become a towering swordsman, clad in heavy iron armor, holding a sword in his hands as he focused all his brilliant energy, channeling it overwhelmingly into his blade. But Jin chose to trust her, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. No, I choose to believe in my sister. I'm sure she has her reasons. Focusing entirely on the training, I believe that one day I'll be able to grasp this exercise. Time flew by, and soon, their training session came to an end. Luna showered him with praise. You did great today as well, Jin. You can head back now. Scratching his neck with a bright smile, he replied, Thank you, Sister Luna. Recalling the image of him training, she silently admired. Just as expected. I knew he would do well, but he always exceeds my expectations. He displayed a level of concentration and memory rarely seen in a 2-star knight. With your potential, I'm sure you will grasp it in just a few years. Luna's expression softened, her face filled with warmth and deep affection. Silently, she cheered him on, thinking, Keep growing, my little brother. Meanwhile, Jin returned to the training ground, where the cadets had already lined up in perfect formation. They saluted in unison, shouting, Welcome, young master. Belop stood timidly among the crowd, looking thoroughly dejected, while everyone else exchanged cautious glances. Tension filled the air. Well, that is to be expected. Garen laughed, resting his hands on his hips. This duel accounts for a major chunk of your final grade. A high score is a shortcut to becoming a guardian knight, so it is no wonder everyone is on edge. He turned to Jin with a smile and added, Today is a big day for you too, by the way. Jin, who had been watching the crowd with crossed arms, looked over in surprise. Garen explained, Lady Rosa said that if you defeat 10 higher-ranked opponents today, you can join the intermediate training group by the start of next year. Jin remained completely unfazed. Did Mother really say that? That is great news. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw Belop trembling violently, clutching his shoulders, which made Jin sigh. There goes Belop again. Jin pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, thinking, I will go easy on him so he does not get expelled. But he seriously needs to find some confidence. By now, Belop was pale with fear, his mouth hanging wide open. Just then, Garen's booming voice rang out. Listen up. Today, you will all duel 3 times, swapping opponents each round. The top 10 winners will face young Master Jin in a series of one-on-one battles. Yes, sir, they roared back in unison before immediately lunging into a chaotic free-for-all. Cadets clashed without holding back, with the defeated being slammed hard onto the ground. Jin watched closely, assessing their skills. They are actually not bad. They did not earn their cadet titles for nothing. Meanwhile, those who had already lost lined up in an orderly fashion. Garen barked out, All right, those who were not selected, return to your spots. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Turning to Jin, Garen warned, Get ready, young master. Jin firmly gripped his sword and replied with a calm, ready voice, I am ready. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his sword, ruthlessly sending the weapon of his first opponent spinning high into the air. He quickly kept count, thinking, That is 8 down, only 2 more to go. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. To secure this win, the opponent I really need to watch out for is… Just then, Garen called out, Next contestant, step up. A young girl with pink hair stepped forward. It was Mesa Milcano, a novice guardian knight cadet of the Runcandel family. She stepped up with absolute confidence, showing not a shred of fear. Please guide me, she said politely. Jin knew exactly who she was. Mesa was a noble destined to become a top-tier guardian knight once she completed her training. Brimming with determination, she raised her sword and took a combat stance. I will defeat you today, no matter what, she declared. Truth was, Jin had been looking forward to this fight too. Facing Mesa was the highlight of this entire test. Jin gave her a polite smile and nodded. Bring it on. I have been waiting for this. In a flash, Mesa lunged off the ground. She struck with the force of a raging storm, bringing her blade right down on him. Yet, Jin effortlessly deflected the ferocious strike. Jin stared coldly at their clashing blades. Mesa had definitely grown stronger, but she still was not a threat to him. Jin parried her sword to the left, planning his next move. The real challenge was that I still need to defeat 8 more opponents after her. With that in mind, he easily countered her moves without breaking a sweat, his sword movements weaving through the air like a spider's web. Unlike the relaxed Jin, Mesa was struggling to keep up, panic creeping onto her face. Why is he using such basic attacks when he has already mastered advanced techniques? Her grip on the sword was tight but trembling, her anger rising. He is doing this on purpose. I know it. But why? Mesa's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Jin stood before her like a madman, wearing a smug smirk as he relentlessly pressed his attack. Is he looking down on me? She thought with a pang of fear. Does he really think I stand no chance against him today? Reigniting her fighting spirit, she channeled all her energy to raise her sword. Fine then. Mesa spun her sword, aiming directly at the center of Jin's blade, and screamed with all her might. Take this, young master. Watching from the sidelines, Bellup and the other cadets stood with their jaws dropped in awe. Jin only grew more excited as the fight went on, effortlessly deflecting her strikes with a confident smirk plastered on his face. Her vibrant pink hair whipped through the air with every movement. I won't lose to him again, she thought. This is the day I finally surpass the young master. Mesa poured every ounce of her strength into one final push. With her facial muscles tensed, she leapt into the air, aiming her blade directly at Jin. The 2 wooden swords collided. With a single, sharp, horizontal slash, Jin snapped her sword clean in half. The broken blade soared into the air as the dust slowly settled. Mesa stared blankly at the shattered hilt in her hand, completely frozen. How was this even possible? Before she could react, Jin's sword tip was resting right against her neck. Keeping his blade pointed forward, he offered a polite compliment. Great match, Mesa. Jin then raised his own sword, inspecting the cracks running all over the blade, realizing it was now useless anyway. Her eyes followed his gaze. When Mesa saw the spiderweb of cracks on Jin's sword, sheer panic washed over her. No way. Did he really hit the exact same spot on my sword with every single strike? Our stamina and strength are about the same, yet I lost in both precision and stubbornness. How is that even possible? But she gradually came to accept it. After all, he was a child of the Runcandel family. Mesa called out, "Young master." She made a loud promise with all the passion in her heart. I will train with everything I have, and definitely defeat you next time. Mesa silently steeled her resolve, refusing to keep losing like this. As the sky above gradually shifted colors over time, everything went exactly according to plan. Yet another cadet was defeated by Jin in sheer disbelief. However, at this point, taking on 10 trainees head-on was no easy task. He coldly landed his finishing blow. With his staggering victories against me and Mesa, he made them believe they would lose in a direct clash. The wooden sword clattered to the ground, and the defeated trainee knelt, frozen in place. Standing tall as he looked down, Jin thought, with this, that makes 10. Thank goodness, everything was going according to plan. Jin let out a tired breath and wiped his sweat. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, Garen praised him. Excellent work, young master. He approached with a broad grin, showering him with compliments. With this, he would be able to receive training from a true Runcandel in the intermediate class next year. Let me congratulate you in advance. Jin returned the smile politely. Thank you, Garen. Please take good care of me until then. The instructor informed him. It's almost lunchtime, so let's wrap up our morning training here. Jin paused for a moment before asking, how much time is left? Garen replied honestly, about 10 minutes. Why do you ask? All the cadets standing around were already beaten black and blue. Their limbs were covered in bandages, with Bellup being the only one completely unscathed. Jin glanced over them all and said, I still have one more person to face. Jin reached out to grab another wooden sword. As everyone wondered, who? He suddenly roared. Bellup Schmitz. Everyone widened their eyes and turned to look at him. Bellup himself was completely dumbfounded. Pointing at himself, he stammered, Why, young master, me? Jin coldly ordered, Step forward, let's fight. Terrified, Bellup just stood there, stammering, and too afraid to step up. But Jin raised his voice again. Bellup. Standing against the sunlight, Jin pointed his sword at him and said, You won't survive in the Runcandel family like this. He put all his authority into his voice, ordering and pushing him, Step up, get over here and fight me. I will defeat you. Bellup's feet slowly moved forward. He hesitantly climbed onto the sparring platform, raising his wooden sword with trembling hands. Why did the young master choose me? Is it because I'm weak, so he can use me to assert his authority? With a stern face, Jin called out, Belop. Hearing his name, he flinched and replied, Yes, young master. In a cold, slightly sarcastic tone, Jin remarked, I'm quite exhausted after fighting 10 opponents, but you seem perfectly fine. Putting his hands on his hips confidently, Jin said, But I'm still stronger than you, and that's exactly why I want to fight you. Belop was stunned. What? Still confused, he asked. What do you mean by that? Before Belop could even finish his sentence, Jin swung his sword. Jin's eyes flashed with intensity as he lunged forward. Taken by surprise, but acting on his raw soldier instincts, Belop managed to raise his sword to block the strike. However, the sheer impact sent Belop sliding backward. He gasped in shock. Young master, why are you doing this? Before he could finish, a barrage of strikes rained down from Jin. Incredibly, Belop blocked every single one of them. Jin smirked. Tauntingly, Jin said, Nice blocks. Without losing focus, Belop thanked him, then swung his sword to force Jin back. The wooden sword scraped against the floor, leaving a deep groove as dirt and debris flew everywhere. Facing another strike, Belop grit his teeth and tensed his entire body to block it. Jin paused, taking a few steps back with his sword. For a split second, he placed a hand on the floor, and then, with incredible agility, he stayed low and dashed forward like a gust of wind, straight at Belop. Caught off guard, Belop couldn't react in time and crashed onto the floor. Sitting up, Belop grit his teeth, tears of sheer frustration welling up in his eyes. Unable to take it anymore, he looked up. Young master, why are you doing this? Jin replied slowly, his voice firm. Do you really think I called you up here just to spar? I want a real fight. Jin stood tall, pointing the tip of his sword down as he spoke in a commanding tone. Or should I just kill you right here? Get up, I'm only going to hold back once. Jin gripped his sword tightly as he issued the command. Whispers and murmurs broke out among the crowd. Suddenly, the wooden sword in Belop's hand began to glow. Realizing what was happening, Mesa screamed, That's aura! The light grew brighter as Belop's expression turned razor sharp. She frantically turned to Garen, their swordsmanship instructor, and urged, Instructor, we have to stop this match right now. If this goes on, the young master will be in serious danger. Garen cast a warning glare toward the cadets watching from the sidelines and declared, This is an order. Whatever you see here today, take it to your graves. Gritting his teeth in reluctant understanding, Garen added, I understand. A flicker of sorrow passed through Belop's eyes. Is this really what you want, young master? Jin replied bluntly, Yes. His tone was freezing. If you know how to wield aura, then don't back down now. Belop grit his teeth in sheer frustration. You've made a huge mistake, young master. If you wanted to fight me then, Belop roared, furiously lunging forward to attack Jin. You should have fought me first. Jin frowned in slight surprise, raising his sword to block the incoming strike, but the blade was not. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the sword snapped right in half. Jin gritted his teeth and leaped backward to dodge the incoming blow, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. I had no idea he was this strong, Jin thought. Remembering their past training sessions, he knew Belop was powerful. Every time the cadets sparred, Belop could read his opponent's skills and tactics perfectly. On top of that, he always found a way to avoid getting hurt, even in defeat. But Jin never expected him to be able to channel aura. Before Jin could even process this, Belop charged, unleashing all his pent-up rage in a flurry of rapid, aggressive slashes. Even though Jin's sword was broken, Belop didn't show any signs of stopping. In a split-second flash, Jin threw a direct punch right at Belop's sword arm. Belop gritted his teeth as his hand began to tremble, suddenly sensing something closing in on him. The sword slipped from his grip, and in an instant, Jin grabbed Belop in a chokehold with his bare hands and slammed him down to the floor. Belop thrashed around, desperately trying to break free. Knowing the fight was over, Jin slowly loosened his grip, allowing Belop to painfully crawl out of his hold. Refusing to accept this, Belop demanded, Why did you stop? You said you wanted to fight to the end, so you should have finished me off. With a voice full of resentment, Belop added, Do you get a kick out of playing with people's feelings like this? Jin looked at him and calmly replied, Is that really the kind of person you think I am? Then why? Belop pressed. Jin looked back at him, his voice heavy with reluctance. Pushing you to your limits like this didn't exactly make me feel good either. Jin sighed. It hurts a lot more than you think. Belop clenched his fists tight. What do you even know about me to put me through this kind of torture? Jin slowly bent down and picked up his broken sword. You're right. I don't really know who you are. Kneeling down, Jin's voice grew deep and solemn. But there is one thing I do know. His eyes hardened, delivering a harsh truth that would be etched into Belop's mind forever. Compassion is a luxury you can only afford when you're strong. You're weaker than me, and you're far too kind. Jin gently placed a hand on Belop's shoulder. I actually admire that about you. But with a heart that soft, you won't survive a single day in this living hell. Offering a word of encouragement, he added. Get stronger, Belop. Strong enough to protect that kindness of yours. The onlookers were deeply moved by his words. It was a kindness meant not just for Jin, but for everyone else too. Belop finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Jin gently patted him, comforting. I'm sorry for pushing you so hard. Right at that moment, the kitchen staff walked in carrying fresh ingredients. The pink-haired worker gasped in shock. Oh my goodness. Flustered, he quickly added, Oh, looks like training isn't over yet. We'll come back later. But Jin looked up and assured them, No, it's fine. Go ahead and bring them in. Sniffling, Belop softly spoke up. Young master, please come and receive today's rations. Jin stood up, carrying himself with effortless grace. All right, I'll go grab rations for both of us. Meanwhile, deep inside a gloomy forest, Chiron silently listened as Khan reported what had happened. So that's what my youngest son had to say, huh? Khan bowed respectfully. Yes, patriarch. Chiron burst into laughter. I see. So the boy has made his choice. But as he pictured Jin comforting Belop, a smirk played on his lips. Does he really think he can protect the weak while ruling over them with absolute force? After a brief silence, he gave his orders. If that's what he wants, let him. I want to see just how far he can go. Khan, return and report back to him. At once, my lord, Khan replied. A dangerous glint flashed in Chiron's eyes. It's time to give my son his very first mission. By January of 1795, 15-year-old Jin was officially recognized as a 3-star knight. During their first break, while some cadets headed back to their hometowns, the rest stayed behind to train and test their progress. Once you reached the intermediate level, wooden swords were no longer used for training. Instead, they were replaced by customized real swords. Many of the cadets commissioned custom weapons from renowned blacksmiths, and Jin was also on the hunt for a weapon. He was looking for the perfect sword in the family armory when a sudden voice called out to him. Luna laughed as she sighed. Man, finding a sword that actually suits you is such a pain. She had insisted on choosing his weapon herself. This meant all the decision-making power fell entirely to her. Just a month ago, she had practically begged him, Jin, please, let me pick out your sword. He had reluctantly agreed, thinking, oh well, she has a much better eye for weapons than I do. So whatever she picks should be a good fit. But when Luna finally showed up carrying a massive, monstrous sword, Jin's jaw dropped in absolute shock. She began rambling enthusiastically. This baby is called the Bale's Slaughterer. I used it all the time when I was your age. It's huge and incredibly sharp. Back then, I thought this was exactly the kind of weapon I should be wielding. Luna stared at the blade with a nostalgic, loving gaze. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is the prototype of my current sword, Crantil. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and hope. So, what do you think? Do you like it? Jin stood there completely frozen, stammering, Sister Luna. With a forced smile, he added, I really appreciate you helping me choose a weapon, but I don't think this one is quite right for me. She nodded with a hint of disappointment. I get it, no worries. I was only joking anyway. Jin's face instantly went pale. There's no way she was joking, he thought. Refusing to give up, Luna waved the massive sword in front of him. But seriously, the Bale's Slaughterer is an amazing weapon. Sure, it's a little heavy, but it's really not that bad, she insisted, totally unaware that her pitch wasn't working at all. Use. She went quiet for a moment, then finally let it go. All right, I'll do as you say. I'll pick a different sword for you. Jin felt a massive weight lift off his chest. Luna led him to another room, talking as she opened the door. I really put a lot of heart and soul into picking the perfect sword for you, you know? Inside was a massive armory packed with countless swords. Luna was dead set on finding the absolute best fit for him, a sword that only you can wield. She walked over, grabbed one, and held it up. And here is my pick for you. Jin stared, completely mesmerized, as Luna explained. Since you wanted Barasada from the very beginning, I figured this would be the perfect match for you. She drew the blade from its scabbard, and a cold metallic gleam flashed. He instantly recognized this sword. It was Bradamante, The sister blade to Barasada, once wielded by the first patriarch. Jin gently ran his fingers along the blade. Luna smiled with satisfaction and said, "You like it, don't you?" Overjoyed, he praised. "Yes. Out of thousands of legendary blades, this one is truly one of a kind." Jin held Bradamante in his hands, thinking to himself that this was the very sword he had sworn to get by any means necessary. He never expected she would just hand it to him. Both Bradamante and Barasada were perfect fits. They were tailor-made for channeling shadow energy. But if he had chosen this blade himself, the others would have definitely protested. They would have forced him to give it up, Jin said, looking worried. "But sister, Bradamante is a blade that all of my brothers and sisters want. I don't even know how to repay you for giving it to me." Luna nodded. "Yeah, that does sound like trouble." Then, placing a hand over her heart, she looked him straight in the eye. "Jin, you still haven't let your guard down around me, have you?" Luna sighed, looking hurt. "Honestly, I'm a little disappointed." Jin waved his hands frantically. No, that's not it at all. I'm serious, you know." Pointing a finger right in his face, she teased him. "Oh, really? Well, I'm still upset. So, how are you going to soothe your big sister's broken heart?" Jin stammered. "Wait, what?" Luna urged him. "Now close your eyes, Jin. It's time for our training." He nodded. "All right." Under the clear blue sky, her voice drifted gently, like passing clouds. "Do you know what I'm really trying to teach you?" Jin answered firmly. "Yes, Sister Luna." She nodded, satisfied. "Good. But today, I still have one more lesson for you." Luna patted his shoulder, catching him off guard. "Wait, what?" he asked. She explained softly. "Our family members might always try to tear each other down, but they are also the ones who love you unconditionally." With deep sincerity in her eyes, Luna emphasized, "Never forget that." Suddenly, she grabbed his shoulders and shook him vigorously, shouting, "And stop looking so depressed." Startled, he stammered out, Okay, I get it. I'm sorry." She calmed down, but a heavy weight lingered in her voice. "I've lived a lonely life in this family since long before you were even born. I've had more than enough of it. So please understand, I just don't want you to have to go through the same thing." Jin gently rubbed his aching shoulder, his voice growing quiet. "I understand, sister." Luna walked away gracefully, her head held high as if nothing had happened, giving a gentle yet firm order. "All right, let's begin training. Jin, feel it with your entire heart." Back in his luxurious room, Jin called out, "Murakan." He brandished his newly acquired sword, showing it off. "So, what do you think?" Murakan didn't even bother looking up, lazily reading his comic. "Take it back. Kid, you can't even control your shadow energy yet, so there is no way you can wield that." Jin froze. "What?" Murakan explained in a low, serious tone. "If you want to use Bradamante, you need to be at least a 3-star shadow user. But you're only a 2-star brat right now, aren't you?" His voice turned stern. "You won't even be able to trigger its awakened state." Annoyed, Jin sheathed the blade. "I'll reach 3-star in no time. I'm determined to wield this sword soon." Suddenly, Murakan slammed his book shut. Fuming with anger, he snapped, "You arrogant brat, clean out your ears and listen to me." "Listen here, kid." Murakan's face went completely dark as he shoved Jin's head down mercilessly, spitting out every word. "Barasada and Bradamante aren't toys you can just play around with. 3-star shadow power is the absolute bare minimum just to hold them." Pressing down even harder, he growled, "Just stick to ordinary swords until you reach 5-star shadow power, got it?" Stubborn as always, Jin brushed his hand away with a defiant glare. "But, you know I'm not the impatient type. So basically, all I need to do is reach 5-star shadow power this year, right?" A vein popped on Murakan's forehead. He grabbed Jin's head again, trying to shake some sense into him. "Even if you ranked first in the shadow power trials, mastering that energy this fast is pure fantasy. I'm only saying this for your own good." Taking a heavy breath, he sneered, "Because it is so ridiculously impossible that even a stray dog would laugh in your face. If you actually get what I'm saying, then stop talking nonsense, Jin." Gently reaching out to grab the comic book. Suddenly, Jin snatches it right out of his hands, challenging him. "Go ahead, say that again. What did you say?" Murakan yells, his face turning pale. "Damn it, put it down," I said, "put it down right now." Right then, a woman appears, making them both freeze. Young Master Jin turns around. "Gilly? What is it? Did something happen?" She steps in with a troubled look. "Instructor Garen is looking for you, young master." He was supposed to come here himself, but he said he needs to look at the map while discussing the combat power summary with you, so he needs you to go over there. Murakhan takes the opportunity to snatch the comic book back, hugging it like a treasure. My precious comic book. Meanwhile, Jin mutters in confusion. Combat power? Gilead's. Instructor Garen has assigned you your first mission. You will have to set off immediately once the break ends. Scratching his head, Jin nods slightly. Is that so? He calmly says, putting his hands in his pockets. Well, I guess it is about time. I am already a 3-star swordsman, but heading out right after the break is a bit strange, isn't it? Gilly speaks up, her voice filled with worry. I suspect it is because it is a highly difficult mission, young master. Normally, those are reserved for intermediate cadets and above, but Jin remains indifferent. Maybe they recognized my progress and assigned it to me. He turns his head and casually waves goodbye. I will go check it out. Gilly, wait here with Murakhan. She politely replies, yes, young master, please go ahead. The black door creaks open as he steps into the briefing room. He scans the area and speaks up. Garen, I heard I have been assigned a mission. Garen replies, welcome, young master. Aside from you, 10 other beginner cadets have also been assigned to this mission. Without beating around the bush, Garen spreads a map across the table. You will be divided into 2 groups for this mission. This is a search mission in the vicinity of the southern border of the Zhan Kingdom. Someone asks, isn't that kingdom close to the land of the Beastmen? I heard it is also near the area marked as the territory of the White Wolf tribe. Jin glances at the map, his heart sinking. Beginner cadets shouldn't be sent to this area. He thinks to himself, for a first mission, this is extremely difficult. The time frame is also much shorter than usual. An assistant steps forward, handing him a stack of documents. Young master, here is the map and the detailed profiles of the team members. The others whisper among themselves as they read, are our group members all below average cadets? Even Bellup is here. Cadets with unstable performance? Doubt begins to cloud Jin's mind. Could someone have intentionally recommended this? The image of his father flashes in his mind. Recommended? If my fight with Bellup was reported to father, then this mission must be a test for me. His gaze turns cold. Very well, father. I will definitely show you my unyielding resolve. 3 days later, at the southern border, the objective of the mission is to locate the heir of the Bill merchants, Sember Bill. We will set up a base camp in the center of the southern border once we arrive. Once we are set up, each group will begin searching and share information by sending messengers back to the camp at scheduled times throughout the day. From now on, do not address me as young master. I am your commander. The injured will stay at the camp and rest if needed. The report from one of the group members ends. Let's hope the lead scout is still alive. Commander, Eddington spotted beastmen from the Watertail tribe, Garen reports. Jin is skeptical. The Watertail tribe? He doesn't worry too much, knowing they are a docile tribe that avoids predators. We probably won't cross into the nearby territory of the White Wolf tribe anyway. Jin commands, all right, Bellup. Since the snow will slow you down, head to the camp 2 hours early. Return to Area 13. He salutes. Understood, Commander. Jin continues with his orders. The rest of you, search Area 13. They shout in unison, yes, Commander. Although he gives the orders firmly, a sense of dread creeps into Jin's heart. I have a bad feeling about this. Father must have assigned this mission directly, yet everything is going too smoothly. He tries to calm himself down. Or did I misunderstand? And he isn't trying to test me after all. A member of the Watertail tribe suddenly speaks up. In a blunt tone they say, you guys look so poor. The beastman tremblingly holds up a skewer of fish. If you want, eat. I give you. Jin politely declines. Thank you, I will repay you later. Holding up the map, he thinks, beyond Area 13 is the beastman territory. The beginner cadets stand no chance against them. Jin tells himself, I don't need to push myself just to get results. I'll spend the next 3 days confirming the searched areas. Just then, rapid footsteps echo, and someone shouts, Young Master Jin. Bellup runs up, gasping for air. Jin turns around. What's wrong? His panicked shout freezes the entire team in their tracks. Group 2 was ambushed. Jin immediately commands, everyone, prepare to move. Bellup, what's the situation? He hurriedly reports, Group 2 scattered to escape the enemy. One survivor managed to reach the base camp to report what happened. Jin presses, were they ambushed by beastmen? Bellup shakes his head. No, they were ambushed by humans. It is confirmed to be 3 of them. Attacking Runcandel with only 3 people? Jin's eyes narrow with suspicion. There's no way. I'm certain they have more men. Jin immediately gave the order for Eddington and David to head back and guard the perimeter of the camp. If you spot the enemy, do not engage. That is an absolute order. Just report back as fast as you can. The squad saluted. Understood, sir. His voice trailed off into the snowy forest. There were just too many enemies here. Jin ran as fast as he could, his mind racing. But what could they possibly be after? Why target Squad 2 instead of Squad 1 where I am? He muttered, deep in thought. I don't know who these bastards are, but our people are already under fire. One thing is certain, they are going to pay dearly for messing with the Runcandel family. Suddenly, Sierra noticed something off. Young master, look. There is blood. Panic washed over Bellop. No way. Does this mean Mesa and the rest of Squad 2 are dead? But Jin quickly cut him off, keeping his voice calm and steady to reassure him. The blood is still fresh. Jin knelt down, swiping a bit of the red liquid onto his fingertip and rubbing it. But there are no signs of a struggle, and no signs of casualties. He quickly analyzed the scene. There was a skirmish here, and Squad 2 retreated. Judging by these footprints, only one person ambushed them. Sierra suddenly spotted something and called out, Young master, we found some discarded bandages over here. They look like the healing kind. Jin nodded in approval. Excellent work. Where did you find them? Over to the west, Sierra replied quickly. A theory began to form in Jin's mind. So while they were treating their wounded after being chased, they were ambushed by a single enemy and had to move further west. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin stood up and ordered, Sierra, fall back and group up with Eddington. Bellop, you're with me. Let's move. Bellop nodded eagerly. Right behind you, young master. With that, the two of them set off, tracking the footprints through the snow until Bellop suddenly whispered, It's Squad 2, young master, Bellop whispered. I see them, Jin replied cautiously. His eyes scanned the group ahead, his brow furrowing. But Mesa isn't with them. And that's not all, Jin whispered, his voice dropping low. The number of ambushers just went up by 1. Bellop closed his eyes, bracing himself. 2 seconds later, Jin gave the command. Take out the guy on the left. Bellop drew his sword, getting into stance. Got it. Gripping Bradamante tight, Jin recalled Murakan's lessons on the nature of shadow energy. In an instant, a surge of dark power erupted from his blade. Infused with shadow energy, his sword's cutting power and destructive force multiplied. He lunged straight at his target with swift, lethal precision. As the blade's power eroded everything in its path, Scott stood there, completely dumbfounded, watching the enemy instantly drop dead right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Bellop lunged straight at Hades, who froze in absolute shock. What the hell? Sensing a sudden spike of danger, Hades looked up. At that exact moment, Jin descended like a dark shadow, unsheathing Bradamante with lethal grace. Bellop's relentless assault forced Hades to raise his sword in a desperate block, completely unaware of Jin slipping behind him, launching a devastating strike. Hades collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Jin turned to his team, checking for injuries. Is everyone all right? Kiko gasped out. Young master, clutching his bleeding arm, Kiko struggled to his feet. We are fine. But they took Mesa. Hanging his head in shame, his voice was heavy with regret. We are so sorry, young master. We failed you. Don't worry about it. Just focus on patching yourselves up first, Jin replied calmly. Meanwhile, Hades was on the ground, squirming and struggling desperately. Jin walked over, looking down at him with sheer disgust. What? Are you begging for mercy? Let me guess. You must be one of those brainless puppets serving Zipfel. Bradamante gleamed coldly in Jin's hand, his expression turning ice cold. I am going to give you 2 choices. Option 1. You tell me who you work for, what your goal is, and where your base is, and I will give you a quick, painless death. Option 2. You keep your mouth shut and die in absolute agony alongside your dead friends. His voice was dead serious. I keep my promises. My name is Jin Runcandel, and I swear this on the honor of my family. Hades gritted his teeth, but the sheer terror completely broke him. Fine, just. Please don't hurt my family, he begged, finally cracking. I am part of a revolutionary group called Kinzalo. Jin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Kinzalo? The name actually rang a bell. This was the very terrorist organization that was highly active back when he died in his past life. Memories flashed in Jin's mind, how the world fell into chaos after they assassinated King Zane and slaughtered countless innocent civilians. They called themselves a revolutionary group, but their idea of a revolution was nothing more than putting their own leader on the throne to rule the entire world. Jin glared down at Hades and demanded, "So your plan was to spark a massive rebellion in the kingdom of Zane by slaughtering Runcandel soldiers?" Horrified, Hades quickly shook his head. No, I am just a low-level grunt. They don't tell me those kinds of details. I swear I don't know where the main base is, but my branch is stationed near the entrance to the Beastmen territory. There are about 24-star warriors and magicians there. One last question, Jin growled. Why did you capture Mesa? Hades squeaked, his voice trembling violently. To use her for propaganda, to spread the word of our revolution. The higher-ups ordered us to capture any female soldiers alive. Hearing this, Scott gritted his teeth and cursed. You absolute scumbags. I swear, that's everything I know, Hades whimpered. Jin raised his sword. I always keep my promises. With a clean, swift strike, he ended Hades' life. Jin turned to Bellup. How long ago did they take Mesa? About 1 hour ago, Bellup replied. Then they shouldn't have gone far from the Beastmen territory yet, Jin calculated. Once you guys finish patching yourselves up, head back to base and call for backup. Kiko panicked. Wait, young master. Are you seriously going in there alone? His anxiety was through the roof. He said there are 24-star warriors and magicians, Scott chimed in. He is right, young master. Going in alone is suicide. Please, young master, Scott pleaded, trying to reason with him. We are soldiers. Dying on the battlefield is what we signed up for. Please don't put yourself in danger for us. Jin cut him off, his gaze sharp and unwavering. You are right, Scott. You guys are prepared to die. But one of my soldiers was taken right under my nose, and I am a son of Runcandel. I can't just do nothing. Jin's voice was firm. I'm stronger than everyone thinks. So follow my orders. I'll punish any resistance or disobedience. Also, Bellup, keep in mind, since everyone in the second squad is injured, you're their strongest soldier now, so you have to stay sharp. You get what I mean, right? Bellup agreed. I'll keep that in mind. Young master. Jin then rushed off immediately. He pictured Mesa tied up, silently praying in his heart, please don't let me be too late. In the freezing night, Jin assessed the situation, thinking to himself, our enemies have 24-star soldiers. He let out a weary sigh, but my swordsmanship is only around 3-star, 4-star magic, and 3-star shadow energy release magic. Jin walked through the chilly wind, his mind heavy. My growth rate is pretty good, but there's no way I can take them all on at once in my current state. Right now, rescuing Mesa is the top priority. After that, he thought, I'll try to avoid fighting as much as possible and focus entirely on finding Mesa. Jin cast a detection spell. Thin webs of light spread from his hands, stretching across the area like a spider web. Thinking to himself, check the terrain. And if I add wind pursuit magic here too, his hands continuously wove magic circles. He directed the green rays of light toward the grasslands. Jin immediately moved in the direction the magic pointed. They couldn't have gone far, but midway, he was suddenly ambushed. Beams of light repeatedly sliced through the wind toward Jin, followed by a shouting voice. It's the Runcandel kid! Right after, a group of figures aggressively charged out from the bushes. His hands glowed again as surges of green light erupted, blasting straight at them. They were completely stunned. Magic? That Runcandel is using magic? Angry shouts erupted in the chaos. Damn it, just kill him. Jin instantly drew Bradamante to fight back. With one clean slash, blood sprayed everywhere. The leader, holding a staff that sparked with fire, roared from the back. Get out of the way. He ignited his magic instantly, unleashing violent flames that surged straight at Jin. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of fire completely wrapped around Jin's arm. He laughed triumphantly, believing Jin was trapped. But even with one arm swallowed by the fire, Jin was completely unharmed. Jin used his other hand to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. The fire around his arm wasn't just contained. It was weaponized into a fierce counterattack. Jin stood tall, one hand gripping his sword tightly, the other firmly holding the blazing fire. The leader gasped in horror at the sight. Still, determined to defeat Jin, he quickly changed his approach since fire was useless, turning the flames into ice and screaming, "Then I'll tear you apart with ice." With a small shard of ice piercing his chest, his eyes remained ice cold as he charged straight through the frost, as if he felt absolutely nothing. The sight left the leader utterly terrified, crying out, "No way." Then, completely stunned, he stammered out, "How?" In the quiet of the night, an angry scream echoed, "My magic." Jin took step after step, silently cursing those Kinzilo bastards. Looking at the situation, he noted to himself, "It seems they have no intention of hiding their tracks at all, huh? They are seriously underestimating their opponent." Jin reached down to examine the ground. They must have met someone else here and moved them in a carriage. Kinzelo is an organization with a strict hierarchy, so they probably distribute the loot based on rank. Picking up a map, he continued to plan, since they wouldn't dare touch the rewards meant for high-ranking members, this is my only chance to safely rescue Mesa. Jin opened the map. I'm currently near Beastman territory, so their base must be close by. With that in mind, he conjured fire magic. I'll create a distraction and find an opening to rescue Mesa. Right after, fireballs shot out like bullets, causing a raging fire to sweep through the forest. Jin continued to conjure blue vortexes, calculating, if I do this, they'll run outside to put out the fire. The erupting flames caused those nearby to shout, "Fire! What the hell happened all of a sudden?" Hectic voices rang out. Where did this fire come from? Put it out now. Water. Bring water. Jin stood behind them, watching with a look of disdain. You guys don't even know how to put out a fire properly? A giant panicked and yelled, Mages, use your water and ice magic. He looked at him, wondering, is that guy their leader? As the fire grew larger, they became even more terrified. Boss, the fire won't go out, the leader roared. Do you really think a fire would just start on its own in this kind of weather? Someone definitely set this. Find them. He suddenly sensed someone behind him. The chaos continued to escalate. Move it. Call the mages quickly. Amidst the thick smoke, Jin held a key, feeling satisfied. Good. I've found a way in. The door creaked open, and he stepped inside, murmuring to himself as he searched. It's pretty cold. Where could Mesa be? Suddenly, a trapdoor appeared in front of him, making Jin wonder, a basement? Inside, he caught sight of long hair in the darkness. Jin immediately called out, Mesa. She turned her head, her voice trembling. Young master. Worried, Mesa immediately asked, Why are you here, young master? It's too dangerous. He gently reassured her, his voice firm. Don't worry about me. Can you move? Tied up tightly, she struggled to answer. Yes, but I don't think I can run. Jin instantly slashed the ropes. All right, let me help you up. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. He froze for a split second. What is that sound? In a panic, Mesa whispered, Young master. She stared straight into his eyes, her voice unusually serious. Can you promise me one thing? Jin frowned. Save your breath, Mesa. But she pressed on, her voice filled with absolute determination. If things get too dangerous, just leave me behind. You are far too important, young master. Nothing bad can happen to you. Ignoring her words, he helped her up. Let's just get out of here first. It's too dangerous. The moment they stepped out of the basement, they were greeted by debris and dead bodies scattered everywhere. Jin instantly realized this was the work of a beastman from a combat tribe. The two silently assessed the situation. In the distance, a massive shadow appeared. A figure with snow-white fur slowly approached. It was a member of the White Wolf tribe. Before Mesa could finish her sentence, Jin knocked her out. Young master, I'll buy you some time, so please hurry, Kuajito roared in anger. You useless bastards. If you can't even put out a simple fire, there's no reason for you to live. Glaring at Jin, he demanded, You're the brat who caused all this, aren't you? Undeterred, he replied firmly, That's right. I am the son of Sciron, Runcandel. Jin Runcandel. His eyes, sharp as swords, locked onto the beastman. State your name, monster. Kuajito grinned savagely, baring his teeth. A Runcandel. You are one of the children of the Runcandel family? A few days before the start of the mission in the Akin Kingdom, at the Runcandel family estate, Jin was training relentlessly with the Bradamante sword. Wisps of black energy radiated from the blade. Suddenly, Murakhan kicked him hard right in the hip. You idiot, he roared. Do you want to die or what? I told you, you are nowhere near ready. So if you release your sword, you will only get consumed by the shadow energy. Murakhan grabbed Jin by the collar, threatening him. If you do not want to die from a shadow energy overdose, stop trying to awaken your sword. Got it? He helplessly replied, Got it. Back in reality, Kojito was bursting with excitement. Jin Runcandel, yes, today is the day I hunt down my most valuable prize, he roared, drool dripping from his fangs. My name is Kojito Truca. I am a warrior of the Truca clan from the White Wolf tribe, a tribe famous for being fierce and bloodthirsty. At the very least, Every adult of the White Wolf tribe is a 6-star warrior. Everyone knows the White Wolf tribe hates the Runcandel family, and the reason is because the first patriarch of the Runcandel family invited their god, the great White Wolf Javier, over and killed him. Jin frowned, secretly calculating that he could not possibly escape him using magic. Cogito took heavy steps like a raging storm, burning with murderous intent. I will sacrifice you to Javier so his soul can finally rest in peace. Jin tightened his grip on his sword, and the beast roared. Now choose. Will you fight an honorable duel with me? Or will you be torn to shreds while running away like a coward? Jin's eyes were sharp and cold, showing no fear. I will fight you. Cogito pounced forward, his voice filled with excitement. Good, so you are a Runcandel with some self-respect. He swung his giant axe with a thunderous roar. Then let us have a real fight. The axe blade slammed down, its terrifying power cracking the very earth and stone. Both charged at each other without a shred of mercy. Jin gripped his sword tight, preparing to strike, but he immediately realized Cogito's power was so overwhelming that it made his eyes widen. The beast lunged forward as fast as lightning. Jin braced himself to block the blow, his chest heavy with a single thought. He really is from the White Wolf tribe. I have to use all my strength just to block his attack. Before Jin could even catch his breath, Cogito rushed him again. Gritting his teeth, Jin reassured himself, but I still have a chance to win. I have a few trump cards that my opponent does not know about, the pendant, magic, and shadow energy. In Jin's hand, the blue gem from the pendant glowed faintly. Using the pendant right now is not worth it. If I cannot overcome this danger, it means I am not fit to become strong. He raised a shield, defending while calculating. Magic is not suitable either. 4-star magic has no effect on a member of the White Wolf tribe. And if someone from the family is sent to investigate Kinzello, the Guardians will immediately detect traces of magic. If that happens, my violation of a family taboo will be exposed. The blade flashed, so there is only one option left. Jin exerted his strength, using his sword to block the terrifying axe strike, and then whispered, Shadow energy. Cogito continued to wildly swing his axe, each slash tearing through the air. Jin countered, his power exploding violently as he screamed, Release my blade! Jin placed one hand on the ground to keep his balance, breathing heavily as sweat poured down his face. The beast sneered, Good sword, but you, Runcandel brat, it is nothing compared to your family's famous black sword. The two figures clashed again, sparks flying violently. The axe swung down toward Jin's head. Cogito growled, But you are stronger than you look. A moment later, he was suddenly struck. Jin gritted his teeth, reminding himself, Remember the feeling of releasing your blade that night. The beast roared, It is over, you Runcandel brat. Along with your black sword, I will sacrifice you to Javier. Jin looked up, his eyes freezing cold. I must remember it right now. Instantly, Jin lunged straight ahead, catching Cogito completely off guard. He could only gasp, What? In the dead of night, the sword radiating black energy swung down, thin blue threads like moonlight blinding his vision, sending Cogito into a panic. I cannot see anything. A flash of white light tore through the darkness, piercing through his body without mercy. Jin's hand still gripped the sword, overflowing with black energy. I did not understand why my family was famous for their black sword either. Until recently, that is when I finally understood. Feeling a slash slice his body in half, the beast stammered, What are you? Jin's eyes remained expressionless. That was a good fight. In the thick darkness, Jin limped forward, taking heavy, dragging steps, letting out soft groans from exhaustion. Suddenly, his eyes turned cloudy. Jin let out a roar and charged straight ahead. From the darkness, malicious whispers echoed, tearing his mind apart. Useless trash. What can you even do when you are this weak? What an idiot. He does not even understand his own situation. You are a disgrace to the family, born from the same mother, yet you are the biggest embarrassment. Murakhan appeared before him, snarling. What did I tell you? You damn brat. Did I not tell you that if you try to release your sword when you are this low on shadow energy, you would pay the price? Are you trying to bite the dust after getting intoxicated by shadow energy? Get up. If you lose your mind now, there is no saving you. Shaking, Jin struggled to drag himself up, those words still ringing in his head. Don't you already know what you need to do? Squeezing his eyes shut, he forced himself to meditate, muttering under his breath as he released his shadow energy. Coughing up blood, he grimaced and thought, It keeps getting wiped out by the surrounding shadow energy, so I cannot release my own properly. I cannot let it get wiped out again. Let's try this one more time. Jin forced himself to take a deep breath, slowing his heart rate and calming himself down over and over until his breathing finally steadied. Letting out a long sigh, his chest felt lighter. Did I actually make it through? The pain is gone, but honestly, that just makes me nervous. My body feels completely normal, yet I feel absolutely overflowing with shadow energy. Fortunately, it does not seem to hinder my movements. Right now, I need to get Mesa back. Hearing a strange noise nearby, Jin called out, "Who is there?" A timid, trembling voice replied, "Please, Jin, please do not kill me." Startled, Jin asked, "Are you with Kinzello? So there are survivors after all?" Sven flinched and quickly denied it. "No, I am not." He hastily threw his hands up in surrender. "I am Sven of the Vin clan from the Kingdom of Lin." Instantly recognizing the name, Jin introduced himself in a softer tone. "Oh, it is you? I am Jin Runcandel. I was ordered to find you." Sven looked immensely relieved and cheered. "A Runcandel. Oh my god, it is actually a Runcandel." Jin felt a bit helpless. "I completely forgot about this because of Kinzello. I actually feel a little guilty seeing how thrilled he is." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Sven practically shouted, "I will never forget this debt." Carrying the sleeping Mesa on his back, Jin replied flatly, "Don't worry about it. We were paid to do this, so let's just go home." As they walked back, curiosity got the better of him. "How did the Kinzello group even manage to kidnap you anyway? We thought we were looking for a missing person." Sven lowered his voice, looking a bit embarrassed. "I followed my lover here." Surprised, Jin asked, "Your lover? Did you two run away together?" He scratched his cheek, looking bashful. "No, actually, the thing is, my lover passed away 2 years ago, but her face, her voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was exactly how she was when she was alive. I know it sounds crazy, but it is true. There is no way I could mistake her for someone else." Hearing this, Jin fell into deep thought. Everything identical. That sounds like the work of Booba, the shapeshifter. They must have kidnapped Sven for money. Is Booba connected to the Kinzello group? This is the second time I have crossed paths with him, and I have a bad feeling about this. I need to meet him face to face to see what kind of person he is. He kept thinking, calculating his next move. His repair shop is probably located in the capital of the duchy. I should find an opportunity while I am still in the intermediate cadet training. Behind him, Sven bowed his head low, his voice cracking, "Thank you for listening without thinking I am crazy." He clasped his hands in deep appreciation. Tears streamed down his face. "My family will send reinforcements soon, so let us head back. You even called in guardian knights for a nobody like me." Jin glanced at him, thinking to himself, "It was not for you, it was for Mesa." Sven continued to gush, "Lord Jin, I will remember this meeting for the rest of my life." Unbothered, Jin simply replied, "All right." As the sun slowly began to rise, Sven added, "If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask." In a detached voice, Jin replied, "I will do that." Gilly smiled warmly, her voice beaming with pride. "Congratulations on completing your first mission, young master. Your nanny is incredibly happy." He softly replied, "Thank you, Gilly." She said caringly, "You must be exhausted. I have prepared a warm bath for you." Jin nodded, appreciating her usual thoughtfulness. Sensing a gaze from earlier, he walked over and reached down to pet the cat. "Well, look who it is, my little Nobby. Were you a good boy while I was gone?" Suddenly, it bit right into his hand. Reflexively, Jin flung it away. The rules say throwing animals is strictly prohibited, but since Murakan is a dragon, it is fine. Jin barked, "Why the hell did you bite me?" Murakan raised a paw to the bump on his head, his fur bristling with rage. "Are you insane? You have completely lost your mind." He lunged forward, scratching and swinging his claws. "I distinctively remember telling you never to release your spiritual energy. How many times did I warn you that it could kill you? This was all for your own good." Jin tried to fend him off. "Wait, just hear me out." But the cat form vanished, revealing Murakan in a towering rage. He grabbed Jin and shook him violently. "What the hell is there to hear? Is there anything more important than the life of Solderet's only contractor?" Gilly quickly intervened. "Lord Murakan, the young master has only just returned." Lowering his voice, he said, "Step aside, strawberry pie. This is a serious matter." She could only reply, "I understand." Turning back to Jin, Murakan continued his thundering rant. "A cadet got kidnapped right under my nose, and I was supposed to just stand there and do nothing? I was worried she might be in danger. What about the pendant? Is it just a piece of jewelry to you? Its value is worth 100 times more than the life of some low-ranking cadet. Fixing his collar, Jin argued back. Using that would have been such a waste. Who knows when we might run into a much stronger enemy? Murakhan stared, dumbfounded. A waste? Gilly chimed in, her voice filled with helplessness. Lord Murakhan, Jin calmly asked, is it really that shocking? Driven mad with frustration, he snapped, you little brat. Frowning slightly, Jin asked, wait, how did you even know I awakened the sword? He snorted. Your spiritual energy jumped from a 3-star to a semi-4-star. Do you think I'm blind? Jin gathered his energy, feeling the rush of new power, and was caught off guard. I really do feel overflowing with energy. So I actually went up a star. Murakhan spoke in a sassy voice. You should be grateful to Solderet for keeping you alive. He pointed at the blue flame flickering in the boy's hand and said slowly, out of the 10 people who experienced spiritual energy overload. Wait, now it's 11, but whatever. Out of all of them, 9 are dead. Jin asked with a hint of curiosity. I assume I'm one of the 2 survivors. So who's the other one? The first patriarch? Murakhan pointed at himself and said casually, not me. It's Temar. Surprised, aren't you? He waved his hand dismissively, his voice dripping with indifference. So you and I aren't that different after all. Don't worry. I don't ever want to go through that kind of pain again. I'm going to take a bath. He roared in frustration. That brat. Strawberry pie. You should starve him until he learns his lesson. Gilly simply sidestepped calmly. Please excuse me while I prepare food for the young master. With that, Murakhan was left behind, muttering to himself pitifully. Strawberry pie. What an envious brat. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious room, a cold voice echoed. Jin fought and defeated a warrior of the White Wolf tribe? How could something so ridiculous happen? Someone replied, of course it's ridiculous. He must have been just some bandit disguised as a wolf. Mayu muttered in surprise, her voice filled with doubt. How could a green, 3-star knight kill a member of the White Wolf tribe? Jin Runcandel, the 9th flag-bearer of the Runcandel family, smiled mysteriously. Actually, there is a way. The one Jin fought was probably just weak. Jin Runcandel, the 8th flag-bearer of the Runcandel family, shot back immediately. But it still makes no sense. What's even harder to believe is that Mother actually bought his superficial excuse. She shot a meaningful look to the side. Isn't that right, Haytona, Daytona? The 2 boys quickly forced a smile and chimed in. Of course, sister. But as soon as Anne turned away, the Tona brothers whispered to each other. Do you think Jin really killed him? Daytona whispered back. He is a monster, but even that seems too much for him. Then he added in frustration, the issue isn't whether he killed that white wolf or not. It's that he's about to enter the intermediate training class. The other twin nodded hesitantly. Yeah, both of them couldn't help but picture his terrifying glare. If Jin joins the intermediate class, we're dead meat. His voice seemed to echo in their heads. Should I beat you 2 with a sword or with my fists? Their faces turned completely pale, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Absolute despair. Mew sneered. What are you 2 whispering about? Is Jin joining the intermediate class scaring you that much? The Tona brothers blurted out in unison. No, of course not. She turned her head, wearing a mocking grin. Just be honest with your big sisters. Suddenly, her gaze turned freezing and terrifying, because the thing I hate most is the tongue of a liar. It makes me want to rip it right out. Trembling, the 2 of them mumbled. We're really scared of Jin. Anne slowly offered. Do you want us to help you? They asked blankly. How? The 2 brothers grew excited as she continued. We'll let you borrow our personal slaves to use. The intermediate class of Runcandel was essentially a survival arena for those who qualified, consisting of regular cadets ranging from 3-star to 5-star. Among them were newly joined cadets, as well as those who had been stuck in the class for over 10 years. Mayu and Anne had gathered a small group of those repeating cadets and treated them like slaves. She said coldly, You can use them to ruin Jin. We can't stand him either. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, their lips curling into a sly smirk. But if you don't handle this carefully, you'd better be prepared for the consequences, my beloved little brothers. Meanwhile, Jin had just stepped out of the bath, feeling refreshed. He thought to himself that his first mission was a success. So my entry into the intermediate class must be set in stone. On top of that, I've also reached 4-star spiritual energy. To utilize this energy effectively, I need to reach 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. A 6-star swordsman is considered outstanding, and starting from 7-star, one is recognized as a master of the sword. But those titles only matter to ordinary people. From 8-star onward, they are deemed extraordinary, and everything changes completely. Moreover, out of more than 2 billion people across the entire continent, there are fewer than 100 who are 9-star or 10-star. And only one person has surpassed those limits, the demigod of the Genesis Night realm. Jin clenched his fist with determination. In this life, I will reach the Genesis realm. No, I'll go even further than that. He sat down, calmly weighing his next move. So, the first hurdle to overcome is my own advancement. The Tona twins are currently in the intermediate class. I already anticipate it even without experiencing it yet. Once I set foot in the intermediate class, I'll be watched by all of my siblings. It won't just be the Tona twins. Jin picked up a pastry, almost hearing Gilly's voice in his head. Eat up, young master. He smiled helplessly. The beginner class was filled with kids of the same rank, so the atmosphere there was quite friendly. But there's no room for soft-heartedness in the intermediate class. In that place, strength and skill are the only things that matter. There's only one thing I need to do. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, burning with ironclad determination. I will dominate the intermediate class through sheer strength. A knock rattled the door, and Rosa, who was deep in her paperwork, called out, "Come in." Jin stepped inside, greeting her. "Did you call for me, mother?" Sitting rigidly behind her desk, she calmly replied, "I did." Rosa slowly continued, "I heard you returned safely from your mission, and with outstanding results." Jin offered a brief smile. "Thank you, mother." Rosa's tone suddenly sharpened. "That reminds me. According to Heinz's report, you rejected my offer to change rooms." She clasped her hands together and leaned forward, her overwhelming presence instantly filling the room. "As you know, that room is reserved for the future patriarch of the family. It has remained empty ever since Joshua moved out. You are to use it from now on." Jin replied coldly, "Thank you, mother, but I cannot accept it." Rosa frowned slightly. "And why is that?" He calmly explained. "It might be a great room, but at the end of the day, it's just a room. And honestly, it's a bit too much for me right now." She asked, "So you truly don't want it?" Jin nodded. "Yes, my mind is made up." Rosa fell silent, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk as she thought. Finally, she gave a slight nod. "Very well, you may leave." Jin bowed before making his exit. "Yes, mother." Left alone, Rosa rested her chin on her hand and sighed in resignation. "I honestly can't tell if my youngest son has no greed, or if his ambition is simply too massive." What she had offered him was the room of the eldest son, the quarters reserved for the one destined to inherit the Runcandel clan. He must know that the second he steps foot in that room, he'll gain immense backing. But it also means a target is instantly painted on his back by everyone who failed to claim it. He likely realized I was testing him. "Now, let us see how you perform in the intermediate class." Jin gathered his squad and made a bold announcement. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be training in the intermediate class. The intermediate class is heavily divided into factions. You all will be seen as my allies, which means you're going to face intense pain and humiliation." Looking around, his voice dropped, carrying absolute weight. "But do not be afraid. I won't let them get away with it, and they will be forced to submit once I completely conquer the intermediate class." Then, Jin issued his command. "Until that day comes, you must travel in groups of at least 3, even outside of training. Avoid going anywhere alone. Understood?" In unison, they roared back. "Understood." The next morning, a Runcandel elder, an 8-star knight, and the younger brother of Chiron Runcandel stepped forward and boomed, "Attention." His voice boomed like thunder. "This year, 10 new recruits have joined our ranks, while 27 cadets have dropped out. You newcomers must learn what it means to be an intermediate cadet from your seniors. My duty is strictly to teach and grade your swordsmanship. Short of murder, you are on your own to handle any incidents or accidents that occur." Jed suddenly barked, "Veterans, what is my ultimate rule?" They chanted their slogan in perfect unison, like a wave of heavy pressure crashing down on the newcomers. "Runcandel has no room for the weak. Runcandel has no room for the weak. Runcandel has no room for the weak. Runcandel has no room for the weak." Jin sighed softly. "So noisy. They're just trying to break our spirits with these spiteful chants." Scanning the ranks, he spotted the familiar faces of the Tona brothers. But Jin's gaze quickly shifted to the guy standing right next to them, Kajin. He looked like a seasoned veteran cadet. There's no way they recruited him on their own. I wonder if Mew and Anne pulled some strings for them. They're definitely trying to break the newcomers' spirits. But just wait and see. I'll show them exactly how wrong they are. Jin stepped forward, standing tall in front of all the cadets. The Tona brothers panicked instantly. What the hell? Why is that psycho walking over here? The other brother tried to calm him down. Don't be a coward. As of today, we've got Mew and Anne backing us up. Jin suddenly unsheathed his sword, the cold steel flashing. Without a single word of warning, his blade sliced down toward Kajin. The Tona brothers were utterly frozen in shock. Even Jed gasped at the sudden violence. Jin had just severed his right arm. Kajin stiffened before collapsing to the ground, clutching his bloody stump and screaming in agony. Jin calmly sheathed his sword, looking completely unfazed, as if he had merely dealt with someone who desperately needed a warning. He coldly commanded, "Call a medic." But inside, he remained chillingly ruthless. "I'm not the crazy one. You guys are." Daytona rushed forward, screaming in a blind rage. "Are you insane? Why the hell did you just attack him?" Without even glancing at Daytona, Jin calmly asked the man writhing on the dirt, "Cadet, what is your name?" Trembling violently, the man stammered, I am Kajin Romero." Jin's voice remained flat. "Do you know why I cut you?" Daytona hissed, unsheathing his sword and pointing it straight at Jin. "Hey, don't you dare ignore us. Draw your damn sword." Jin slowly turned his head, his razor-sharp gaze piercing right through him. "Brother, can't you see I'm in the middle of a conversation with Kajin? I'll gladly deal with you later. But for now, shut your mouth." Daytona couldn't hold back anymore either. He lunged forward, roaring, "You bastard! How dare you act like this after cutting down our cadet?" The moment the words left his mouth, he froze, realizing he had just made a massive slip of the tongue. A mocking smirk spread across Jin's face. "Our cadet, you say? Tona, so it turns out this guy is on your side after all? Hey, big brothers, I only slashed him because he was looking at me with pure bloodlust." All around them, the cadets whispered, "Is this a power struggle?" Zed, who had been watching from the very beginning, let out a faint smile. Instead of breaking their little brother's spirit, they were the ones who ended up getting schooled. Based on what the Tona twins said, Kajin openly belonged to their faction. Because of that, Jin's action wasn't just some random incident. It became a part of the long-standing tradition of the Runcandel family. In this struggle for power, he had just done something incredibly bold. Jin's face suddenly went cold, and his voice boomed across the training ground. "Listen up, cadets. I am Jin Runcandel. You can point your swords at me or try to ambush me like you just did, but the moment you show even a sliver of hostility, I won't hesitate to cut you down, just like I did to him." Just then, Zed's voice rang out, deep and heavy like thunder. Jin Runcandel, the 12th and youngest child of the family. He turned around, responding respectfully, "Yes, elder." Stepping out from the shadows with blood-red eyes, he barked, "Do you think you're allowed to behave like that in my presence?" Jin nonchalantly replied, "Yes, I do," Zed demanded. "And why is that?" Jin's next words left everyone utterly speechless. "Because I didn't think I was just fighting my brothers. I was fighting you, elder." Zed's brow instantly furrowed. In that instant, his aura exploded. Opening his hand, energy began swirling around him. "You, fighting me? How interesting." With that, the sword in Zed's hand flashed, pointing straight at Jin. "Explain yourself. Depending on your answer, I might take your head right here. Right now." Jin stood his ground, his voice cold as steel. "You chose to use a very specific kind of intimidation on the cadets, even though I am also a member of this class. I was thinking about that when you attacked me." As energy surged, Zed unleashed a lightning-fast slash straight ahead. The blast of sword energy whipped right past Jin's face, so fast that his hair blew wild, leaving a thin, bloody scratch on his cheek. Yet, Jin's sharp, cold eyes didn't even blink. Zed lowered his voice, his tone, a mix of curiosity and provocation. "So you were unhappy with how I treated the cadets, and that's why you caused this mess?" Holding his head high, Jin replied, "Aside from the part about me being unhappy, yes, that is exactly it." Zed asked, "If that's the case, shouldn't you have swung your sword at me instead? Why did you injure a cadet?" Jin answered bluntly, "That is because I cannot beat you yet. If I knew I could win, I wouldn't have targeted Kajin or my brothers. I would have targeted you." Zed's hand moved, and his sword energy began to surge once more. Yet, his voice remained dead calm, like the quiet before a storm. It seems you don't value your life very much, do you? Or are you just relying too much on the fact that you are the patriarch's son? Jin replied flatly, "That is not it." Every word he spoke made the crowd fall dead silent. I do not believe that doing nothing just because an opponent is stronger is how a member of the Runcandel family should act. Death is only momentary, but honor is eternal, is it not? Zed froze for a split second, then suddenly burst into roaring laughter. How foolish. A cocky brat like you is so absurdly foolish that you actually made your uncle laugh. His smile vanished, replaced by an indifferent look. Fine. I will let this slide. You truly are fit to bear the Runcandel name. Zed turned to face the entire group of cadets, his voice booming like thunder. Cadets, do not forget this day. What you witnessed today is the very essence of the Runcandel family. What this brat showed us today is the defining trait of our family's swordsman. He roared his command, "Cadets, fight, and never forget who you are." Zed lowered his voice to wrap up the session. Dismissed. Training begins tomorrow. Yes, sir, they all replied in unison. Nearby, the Tona twins hung their heads, overwhelmed by bitterness. Damn it. Even so, Jin walked over to offer some friendly advice. I will give you some advice as your little brother. You might be terrified of our older siblings right now, but do you think it will stay that way forever? Stop looking only at what is right in front of you. It would be wise to start looking at the bigger picture. When he returned home, Gilly excitedly came out to greet him. Young master, you're back so early? As soon as Jin walked in, he called for Gilly. She answered, yes, young master, but his next words made her freeze in her tracks. I've started a power struggle with the Tona twins, but I'm pretty sure my older sisters, Anne and Mew, are backing them. Gilly looked confused. Are they really behind this? Jin explained the situation. Today, I injured a cadet who belongs to my brother's faction, but after digging a bit deeper, it turns out he actually belongs to my sisters. He had a slip of the tongue, which is how I found out. He is definitely in their faction. Once my sisters find out about this, they're going to lose their minds. A smug smirk played on Jin's lips. First of all, there's no way my brothers could have a 5-star knight in their faction, because people only recruit those weaker than themselves. Gilly frowned slightly. But both of the young ladies are already flag bearers, and there is an unwritten rule that flag bearers only fight other flag bearers. Jin smiled calmly. It's fine. I'm actually quite glad they're finally making a move against me. It's a big secret of theirs, but since they are both flag bearers, they have no reason to fight me directly. The only thing they can do is make things difficult for me by manipulating my team assignments and raising the difficulty of my missions using their authority as flag bearers, hoping I'll get injured or die. But hey, among those high-difficulty missions, there are plenty of solo runs. And on a solo mission, who's going to be there to babysit me? Which means I can go all out on those missions. Gilly's eyes lit up as she finally understood. If that's the case, then this is actually a great opportunity. Jin smiled slightly. Exactly. His voice was filled with excitement. I just need to be grateful to my sisters and rack up some achievements. Jin bent down, picked up Murakhan, and added, I'm sure bringing a cat along won't be an issue. The cat widened his eyes. Huh? Oh brother. Jin kept a completely straight face. But Murakhan, I won't actually be taking you on the missions. I have another task for you. Murakhan tilted his head, his voice dripping with annoyance. Another task? He demanded. What is it? Jin only gave a mysterious smile. I'll tell you next time. Until then, we need to keep a low profile. Gilly smiled too, nodding slightly. Yes, young master. At the training session, Zed's deep, raspy voice echoed, carrying that familiar, heavy pressure. Next, after the three of you finish your afternoon training, you will receive special training in the secret training ground, one only accessible to those with Runcandel blood. Those are the privileges reserved for you purebloods, but don't expect this training to be easy. Is that clear? The cadets shouted in unison. Yes, sir, he continued. Our clan's swordsmanship is all about raw power. It is destructive, relentless, and without hesitation. Fight, win, conquer. Every single trait of the Runcandels is reflected in our swordsmanship. There is no set form for our clan's swordsmanship, even though there are signature secret techniques that only flag bearers are allowed to learn. Jin stole a glance toward the corner. It looked like his older sisters were absolutely livid. Zed emphasized that this swordsmanship has no set form, whether in footwork or rules. This is the biggest difference between the Runcandels and other clans. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Do you know why our clan's swordsmanship has no set form? Jin immediately raised his hand and answered confidently. Because of the exceptional physical abilities and overwhelming talent that the Runcandels possess. Zed replied, exactly. Being a Runcandel means you carry noble blood. You possess physical strength and a genius for the sword, far beyond the imagination of average people. Even if your form is slightly off, you're still light years ahead of ordinary humans. He smirked with a sly, wicked grin. Everything you've learned so far has been easy and simple. Now, I'm going to give each of you a steel ball. Jin took it, holding it in his hand with suspicion. What's this? Is there something inside? Shards of metal? Zed explained. It's called clear stone. When you strike it, a crystal clear sound rings out. He slowly drew his sword close to the steel ball. Now, I will let you hear 3 types of sounds the clear stone can make. Listen closely. With that, Zed tapped the ball gently with his blade. A screeching sound rang out, sharp as a knife slicing through the eardrums, making several cadets wince and groan. He asked in a cold voice, "Pretty awful, isn't it?" This time, Zed tightened his grip and swung his sword with force. Here is the next sound. But the sound that echoed wasn't screeching at all. It was a beautiful, resonant ring, like metal singing through the air, leaving everyone in awe. He spoke slowly. As you just heard, the clear stone produces different sounds depending on the exact amount of force you use to strike it. If you don't strike it with enough force, it will make a very dull, muffled sound. But if you strike it with just the right amount of power, the sound is absolutely beautiful. Jin immediately realized, I get it now. This is a training exercise to ensure we produce that perfect sound every single time we strike. It's meant to train our power control, mental strength, and focus. Considering the absurd physical abilities of the Runcandel clan, this is actually a perfect training exercise, despite being so simple. But still, this is just repeatedly striking a stone. It feels way too safe to be a special training session reserved only for Runcandel bloodlines. Zed raised his sword once more. And now, the final sound. Jin curiously wondered. So, what is the third sound? I definitely heard a rattling sound coming from inside the clear stone, like loose metal shards. The moment Zed brought down a devastating slash onto the ball, Jin's eyes flashed in realization. No way. He immediately lunged forward and screamed at the Tona brothers to get down. The blade came down, splitting the steel sphere wide open. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. Jin braced himself and pushed both of them out of the blast zone. Flames erupted violently into the air, leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke and debris. Everyone was knocked flat on the ground, with only a few weak groans echoing. The Tona brothers clutched their heads dizzily. What just happened? Zed offered a rare compliment to Jin. Seems the youngest has some sharp intuition. He explained casually, if you strike the clear stone with too much force, it will explode, just like that. A sly smile crept across Zed's face. All right, now that you know everything you need to know, let's begin the real training. Seeing that Jin was completely unscathed, Zed remarked, after Luna, you're the first person to walk away from that explosion completely unharmed. Zed rubbed his chin, reflecting seriously. I've taught most of your siblings. Simple drills like this are usually just a formality. I didn't really expect anyone to escape the blast. Suddenly, Jin cut in. Excuse me, sir. He raised his hand like a good student and asked bluntly, so, how did my oldest sister Luna dodge the explosion? Hearing the question, he seemed a bit reluctant to answer honestly, saying, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you hear this. All of your older siblings managed to do it, but you don't really care. So you should be fine, right? Seeing how calm Jin was, Zed finally explained, to tell you the truth, Luna didn't actually dodge them like you did. Your sister was caught in the explosion just like the other kids. The blinding flash of light caught her off guard, and she couldn't dodge in time. Zed recalled how shocked he had been back then, but she didn't get a single scratch because she was simply too strong. Hearing his story, the 3 of them stood there dumbfounded. Zed then instructed, by the way, starting today, the 3 of you must train with the clear stones every afternoon. You won't stop until you've mastered it to the point where you can hear its sound under any circumstances. Got it? One after another, the 3 of them replied, yes sir, understood. The scene shifts to a room bathed in warm sunlight. Taimyun brought in some afternoon tea, calling out, Lady Luna. Looking over, she replied gently, thank you, Nanny. As she set down the teacup, she brought up what she was asked about. About what you mentioned to me last time. Luna politely asked, You mean about our siblings trying to assassinate Jin? Taimyun sat in the chair next to her and told her everything. Now, Lady Mayu and Lady Anne are already suspicious of me. They also know young Master Jin very well, so the chances are highly likely. Hearing this, she analyzed the situation. They acted a bit recklessly, but for no apparent reason. Could they really be crazy enough to attempt an assassination inside the Storm Castle? After all, they are already banned from participating in the Succession War, just like Daytona. Luna's expression darkened with sadness at the mention of them. Besides, if Father finds out about their plan, this house will be turned upside down, and their lives will be in grave danger. Taimyun asked her gently, "Do you think there is a chance that young Master Jin lied? What if it was just a misunderstanding?" Luna also seriously recalled her younger brother. He's already 10 years old, so I think both cases are possible. Besides, we've been investigating that incident for 5 years now and haven't found anything. I don't think Jin lied. She recalled her younger brother's cold, calm, and terrifying face when he was little. He told me, "I don't know, but I almost died." Back then, that boy was extremely guarded around me. The more Luna thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She tightly gripped her teacup. It's not like he just felt that way out of nowhere. I think his instincts were warning him. He actually sensed it. Hearing this, she asked for her opinion. "Should I investigate Lady Mew and Anne first then?" Luna set her teacup down. "Please do, Nanny. I'm counting on you. Getting stuck in a dead end like this is starting to worry me. This whole thing is giving me a really bad feeling." Taimyun said worriedly, "I'm the one who should be worried here. I'm worried you'll get hurt by your own siblings again." She gave a faint smile to reassure her. "Nanny, I passed the age of 13 a long time ago. You don't need to worry about me." At the mention of this, Luna suddenly wondered, "By the way, is Jin doing well?" Taimyun understood what she was curious about. "Do you mean Sir Zed's training?" Resting her chin on her hand, she answered, "It's about time he showed me the results of his training." Thinking of the training, Luna smiled gently. "He'll probably get bruised up a bit by the clear stones, but he'll do just fine. Watching him grow up really makes me happy." The next day, the 4-hour afternoon training session began. Jin was exhausted, his face covered in sweat as he gasped for air. He thought to himself that among all the training sessions he had endured, this one was truly the worst. Zed sat looking over his documents and gave a lenient order, "Take a 5-minute break." Jin held his sword and began to meditate, but his mind kept racing. At first, I thought this was training to help me control my power and will, but in reality, it's not. From the very beginning, I had to focus on trying to suppress my own aura. He recalled how Zed shattered the clear stone. He made up his mind to destroy the clear stone without relying on aura, just like his uncle. Right now, I still lack fundamental strength. Both of Jin's hands were trembling from overtraining, making it almost impossible to hold his sword steady. I must train to make my aura even stronger. Thoughts kept pouring into his mind as he tried to calm his mind and sighed. I have to train so that I can clearly hear the sound and easily destroy the clear stone. After letting his mind wander, Jin tried to compose himself. "Don't rush, just stay calm. This is only what my siblings had to do before reaching adulthood in my past life. I can definitely do it too." Zed opened his eyes and glanced at the three of them, his crimson eyes seemingly seeing through everything. He praised them in his heart, thinking that all three of them were doing quite well and making progress. Daytona gritted his teeth and cursed, "You just said it cracked." Daytona refused to back down, even though he was trembling and could barely stand. "Where is it cracked?" Then, Zed evaluated Jin, who was deeply focused on his meditation, but the boy was the most exceptional of all. Feeling satisfied, he stroked his chin with a smirk. Perhaps he will be able to surpass Luna's record. As night fell, someone's voice broke the silence, saying, "How ridiculous." Looking at the Tona twins collapsed on the floor, Zed instructed, "Give this to your brothers. If they want to faint again tomorrow, they don't need to come at all." Jin obediently complied, saying, "Understood." He crossed his arms, watching the brothers support each other as they walked away. His eyes fixed on Jin's retreating figure as he quietly evaluated them. The Tona twins passed out later than I expected. After all, a Runcandel is still a Runcandel. Watching Jin walk away with confidence, he thought to himself, and the youngest one too. Thinking about this, Zed shouted in sheer frustration, "Why does he have to be the youngest?" He felt a bitter wave of regret, thinking that if the boy had been born 10 years earlier, he could have been the genius who swallowed the entire Runcandel clan whole. That damn brother of mine, what was he thinking? It is such a shame. Zed felt utterly depressed and slumped down, unable to shake off the bitter regret. A month later, in May of 1795, at the Intermediate Cadet Training Ground, someone standing above shouted, "Attention!" A man read the announcement in a clear, booming voice. The first mission of the year for the intermediate class has been issued. Called Cadets, step forward. The first mission is a protection detail. The clients you need to protect are the newcomers of the Minchi Blacksmith Association. The chosen cadets are Houston and Bading. Everyone stood perfectly in line, listening to the next announcement. The third mission is monster subjugation. The targets are orcs. Looking down at the long list, the announcer suddenly paused. The mission takes place in the unprotected area of the Kurano territory. The chosen cadets are. He stared at the paper, hesitating for a long moment, as if he could not believe his eyes. Then, he called out the names that left Bellup and Mesa completely stunned. Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Tymont, Kiko, Eddington, Sierra, Phils, and David. After reading off those 10 names, the instructor rolled up the paper and reminded them that there were 25 orcs in total. Her face darkened as she got lost in thought, while he continued his warning, "Orcs travel in packs, so steel yourselves and complete the mission." He wrapped it up, saying, "That is all. Petra will give you the details." Dismissed. Daytona asked the guy next to him, "Rookies are going to fight orcs?" The other guy sneered contemptuously. "What can they even do? Half of them are as good as dead." Male mocked. "Better start preparing coffins and incense for them." Kajin, even with his arm in a sling, joined in cockily. "There is still some time before the mission. You still have time to write your wills." The blonde-haired guy and his cronies clasped their hands together in mock pleading. "Or maybe you should go beg young Master Jin to save you? We are so scared." Haytona snapped in anger. "What did you just say?" Mesa quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. "Let it go. We cannot beat them yet, and the mission is still ahead. Getting injured now will only cause trouble." He resisted, arguing back, "But Mesa, those bastards dared to insult the young master." This time, she could not hold back and snapped, "Shut up and stay where you are. Have you forgotten? This is the Runcandel clan." Her small but resilient figure stood in the crowd as she declared firmly, "We just have to carry out our assigned mission and return safely once it is done." Mesa was furious, but her eyes blazed with a brilliant, stubborn resolve. "That is the only way we can beat them." Haytona grit his teeth and raised his sword high above his head with both hands. A split second later, he brought it down with absolute force. Cracks spread across the surface of the sphere. Haytona gasped in utter shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could even register what was happening, a massive explosion erupted, and thick smoke filled the air, though a furious curse could still be heard clear as day. "Damn it!" He screamed his brother's name at the top of his lungs. "Daytona!" Receiving no response, Haytona raised his voice even louder, desperately calling out, "Jin!" His plea sounded incredibly urgent. Reacting instantly, Jin turned around to see a mass of light hurtling toward him. He quickly dodged and gripped his weapon tightly. Only then did Haytona snap back to his senses. He asked in a panic, "Jin, are you okay?" "I did not mean to do that." Although Jin was slightly hurt, he politely replied, "I am fine. Could you please take this somewhere else?" Haytona quickly complied. "Right, I am sorry." Jin watched Daytona and Haytona walk away, thinking to himself, "A month has already passed since I started training with the Pure Stone. Those two have already managed to shatter it, too. That is faster than I expected." Jin instinctively looked down at his palm and wondered, "But what was that feeling I just had?" For a split second, his mind was pulled as tight as a bowstring, and his pupils dilated as if the trajectory of the iron ball had been deflected. Jin snapped back and realized it had been drawn along the path of the flying arrow. Caressing the pure stone in front of him, he thought, "If that iron ball flies at me again, I think I can easily dodge it now." His lips pursed tight, and his eyebrows furrowed deeply as he focused with intense concentration. Could this feeling be related to the training Sister Luna gave me? Jin slowly tightened his grip on his sword, fixing his gaze on the pure stone as he told himself, "I need to do this again before I lose this feeling." Right at that moment, a powerful shout echoed through the air, "Attention!" Zed glared at them with a serious expression, his voice harsh as he spoke. "You all have been assigned a mission." No one knew what information he had shared, but the two brothers grit their teeth in sheer terror, a ceremony of all things. Then, one collapsed while the other looked up at the sky, both clutching their faces as they cried out in misery, "Why does it have to be the Vermont Empire? I'm already feeling sick and totally exhausted." I seriously hate formal wear. It's way too tight. Watching his two nephews wallowing in misery, Zed deadpanned, "You have my deepest condolences." And that wasn't all. He just had to rub salt in their wounds. Thanks to you guys, the other siblings don't have to go dance at the Imperial Banquet Hall. But suddenly, Zed's tone shifted, sounding like he was putting them on trial. His eyes narrowed with fury. "Even if it's just a social event, it's still an official mission. How dare you complain? Show me that attitude one more time, and I'll show you what a real nightmare feels like." Hearing that, the two brothers reflexively stood up straight and shouted in unison, "We're sorry, Uncle." Meanwhile, Jin kept his face perfectly calm, but his mind was already racing with analysis. Sister Mew and Anne clearly did this out of spite to punish the brothers for being weak swordsmen. It's hard to believe they're actually being sent to the Behemoth Empire's event. Zed raised his voice to remind them, since this was a major event that even the Runcandel family couldn't easily turn down. Some incredibly powerful people will be there just to relax. Go keep an eye on them, and see if you can learn a thing or two. Daytona and Haytona shouted to hide their misery. "Yes, sir." Then Zed turned to the one who had been quiet this whole time, and Jin heard his name called. He replied immediately, "Yes, Uncle." Zed read the lines from his ledger. "Your assigned mission is." He hesitated slightly, but quickly and firmly delivered the rest. "To assassinate a key figure. The target is a plaything of Talaris, the master of the ice castle. Specifically, one of that woman's lovers." Zed looked up, staring straight into Jin's eyes. "You know about the ice castle and its master, right?" He answered without hesitation. "Yes, Uncle." The ice castle refers to the massive tower rising from the ocean on the western side of the continent. The master of the ice castle is the ruler of that place. The 51st master, Talaris, is famously known as the Abyssal Spider. She is notorious for brutally torturing anyone who dares to touch her lovers. A moment later, Zed handed Jin a file and warned him further. The Ice Castle is an independent faction completely outside the control of either the Runcandels or the Zipfels. You know how powerful the Ice Castle and its master are, don't you? The target's name is Alcaro Chenderer. Right now, agents from the Ice Castle are guarding him, and he's hiding out in the lawless zone of Mamit. Before Jin could even react, Daytona and Haytona's eyes widened in utter shock. "What? Mammoth?" Terrified of getting yelled at, the two of them quickly began whispering to each other. Sending someone all the way to Mammoth is a mission meant for a guardian knight. Jin is talented, but isn't this way too much? At that moment, Jin calmly looked at his uncle and spoke up. "I have a question." Jin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The client is the Chenderer family. Does that mean they want to kill one of their own blood?" Zed crossed his arms and nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. It seems the Chenderer family tried everything to bring him back, but failed. They probably figured it's better to silence him than risk him leaking family secrets. So, do you think you can handle this mission?" Having received the answer he wanted, Jin declared confidently, "I'll do it." Zed was slightly taken aback by his absolute resolve, but instead of asking, he kept his thoughts to himself. Does this kid not know about the Ice Castle or Mammoth? How can he accept it so instantly? And here I was, planning to report him to Siron if he put up a fight. Finally, he let out a sigh, wrapping up the conversation. "Well, being decisive is a good thing." Zed paused to give a few more instructions. "The three of you will set out in 2 days." Daytona and Haytona still couldn't believe it. "Uncle, is Jin really going to Mammoth?" he replied in an irritated tone. "If he wants to go, why should I stop him? Afternoon training is cancelled until the mission is over. Personal training will be restricted so it doesn't interfere with the mission." The three of them replied in turn, "Understood, Uncle." Suddenly, Haytona's tone softened. He called out gently, "Hey, little brother Jin." Jin turned to him and asked, "What is it?" Haytona hesitated. "Well, if things get dangerous, just tell them you're a Runcandel. No one will dare touch you." Seeing the two brothers suddenly acting so encouraging, Jin got suspicious. "What's this? Are you guys actually worried about me?" Exposed, they immediately denied it. "No way. Why would we ever worry about you?" "Yeah. We're the ones who are going to crush you, so don't you dare die before then." Even with his back turned, Jin replied, "You guys better change your minds by the time I get back." With that, Jin decisively stabbed the tip of his sword straight into the sapphire and hoisted it up. Daytona and Haytona clutched each other in fear, staring in sheer panic, completely speechless. Suddenly, Jin smirked and asked playfully, "By the way, do you guys like our sisters more, or me?" Right then, Zed called out sternly, "Haytona, Daytona." "Yes, sir," they replied. Watching Jin's retreating figure, Zed warned his nephews, just like the youngest said, "Get ready, and don't mess with him until you're strong enough if you want to live a long life." 2 days later, as his subordinates saw him off, they asked, "Young master, are you really heading to the lawless zone of Mamit?" He replied with a simple, "Yeah." Noticing Jin's slightly altered appearance, someone asked in confusion, "But young master, your hair color?" He began to explain. "My plan is to disguise myself. I absolutely cannot be recognized as a Runcandel." A voice replied, "Understood." Jin then continued giving instructions to the others, especially Mesa. "My mission is different from yours, so I will be taking a different teleportation gate. I have to go through standard immigration, while yours is a subjugation mission, right?" She replied, "Yes, young master." Seeing the gloomy faces of the cadets in front of him, he asked in surprise, "Why do you all look so down? Is something wrong?" Speaking for the group, Mesa replied, "It is nothing. We just wanted to say goodbye." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Jin let out a soft laugh and replied, "Goodbye? You guys are acting like this is the last time we will ever see each other. Sure, if we are unlucky, some of us might lose our lives, but worrying won't change anything, will it? So, just focus on the task at hand." To ease their minds, he said softly, "I will definitely return, so don't worry too much." When Jin patted him on the shoulder, Bellop smiled sheepishly. "Young master, please be careful," Jin gently replied. "See you later." Next, Jin walked over to Gilly and murmured, "They are pretty adorable, aren't they? Make sure to keep them safe." Murakhan quickly chimed in on her behalf. "Don't worry, I am a god after all." But Jin immediately cut him off, saying, "Just don't get caught, and try not to stand out too much." Annoyed by the jab, Murakhan snapped, baring his teeth as he barked back, "Geez, you little brat, you are the one who needs to watch out. Don't get caught, and don't get cocky just because you are wearing a disguise." Ignoring the outburst, Jin simply replied, "I am off." After seeing Jin out, Gilly sighed softly. "Since Lord Murakhan won't be with you, it is going to be very quiet." He comforted her. "Think of it as a nice break. I will bring you back a souvenir," she replied with a worried look. "Still, I can't help but worry about your mission to assassinate the lover of the Ice Palace's master. I know you are far beyond an intermediate cadet, young master, but Mamit is still an incredibly dangerous place. Please tread carefully." Mounting his horse, Jin replied to Gilly, "Understood. I will return." With that, he rode off. A few days later, Jin arrived in the lawless zone of Mamit, a gathering ground for the lowest scum and criminals. Inside a rundown, dilapidated tavern, Tonk barged in out of nowhere and roared, "Hey, you bastards, I am back. Where is my greeting?" A mocking voice replied, "Well, look who it is. Is that you, Tonk? Running away again?" He snapped back angrily, "Yeah, that's right. I am back." The place he just stepped into was a sanctuary for lawless criminals. It was rumored that even the environment was heavily affected by such terrible people. Just then, a suspicious creaking sound came from the entrance. Tonk and the other thugs turned to look, only to see Jin standing tall at the doorway. He glared at them coldly as his thoughts continued. Because of thugs like them, not even a single blade of grass can grow here. A few rough-looking men stared at Jin and muttered, "Huh, is that a rookie?" He walked straight inside, coldly tossed a coin onto the counter, and ordered cold water and something simple to eat. His arrogant and dismissive attitude immediately rubbed them the wrong way, making a few thugs hiss. "Look at this arrogant punk." Curious, Tonk walked over, slammed a hand on Jin's shoulder, and sneered, "You've got a big mouth for a newbie. What, are you some rogue 9-star knight or something?" He started off with a fake friendly tone, before quickly showing his true, malicious nature. "Hey, rookie, shouldn't you learn the house rules if you are new here? Now, shut up, get on your knees, and lick my boots." Before Tonk could even finish his sentence, Jin grabbed him by the collar. A split second later, fresh red blood splattered onto the table. Jin slammed his hands down, stood up, and growled menacingly, "How much longer do you expect me to wait?" The rest of the thugs froze in disbelief, unable to react in time. Then, out of nowhere, they burst into roaring laughter. "He is dead meat. I knew this day would come." Jin shrugged his shoulders in resignation and thought to himself, "Just like my master said, this place is full of absolute maniacs. To gain the respect of these criminals, you have to show them your raw skills and pure guts." His fingers tightened around a small dagger as he took a firm, confident step toward the crowd. "He has helped me so much, both in this life and my previous one. I hope I can repay you one day, master." He walked over to the bar counter and sat down. The bartender slid a plate of food and a glass of water toward him. Seemingly much more polite than the other thugs, the man spoke in a decent tone. "I didn't poison it," Jin replied dryly. "Poison is banned here. I at least know that much." The bartender began to pry further. "You know quite a lot for a kid. Do you have family here?" Jin replied without a shred of courtesy. "None of your business." Visibly annoyed by the attitude, the bartender shifted his questions. "Fine. What are you looking for then? Contraband? I've got some great stuff that has been selling out lately. Or, are you looking for someone?" Without even glancing at him, Jin bluntly picked the second option. Then, softening his tone slightly, he asked, "Is there anyone named Zipfel around here?" The bartender crossed his arms and closed his eyes, trying to recall, before answering, "No, I am sure of it." Jin didn't press him further and replied, "I see. In that case, can you recommend a place to stay the night? Preferably somewhere that isn't crawling with bugs." The man thoughtfully pointed Jin toward a suitable spot. "There is an inn called the Moonlight Well on the west side of town. The ruler of Mammoth stays there, so don't go causing trouble like you just did." The place the bartender mentioned was indeed the Moonlight Well Inn, located west of Mammoth. Taking a stroll under the moonlight, Jin used the time to think about his target. Alcaro is the trash son of a count. He grew up in a gilded cage, never knowing what hardship is. He is obsessed with pleasure and cheap thrills. He has nothing going for him except his noble bloodline and his face. He is a coward who bows to the strong and tramples on the weak. The reason he is in this dangerous city is to catch the eye of the master of the Mystery Palace, who is currently infatuated with her lover. This is the inn he is staying at. That guy earlier mentioned there is a new magic potion in Mammoth. He must be in his room. Since he is one of the lovers of the Mystery Palace's master, he is bound to have guards with him. I should start by assessing the situation inside his room first. After a short walk, Jin arrived. The moment he stepped inside the inn, he heard an irritated voice screaming, "Why?" Without even having to search, his target, Alcaro, was right in front of him. He was throwing a tantrum, screaming in his guard's face, "Why do you mean you can't do it? You got it for me yesterday, and you didn't have any problem then." Seeing Alcaro, Jin couldn't help but feel thrilled, thinking to himself, "Today must be my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd run into him right away?" The guards sternly warned him, "We can't let you keep going on like this." So Alcaro resorted to begging, "Damn it, come on, I am begging you. I can't survive even 1 hour without that stuff." The guard still tried to persuade him, "No is no, young master. You must remember our job is to protect you, not to indulge your whims." He instantly flew into a rage and shouted, "Shut up. I don't want to hear another word. If you guys won't get it from me, I'll find a way to get it myself. You bastards, I will remember your faces. Once my lover returns, you guys are dead. How dare you sigh in my face like that?" Suddenly, the two guards narrowed their eyes at each other, as if signaling something. Alcaro kept screaming like a madman, "You filthy, low-life scum of the Chanderer family, I am." Before he could even finish his sentence, a staff slammed hard into his abdomen, making his eyes roll back as his mouth gasped for air. A second later, he collapsed onto the guard's arm. The guard sighed in frustration. "How much longer do we have to protect this useless piece of trash? I wish he would just die of his addiction already. Why does our Lord keep this pathetic creature alive?" The other guard quickly warned him, "Quiet. Our job is to do exactly as we're told. Acting on emotion is unacceptable." Standing in a corner, Jin observed everything and quietly planned his move. His guards seemed to be at least 6-star swordsmen. Killing Alcaro would be as easy as breathing. The real issue is what happens next. I need to lure him out and make a safe escape from his guards. In Mammoth, using poison is strictly forbidden. If I use poison to assassinate him, every single mage in Mammoth will turn against me. But his guards are a massive obstacle to getting the job done. How can I secretly kill Alcaro right inside the Moonwell? A few minutes later, having probably come up with a plan, he excitedly slammed the table and exclaimed, "All right." Jin's hair and clothes gradually changed color as a sly smile spread across his face. "I've made up my mind." Back outside, someone asked how many guards that guy had. Cirrus and her close subordinate quickly reported, "6, my lady." She smiled apologetically, folding the piece of paper in her hand. "I'm sorry, because of a scumbag who doesn't know his place, everyone has to go through so much trouble." Hayton chuckled and replied, "But today will put an end to all of that, won't it? You came here in person to make things easier for us, after all." Cirrus stretched her arms slightly and casually replied, "Well, a guy like him can be killed whenever we want anyway. You said he's at the Moonwell, right? Let's hurry up. Good news should arrive sooner than later." He replied respectfully, "Yes, my lady." Suddenly, a blue current of electricity flared up out of nowhere, signaling trouble. Everyone had to raise their hands to shield their eyes from the dangerous light. Frowning, Hayton tried to raise his voice to report, "My lady, that's coming from the direction of the Moonwell." Looking toward where the guard pointed, Cirrus gasped, "What on earth? Looks like we picked a bad day." Back with Jin inside the inn, he was confidently walking up the stairs step by step. "I will terrorize the Moonwell with magic from my own room. I am only a 4-star right now, but if I infuse it with my soul power, I can unleash a destructive force equivalent to a 6-star. That spell will make them mistake the caster for a 6-star mage. Who would ever suspect a 15-year-old kid of being a 6-star mage? No one, not even Veradin, who just reached the 6-star level. Thanks to the nature of soul power, there won't be any trace showing that I cast the spell, so no one will suspect me." As he formulated his plan, he carefully altered his appearance, including his hair and clothing, to make it look like an external raid. Call of Lightning is probably the most suitable spell for this. Jin begins the summoning process. A black smoke slowly spreads across the ground where he stands. As the smoke begins to cover the area, Jin confidently chants the spell to release his spiritual energy. In an instant, he feels like he has fallen into another dimension, surrounded by pitch darkness. Jin stands there whispering to himself, "I really made a terrifying plan." His body is now surrounded by bright sparks of electricity, casting light into the darkness. Jin's eyes light up with a smug smile as he realizes he has succeeded. Summon lightning. The blinding light created by his power causes everyone to panic and shield their eyes. Cirrus, captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords and daughter of the palace master, is the calmest one. She doesn't even bother to cover her eyes and just chuckles. "What is this? Looks like I picked a bad day." Jin's lightning tears through the old inn. Hitton quickly gathers some clues, guessing that someone from the moonlit well must have pissed off a high-level mage. She agrees with him, saying, "It definitely looks that way. But it could also be an attack targeting the Hidden Palace. 6 of our people are inside the inn. Not to mention my mother's lover, Alu, is also there." With that thought, Cirrus bolts forward in a hurry. "Let's go. I don't care what happens to that Alu guy. Prioritize our own people." Her 2 guards immediately comply. "As you command, milady." But the 3 of them can't even get close to the inn. They are blocked by a blinding wall of lightning. To make matters worse, they are hit by a massive explosion. People from inside the inn scramble out, screaming, "Damn it! What piece of trash did this? Hey bastard, you said you killed a Zipfel mage before. What if they're back for revenge?" "I know." Hitton loses his patience and charges forward, cursing under his breath. "Damn it!" Cirrus yells in a panic to stop him. "Wait!" Sensing something wrong, she screams, "Wait, Hitton!" Less than a second later, a sudden vortex of wind and lightning erupts, blowing everyone away. Once the chaos finally settles, the ground is left completely devastated like a battlefield. Hitton asks in shock, "What on earth is happening?" Cirrus, equally confused, responds, "That massive shockwave must have been the final strike." Hitton obediently agrees, "I believe so, milady." Looking at the ruins in front of her, she sees no one around, and can only pray that everyone is safe. At the same time, not far away, someone is weakly clinging to a rock to move. It's none other than Jin, panting heavily from exhaustion. Because that last lightning strike mixed in all of my spiritual energy, it was almost at a 7-star level. I'm lucky my pendant saved me from fatal injuries. It looks like all the Hidden Palace guards are still alive. But where is Alu? If he's still alive, that'll be a great opportunity for me. Lost in thought, he suddenly senses something off as a faint yellow light shines on him. Cirrus has spotted Jin. She walks straight up to him and stares. So there are people my age in Mammoth too. Ignoring Jin's dazed expression, Cirrus asks, "Are you okay? Looks like you got caught up in the attack too." She kindly warns him, "We need to get out of here quickly. Get up." Hitton then runs over to report, "Milady, our people are over there. They're injured, but they're alive." Cirrus smiles faintly and replies, "That's good. Gather everyone outside. If they're still guarding Alu, order them to deal with him." The guard replies, "Understood, milady." She then analyzes the situation further and gives another order. "Those attacks were too similar. They're definitely the work of the same person. If you find any mage, tie them up immediately." Hitton obeys without hesitation. As you command, milady. Looking at Cirrus's calm face and appearance, Jin quickly realizes she is the daughter of the Hidden Palace Master. Hearing their conversation, it seems she came here to take care of Elu. His fate is sealed, so I don't need to check on him anymore. The real problem is what happens next. It'll be a massive pain if she remembers my face. I need to disguise myself as best as I can and slip away during the chaos. Before they can leave, another guard runs up to report, "Forgive us, milady. Elu was killed in the attack. We failed in our duty to escort him." Cirrus isn't bothered by the news at all. "Really? That's great news. I actually came to relieve you of that duty. Having to watch over that idiot for so long must have been exhausting for you." Touched by her words, the guard can only choke out, "Milady." Right after that, Cirrus lightly turns on her heel and walks away. Holding her sword high with one hand, she declares with an overwhelming, commanding voice, "The Hidden Palace will temporarily take control of this inn. I am Cirrus Endorma, daughter of Talaris Endorma, the master of the Hidden Palace, and captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords. Anyone who objects will be treated as an enemy of the Hidden Palace." A few people loudly protest her declaration. "Don't make me laugh. Even if you are the daughter of the Hidden Palace Master, this is Mamet. The Hidden Palace dares to bypass the kings of this city to take control? You are overstepping your bounds. Not to mention, the reason we were attacked in the first place is highly likely because of the Hidden Palace." Cirrus purses her lips, her face completely expressionless. Without wasting any breath on an explanation, she swung her blade, slicing a wide arc through the air. Stepping toward the 2 men, Cirrus spoke up. "I made myself clear. Anyone who objects becomes an enemy of the Hidden Palace. The King of Mamet. Do you really think you can look down on the Hidden Palace just because you play king in this den of thieves? If this attack was actually targeted at the Hidden Palace, we will compensate you fairly. But if that mage's target was actually one of you, and the Hidden Palace just got dragged into your mess, what are you going to do about it?" The men who objected earlier were completely silenced by her logic. "Well, that." Cirrus's eyes flared with a sharp light, her voice quiet but dripping with danger. "I think that's more than fair for the Hidden Palace to commandeer this inn." The men had no choice but to go along with her terms. "Fine, do as you wish. Since we're in the same boat, we need to find and kill the mage who launched this attack." Hearing that, Cirrus stopped threatening them. "My thoughts exactly. For now, let's find the mage among the survivors. They're not my people. There are no mages among the Hidden Palace members here. Not a single surprise there. It's highly likely one of you scammers crossed the mastermind while causing trouble somewhere, so stop this pointless resistance right now." After speaking, she walked back to the spot where she had been talking to Jin earlier. "And what about you? What's taking you so long? Didn't you hear me tell you to get outside?" he stammered, playing his role as a coward perfectly. "Well, I was a bit scared. And my leg is injured too. I'm sorry." Cirrus pulled a small box of wound medicine from her sleeve and teased him. "You're way too cowardly for a man, but you're actually a pretty cute swordsman. Here, roll up your pants. You're quite lucky, you know. Surviving the attack and even getting treated by the great Cirrus herself. You should feel honored." Touched by her kindness, Jin shyly asked, "What can I do to repay this favor?" Cirrus flashed a bright, carefree smile and replied, "There's no need. How could someone like you possibly repay the great Cirrus anyway? Just think of it as a good memory, and bow toward the Hidden Palace once in a while." Once she finished applying the medicine, she quickly turned around and waved. "Goodbye." He smiled and waved back. As soon as Cirrus was out of sight, Jin's face turned dead cold as he thought, mission accomplished. With one battle over, another was already beginning. A flash of light carved an arc through the air, clearly a sword strike. A monster roared in agony as it took a direct, fatal slash from a human, letting out its very last whimpers. Moments later, its body collapsed to the ground, accompanied by a joyful cheer. Temar was the one who had brought the beast down. Now, he was triumphantly stepping on its corpse. "I think we can all make it back alive." Scott grinned in agreement. "We'll head back together, and then we'll trample the pride of those bastards who dared to mock us." But Mesa didn't look happy at all. In fact, she tensely warned her friends not to let their guard down, as there were still 7 monsters left. One of them replied, "I know, Mesa," but she carefully analyzed the situation beforehand. Orcs usually travel in packs, but since they're wandering alone right now, taking them down is pretty easy. Maybe the gods are on our side. Thinking of this, Mesa smiled slightly. Or maybe young Master Jin received the gods' protection. and that positive energy is rubbing off on the rest of us. With her thoughts sorted, she ordered the squad, "Let's move quickly and keep searching. Stay on high alert until the very end and be careful." Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from a nearby bush. Murakhan had been eavesdropping on their conversation this whole time. "Strolling leisurely," he muttered. "So they think there are still 7 left. If they catch that many more, I can finally go home too." The scene flashes back to explain how they got into this situation. A few days before Jin's squad received their mission, someone had gathered the orcs together and spoken with authority. "Is everyone here?" Standing with his hands behind his back, Murakhan commanded in an imposing voice, "Listen up, you orc bastards. Starting today, make sure you always travel alone. If you dare disobey or gather in groups of 2 or more, I will personally end every single one of you. Got it?" Finally, he told them that if they understood, they should get moving. Terrified, the orcs split up and scattered in all directions. Back in the forest in the present, Murakhan complained grumpily as he took short, stubby steps. "That brat always forces me to do his annoying chores." He screamed in frustration. "So what if he's a 1,000-year contractor? So what?" His furious shouting sent a flock of birds flying in panic. "Center of the universe? In your dreams." Standing on a branch, Murakhan watched Jin's squad below and thought to himself, "When we get back, I'm going to make that kid buy me some new manga." He then slumped down lazily. "In this body, I can only do so much to get this mission done without anyone dying." Just then, a heavy thud shook the ground like an earthquake. Murakhan instantly sat up, his bright yellow pupils dilating as he whipped around and thought to himself, wondering what this massive energy could be. Murakhan froze. That bizarre, eerie sound was getting closer, and he knew instantly it was heading straight for them. Murakhan was currently hiding on a tree branch. Gritting his teeth, he muttered a curse. "Damn it, where the hell did those guys come from? I didn't think they'd just turn back. Fortunately, they're only about 3-star. If it were Jin, that kid would have sensed my barrier in an instant." With that, Murakhan channeled a thick, pitch-black smoke, letting it blanket the area below where Jin's squad was resting. The smoke slowly spread, blotting out the dim moonlight. Little by little, it billowed upward until it completely blanketed the sky. Bellup was the first to notice the sudden change. Looking up, he mumbled under his breath, "It looks a lot darker than before. Is it going to rain?" But Murakhan wasn't the only one lurking in the area. Another intruder was slipping in. It was a giant tomb guardian, clutching a demonic nail in its hand. Its eyes gleamed with a terrifying red glow. A lifeless, pure malice glared from its pupils. In an instant, Murakhan appeared in his dragon form, letting out an angry roar. "How dare you!" His massive wings beat violently against the air, whipping up a ferocious tempest. With the authority of a supreme being, Murakhan spoke as if passing judgment. "Mobilizing without my permission? You are no living creature. Just an ancient relic." Looking closely at the massive, menacing figure before him, he called out the name of the giant tomb guardian. At that moment, doubt crept into Murakhan's mind. He was absolutely certain dragons had wiped them out 2,000 years ago. Besides, why would tomb giants serving dead gods be in a place like this? He quickly conjured a sphere of magic and declared, "Whatever the reason, this reunion is going to be anything but pleasant. I'll end this in a single breath." The magic sphere blasted forward, heading straight for the giant tomb guardian. The giant stood its ground, trying to block the blast with its shield. But the raw magic slammed directly into its defense. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shield as the impact triggered a massive explosion, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Through the hazy chaos, Murakhan slowly descended to the ground, his sharp dragon claws gradually retracting. Murakhan returned to his human form, stretching his stiff shoulders as he muttered a complaint. "Is it because I haven't used my power in so long? My whole body aches." Staring at the fallen giant tomb guardian before him, Murakhan casually remarked, "There is no way a tomb giant would just randomly show up. No matter how I look at it, the Zipfel clan must be behind this. What on earth is going on with this world?" He paused, lost in thought. "It's probably best to keep this a secret from the kid for now. If anything goes wrong, I can protect him. If the kid keeps growing at his current rate, in 10 years, he will definitely be strong enough to take on the Zipfel clan." Meanwhile, in another location, the shapeshifter Bouvard Gaston paced back and forth anxiously before finally opening the door and stepping inside. He immediately reported, "Lord Bishkel, we have a problem. My masterpiece, the giant tomb guardian, has been compromised." Bishkel Ibriano, a leader of the Kinzelo group, replied, I have already heard. Regarding the cadets being attacked by the tomb giant in the middle of the night, I've already taken the opportunity to orchestrate a little cover-up. Exactly. Who on earth would do something so horrible as to destroy my masterpiece? Bishkal slowly stepped forward, his voice heavy with gravity. Bouvard, that is not important right now. The one who defeated the giant was a dragon, a shadow dragon, to be exact. I went to inspect the scene myself. Hearing this, Bouvard gasped in shock. A dragon? Are you saying the dragons are onto our movements? Bishkal replied, It's not certain, but I believe they are sending us a warning. For now, keep a close eye on the surroundings. I will send some useful underlings to assist you. Tension was clearly visible in his eyes. His gaze sharpened like a blade. I need to arrange a meeting with the Zipfel clan as soon as possible. Zed was highly pleased to welcome the clan members back completely unscathed, a broad grin on his face. Excellent. You all completed the mission safely and returned to Mamit unharmed. Those knights who assigned you this task must be utterly humiliated by now. They're definitely going to lose their minds over this. Jin accepted Zed's praise on behalf of the squad. Thank you, uncle. He crossed his arms and addressed the squad. All right, dismissed. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, sir. After getting some rest, Mesa, Bellup, and Scott said with relief, Young master, we are so glad you are safe. He gently acknowledged their loyalty. Yes, you all did an amazing job. Meanwhile, in a corner of the spacious courtyard, Kajin, Rima, and Mel huddled together, their faces twisted in bitter disgust. Kajin muttered to the others, Hey, did you hear? Out of nowhere, on that exact day, some rogue magician launched a terrorist attack on the very guest house where the assassination target was staying. Rima cursed in jealousy. Young Master Jin is way too lucky. Meanwhile, Mel kept glaring at Jin's group with pure hatred. In a bitter tone, he complained, This world is just so unfair. Not only is he a Runcandel, but his luck is downright insane. Some people can never make it past being mid-tier cadets, no matter how hard they try. He turned to Kajin and continued his loud ranting. With their selfish mouths. I don't know how strong those other guys are, but young Master Jin is barely a 4-star. And isn't his group of rookies just a bunch of 3-stars? Hey Kajin, are we seriously just going to let this slide? He glared at Mail and growled in reply, What else can we do? Even if he is a despised youngest master, he is still a pure-blooded Runcandel. Though reluctant to submit, he understood how the world worked and warned his friend. Mail, until Lady Anne directly orders us, we can't do anything. Meanwhile, Jin was already drawing closer. He was clearly facing right toward them. They whispered to each other in panic. Huh? Did he hear everything? No way, not from that far away. Jin lowered his head to hide his eyes. Too bad, but I heard every single word, my dear friends. Mail and Rima bit their lips, staring at him in shock. Jin turned his attention to their leader. Kajin, is your right hand doing okay? He kept a humble attitude, even though his eyes looked ready to rip Jin apart. I am fine, sir. The medic said reattaching it won't be a problem, mostly because your cut was so clean. Jin calmly replied, I see. By the way, it sounded like you guys were having a pretty interesting discussion back there. Kajin feigned submission and replied, Yes. Well, the only thing lowlifes like us can do when facing the great young Master Jin is talk behind your back. I hope you can forgive us. Jin's face remained completely expressionless, but his words carried a deep, quiet contempt. Well, whether I forgive you or not doesn't really matter, does it? Since I am still not an official flag bearer, actually, this does not concern you guys at all, does it? He proactively followed up on Jin's words. Actually, with just a single word, couldn't someone like you have people like us beaten to a pulp? Jin innocently asked back, Why would I ever do that? Kajin smirked mockingly. Because I am acting rather insolent right now, perhaps. Jin clicked his tongue and nodded, admitting it was indeed quite irritating. Seeing Kajin suddenly stand up, his back radiating pure bloodlust, Mail quickly asked, Hey Kajin, what are you doing? He only focused on replying to Jin, Oh, is that so? In my eyes, seeing you get recognized by everyone after completing a mission solely based on luck is not pleasant at all, young master. Jin still tried to resolve it peacefully. It seems there has been a misunderstanding here. The reason I said you are irritating is not because you mocked me, nor because you acted insolently toward me. As he spoke, Jin's hand gently touched the hilt of his sword. Kajin, you are a 5-star knight, right? Your skills are far superior to many other intermediate cadets. In fact, you might even be stronger than me. The moment his sword left its sheath, a flash of steel gleamed, and he dropped a heavy, oppressive question. Then why do you only stand there talking behind people's backs? I definitely said you are free to challenge me anytime you want. He stubbornly and insolently asked back. Is that so? Jin bluntly said. Yes, draw your sword. There is no reason for you to hold back against me, so let us settle this. Kajin's eyes flashed with a threatening glare. It sounds like you are suggesting we do not need to limit our use of aura. Jin immediately answered. Exactly. Kajin gently drew his own blade, and his voice grew even colder. You will regret this. And with that, the battle between the two warriors officially began. Kajin greeted him with a straight downward slash, which Jin quickly raised his sword horizontally to block. Jin realized his opponent's attacks were indeed incredibly heavy. Kajin looked like a raging gorilla right now, with dark skin and clenched teeth full of rage. Jin smoothly dodged his opponent's moves, still having plenty of time to think, realizing that compared to the opponents he would face in the future, this was nothing. But after a short while, Jin stumbled slightly backward. Seeing this, Kajin arrogantly sneered. Have you realized the truth yet, young master? You are still far too weak compared to me. He brought his sword straight down from above, and Jin braced himself to block it. But at that exact moment, a silver light flashed from below. That small light was aiming straight for Jin's chest. Kajin had seized the opening to punch him with his armored fist. Then an orange flash darted across, carving a curve through the air, and Jin instinctively widened his eyes in shock. He had to move his body rapidly to dodge those wild slashes, while thinking, I can see it. Just like the day I was hit by Haytona's iron ball, I am starting to see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks. The sword techniques he can use to cut through space are endless, but a 5-star knight can only use so many. Especially since he is completely blinded by anger, I can end this in just 3 moves. Deciding to give his opponent a way out, Jin kindly warned him. I can read your every move, you cannot win. But Kajin, blinded by rage, furiously yelled back, You are still talking useless nonsense, young master. But then, he was forced to watch with his own eyes, as Jin casually dodged his every attack. How could that be? First, a slash from the left, followed by an unexpected downward strike. Just as his opponent lunged forward to bring down his sword, Jin immediately ducked. He clearly saw through his opponent's final attack, a heavy wave of aura that a 4-star warrior could never dream of blocking. But Jin didn't just block it effortlessly. He also deflected the force, triggering a brutal backlash against his opponent. The moment the slash missed, Jin timed it perfectly, swinging his blade and knocking his opponent's sword backward. Kajin trembled, his eyes wide in utter shock. How was this possible? That attack should have definitely landed, but the outcome was painfully clear. Jin pointed the tip of his sword at Kajin's face and declared, Now I know exactly how many years I need to reach 5-star. Hanging his head in deep shame, Kajin yelled out, desperately trying to salvage whatever was left of his shattered pride. You played me, didn't you? I had no idea you were already a 5-star. Sheathing his sword, Jin coldly replied, No, I don't pull cheap tricks like that. You just don't know me well enough. I would never enter a fight if I thought I would lose. Once the fight ended, the Tona brothers rushed over in a panic and asked, What on earth just happened? Both of them suddenly froze, wearing identical expressions of shock. Staring at Kajin sitting there, gritting his teeth in utter despair, they just couldn't believe it. Wait, what? How is this possible? The youngest actually defeated Kajin. Jin casually walked past the Tona brothers, throwing a lame insult on his way out. Daytona, who didn't quite catch it, just stared blankly, while Haytona nodded in agreement. Inside a room, someone was questioning Kajin with deep skepticism. Are you saying you were completely crushed by the youngest? Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Standing at attention, he frankly admitted, I am truly deeply ashamed of my performance. Anne pressed further. Did you take a bribe or go easy on him because he's a Runcandel? Kajin answered firmly. Not at all, my lady. Mew asked in frustration. Then what is it? Are you seriously telling me a 15-year-old kid reached 5-star in such a short amount of time? He immediately summarized what happened. It wasn't just me. Everyone at the training ground saw it. That aura was definitely far beyond a 5-star level, my lady. One of the young ladies let out a sigh of disappointment. Forget it. Relying on someone like you was my mistake. Get out. After Kajin left, silence filled the room. Anne looked up slightly and asked, Is the youngest trying to threaten us? Mew replied, Not just us. He's threatening the entire clan. She looked forward to what lay ahead and added, For the youngest's next mission, We have to slip our own people in. We must make sure that wherever he goes, he only returns as a corpse." Meanwhile, Jin had returned to his room. Gilly brought in a tray of food and spoke up. "Young master, the Garden of Swords is in an uproar. Everyone is absolutely stunned by your achievement." Gazing absent-mindedly out the window, he asked, "Is that so?" Gilly narrowed her eyes and hesitated before saying, "The first patriarch, your father, and Lady Luna, because in the entire history of Runcandel, only those three ever became 5-star knights at the age of 15. Then, he thought to himself, so that's 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star shadow energy. I didn't even expect to reach 5-star in swordsmanship so soon. I was just doing my usual daily training, and yet I've already reached 5-star. Jin's face grew thoughtful. It seems that when one of my 3 powers, specifically shadow, energy, magic, or aura, grows stronger, the others are affected as well. Earlier, when my shadow energy was overloaded, it also opened a path for my aura and mana to flow. Since I'm the only one who possesses all 3 powers, there's no records on this. But they are definitely linked. Just then, something caught his eye, making him turn his head. Mid-thought, Jin glanced over and noticed a few blue roses. "Did you put these flowers here?" Hearing this, Gilly answered honestly. "Yes, the vase was empty while you were away, so I added them. Should I throw them out?" He quickly reassured her, "No, there's no magic or curses on them, so it's fine." Hearing this, Gilly smiled with relief. "I see, thank you, young master." Jin continued. "Anyway, now that the news of me becoming a 5-star knight at 15 is out, my brothers are going to get anxious." His eyes suddenly turned cold. Even brother Joshua, the prime candidate to become the next patriarch. When Luna gave up her position as the first flag-bearer, the second flag-bearer of the Runcandels became the leading candidate to succeed the patriarch. With the backing of his mother, Rosa, he has firmly secured his current position. While Jin was dead serious, Murakan was just lying on the table, casually eating snacks and enjoying the gossip. Jin turned around and stared blankly ahead. Even though hiding my strength wouldn't be a bad idea, I decided that making my achievement public would be more beneficial. Since the news of me being a 5-star is out, word of it will spread beyond Runcandel. I'm sure stories about me will be in newspapers all over the world. Murakan licked his paws, rolled his eyes, and said in a mock-dramatic voice, "Oh boy, look at our kid hyping himself up. But I'm sure if you're in the spotlight, your brothers will behave themselves." Jin didn't deny it, and fully agreed. "Exactly. And more importantly, father will personally come to the Garden of Swords." Gilly and Murakan couldn't help but look completely shocked. Father wanted a different heir instead of Joshua. Except for my oldest sister Luna, father has never been satisfied with any of my siblings. But Luna, the only one who ever caught his interest, didn't care about the throne at all. So, father decided she wasn't fit to lead the clan. After that, Joshua's position as the next patriarch was set in stone. He was first in line, while Sister Luntia and Sister Mary became reserve heirs. This line of succession was rock solid, but everything changed the moment I showed up. Father doesn't care about age and gives everyone a fair shot, so he will issue me an order just like he did when I was still a cadet. I'm certain his order will consist of 2 things. First, a trial. Can I bridge the age gap between myself and my older siblings, the other candidates for succession? Second, protection. Father doesn't want me dying at the hands of my siblings before I even take the test. That's because I'm a special case. Suddenly, Gilly gave him a serious look and warned, "If your story gets published in the newspapers, young master, you'll be flooded with visitation requests from countless families and factions all over the world." Hearing this, Jin immediately agreed. "You're right. To deal with all of them at once, there's nothing better than hosting a banquet." With the sunlight from the window casting over him, he narrowed his eyes and ordered in a low voice, "Once father arrives, we'll host a banquet. Gilly, go prepare for it." Then, Jin pointed at Murakan beside him. "And you must keep a very close eye on Murakan. We're dead if he secretly transforms into his human form and sneaks into the banquet. You get what I mean, right?" Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "Huh?" Murakan bristled with rage and yelled, "Hey, do you think I'm some kind of kid?" Before he could even complain further, Gilly quickly accepted the order. "I will do as you command, young master." Left with no choice, he could only grumble reluctantly, "Strawberry pie." A few days later, while arranging flowers, she smiled and announced, "It seems the butlers have been extremely busy replying to official letters lately, young master. When I asked Petro, even the Vermont imperial family had sent an official letter." Jin looked up from the book he was reading and spoke. The Imperial family? That's quite surprising. They must be incredibly curious. Looking at his back, Gilly continued her report. And the Patriarch has sent his visitation schedule through Khan. He plans to arrive in 1 month. The visiting dates for the other clans will also be scheduled accordingly. However, the other young masters and ladies have been rather quiet. He calmly flipped through the pages of his book. Then, Jin closed the book, shut his eyes, and replied, "If they try to put me in my place while I'm getting this much attention, it would just prove to everyone that they're either afraid of me or jealous of my fame." Before he could even finish his thought, Petro suddenly burst through the door and cried out, "Young master!" Covered in a cold sweat, he stammered in fear, "You've been assigned a mission, but it's at the Colin ruins." At that very moment, in another place, someone's furious voice echoed, "How can those of you who call yourselves flag bearers?" Unleashing a powerful gust of wind, she roared, "Do your jobs like this?" Unable to contain her exploding rage, Rosa slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "How dare you send the youngest to Zipfel territory?" She didn't stop there, and continued to curse at those bastards. Right then, the door to the room creaked open. Seeing the person who walked in, Rosa's voice softened. "You're here." Jin quietly replied, "Yes, mother." Jin Runcandel, the third flag-bearer of the Runcandel family, was looking utterly bored, not even bothering to glance up at her younger brother. 2 of his other siblings stared in his direction. From left to right, they were the 5th flag-bearer of the Runcandel family, and Vigo, the 6th flag-bearer. She asked in a serious tone, "Have you heard that your next mission is at the Colin ruins?" Jin put his hands in his pockets and replied casually, "Yes, I have." Suddenly, Rosa stepped forward and quietly announced, "That mission has been cancelled. There's no way you're going to Colin." Hearing this, Anne and Mayu gasped in shock and cried out, "Mother!" She whipped her head around and glared at them, snapping, "Shut your mouths. You bastards are only looking for ways to get the youngest killed." Furious, Mew shot back, "Mother, is it really that strange for us to try and kill him?" Anne, standing next to her, glared angrily and agreed, "Exactly. Honestly, I don't get why you're trying so hard to protect him." Shocked by how vicious her daughter's reactions were, she gasped, "What did you say?" But as the one who gave birth to them, Rosa didn't hesitate to threaten them. "If you two keep spouting this insane nonsense," she immediately cut her mother off. "Both father and you silently encourage us to fight each other. Isn't that because our family needs competition? I'm sure you know that every single one of us grew up competing with each other since we were kids." Mayu quickly chimed in, "Exactly, mother. I was sent on extremely dangerous missions countless times when I had barely reached intermediate level." Hearing this, she fell silent, deep in thought. Then, Rosa sat down and said calmly, "Yes, you're right. Competition is necessary, regardless of the methods or intentions. But did any of you become a 5-star knight when you were only 15? The 2 of them froze in shock, staring wide-eyed at their mother. Rosa simply explained, "The youngest is very different from you all." Meanwhile, Jin just stood there, bowing his head slightly as he listened. She looked at the 2 who were protesting her decision and continued, "If you had achieved what the youngest did when he was a child, I would protect you too." Luntia boredly raised her hand to cover a yawn. Rosa sternly reprimanded her 2 rebellious, envious daughters. "In other words, you do not deserve my protection. Looking at the state of you 2, even if you are already flag bearers, I wouldn't regret it much." She suddenly raised her voice. "And Luntia, Ran, and Vigo, since you are also flag bearers, the 3 of you will also be held responsible for the chaos caused by these 2. Rosa demanded of each of them, "Luntia, self-reflect immediately. Ran and Vigo will each return 1 high-grade family sword they own." He couldn't believe his ears, stammering, "Mother, what do you mean by returning a sword?" She snapped impatiently, "If I handled this my way, I would have confiscated all of your high-grade swords, so be grateful that this is all I am doing." The other 2 were furious at being dragged into this. At the same time, Rosa looked at Jin and thought, "All right, what will you do now? My youngest, in a situation where I have dragged your uninvolved siblings into this, will you pretend and ask me to punish them, or will you accept this favoritism and become arrogant?" She coldly picked up the paper, eagerly awaiting his decision. "Show me how you handle this." Suddenly, Jin called out to his mother. Rosa narrowed her eyes and replied with an expectant look, "Speak, my son." He spoke up cheerfully. "I actually really like the mission my sisters assigned me." Hearing this, she urgently questioned him, "Do you even know what the Kalan ruins are?" Without a hint of worry, Jin calmly replied, "Yes, it is a territory that the Runcandels tried to conquer in the past but failed." Anne could not help but grin with excitement at his words, while Mew just stared in sheer surprise. And then Jin smirked. "I understand it is a dangerous place, but I have no intention of backing down from this fight." Standing before everyone, Jin spoke with absolute resolve. "I know it is highly dangerous, but I do not think there is any injustice here. On the contrary, it feels like a sign that my sisters highly value my abilities." She stared at him in disbelief. "What?" Jin continued, raising his voice. "Is that not the reason they sent me on this mission?" Hearing this, Rosa praised him. "Very brave." "Or are you doubting your sisters?" He replied with the same resolute stance. "No, mother. If the mission details were to suddenly change, it would make those who serve our family think that our status and power are declining." Her face hardened as she glared at him with an intense, terrifying gaze. "We do not have subordinates bold enough to doubt the family over such trivial matters. Your sisters simply wanted to harm you. They are not allowed to fight you directly, so they use their authority to cause trouble." Jin nodded and replied, "That is exactly what I am counting on, mother." Before Rosa could respond, he continued, "If I had to fight my sisters right now, I would definitely lose. But I can fight back by completing this mission with flying colors." Jin smiled confidently. "This is a battle where I have a chance of winning." Growing slightly angry, she stood up abruptly. "A single slip-up could cost you your life at the Colon ruins. Are you sure you have that kind of confidence?" He quickly followed up, "Yes, and I have a small request. If I return successful from this mission, please grant me the swords my brothers returned." Everyone present gasped in shock at his words. Paying no mind to the expressions of Rosa and the others, Jin calmly went on about his request. "I believe that is the bare minimum I should receive as a reward, given how extremely dangerous you said this mission is." Ran frustratedly scratched his head and asked his younger brother, "Why do you want the swords we returned? If you need a sword that badly, I will give you one of mine, so just give up on this mission." He grew angry. "You need to stay alive, at least until father returns." But Jin immediately countered, "What you are saying sounds quite strange." With a cold glare, he said, "If you saw an issue with this, shouldn't you have stopped Anne and Mayu when they assigned me this mission in the first place?" Rosa's voice suddenly rang out, cutting off their argument. "Stop. If you truly complete the mission and return in one piece, I will give you your brother's swords. You may all leave now." Ran yelled in frustration. "Mother!" In stark contrast to his anger, she was completely calm, thinking to herself, "Out of fear that Jin would turn out like Luna, I trampled on the pride of my other children. But it seems my worries were in vain. When Chiron returns, he will be incredibly proud of Jin's growth." He slowly reached out and opened the door. Anne, standing not far away, quickly crossed her arms and sneered, "What on earth are you thinking? Dreaming that luck is still on your side?" Jin's hand, which was about to open the door, suddenly froze. "You guys might not realize this, but I have the absolute worst luck." Those words were the final straw, causing her anger to boil over. She was completely done with that half-hearted attitude. "Since this isn't a solo mission, I won't be alone for a single second during our journey down to the lower reach." He coldly replied, "Thanks for your concern." He didn't forget to shoot a murderous glare at the crowd behind him, before adding, "See you all later." In another scene, he stepped forward, smiling warmly as he introduced himself. "Please allow us to introduce ourselves. Young Master Jin, my name is Mel. I will be accompanying you on this mission." The person standing next to him quickly chimed in, "I'm Rima." He added, "It's an honor to work on this mission with you. Young Master, I want to apologize for my earlier behavior." Rima quickly chimed in, promising they wouldn't let him down. Kajin placed a hand over his heart and swore, "Me too." After listening to everyone's introductions, Jin turned to leave, saying, "All right, let's just let bygones be bygones and focus on getting this mission done." The three of them replied in unison, "Thank you, young master, thank you." Jin shot a terrifying, icy glare at the three of them. Dark thoughts swirled in his mind. "Honor, my foot. All three of them are just lackeys for Anne and Mew. They'll definitely stab me in the back the moment things get dangerous." Stepping closer, Mel said, "Let me brief you on the details of this mission." He then began explaining the plan. "Our mission is to steal the totems. The location is the Colon ruins, and our targets are 4 specific totems. The Colon ruins were once home to thousands of indigenous people living in tribes. Currently, That territory is controlled by the Zipfel clan under the kingdom of Pylon. Colon was discovered a few hundred years ago by members of the Zipfel clan. After discovering the ruins, they wiped out and enslaved most of the indigenous people. Jin stared intently at the written records. Of course, the current Zipfel clan claims they advocate for respecting the native people of Cologne. But that's just a show to save face. Images of people fighting desperately flashed before him. Even though they're seemingly respected on the surface, in reality, they're nothing but slaves. There are no policies to improve their situation because the lives and rights of the Colon people mean absolutely nothing to the rest of the world. Reading this, thoughts raced through Jin's mind. The only reason the Zipfels spared the Colon people was to preserve the area's natural environment and put on a show of remorse for their past cruelty. The Zipfel clan typically aims for seemingly fair and reasonable laws, seeking voluntary submission from those they rule. A sudden noise caught Jin's attention, but they crossed the line with Cologne in the past. The real reason they're so obsessed with the Cologne ruins, even sacrificing their own reputation, is because of a relic mirror hidden by the natives. Jin suddenly remembered that image. The existence of that mirror was highly classified information known only to the Zipfel clan, but the truth was exposed before my regression, thanks to a brave journalist. All the images pointed to one single thing. The headline written by that journalist exposed how Zipfel's actions were aimed at locating a specific relic, which the natives accused them of seeking, the source of mana. Just by looking at it, one could boost their mana stats up to 7 stars. By using that relic, Zipfel went on to mass-produce countless mages. Jin remained lost in thought while Mel and Rima secretly signaled each other. The Zipfel clan won't start mass-producing mages for another 10 years, which means they haven't laid their hands on the source of mana yet. Gripping his sword tightly, he resolved, I won't let that thing fall into Zipfel's hands ever again. Mel's warning cut through the silence. Young master, the mages are heading back. He signaled to the rest of the group. The spot where the two of them were standing was the rendezvous point for the Zipfel mages. As for the totems we need, they're kept in warehouse number 3. It won't be hard to launch a surprise attack. But there will definitely be defensive spells in place. Kajin spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, young master. No matter what happens, we'll protect you, even if it costs us our lives. Jin looked at him and said, Thanks for the encouraging words. He then slipped a food package into Kajin's cloak pocket. To make sure we return safely, we need to save our energy. He then instructed the 3 of them to rest, adding, We'll strike in 1 hour. Kajin grabbed the food package and replied, Understood, before handing it out to the others to refuel. Everyone, take one. They replied, Thank you. Mel, Rima, and Kajin all took a bite. Watching them eat for a moment, Jin said, Now, cover your faces carefully. I'll handle this alone. Enjoy your sleep. Feeling both confused and suddenly lightheaded, Kajin stumbled, about to collapse. What do you mean by that, young master? Jia? He's in agonizing pain as well, only to realize, wait, what is this? Poison. Once they've all collapsed, Jin finally speaks. Don't worry, it's just sleeping pills, nothing lethal. Did you really have to make it so obvious that you came here to kill me? He casts a sideways glance and gets ready to leave. I actually would have suspected you less if you just acted like the usual jerks you always are. Jin pulls his hood tight. I guess it's just a dog's instinct to obey its master, huh? With that, his faded silhouette vanishes back into the deep, desolate forest. Meanwhile, somewhere else, 2 knights guarding a gate are chatting and laughing. See? That's exactly what I was talking about, one says excitedly, grabbing a bottle of wine. Suddenly, a figure in a black cloak lunges at them, catching both knights completely off guard. One of them immediately grabs his weapon and barks, Who goes there? Jin's eyes lock onto him, easily dodging the knight's sudden strike. With a single, swift blow, Jin shuts him down, making the knight cry out in agony. Both knights are quickly left, sprawling flat on the ground. Jin crouches down to investigate. Just these 2. Looks like there aren't any other guards outside. His eyes drift toward the door. Jin walks over and lifts the padlock to examine it. It's a very basic lock, with absolutely no alarm magic cast on it. His thoughts keep racing as he analyzes the situation. Well, they even let merchants guard warehouse number 3 sometimes. It looks like the Zipfel clan doesn't care about this place at all. Jin calmly uses his power to unlock the door. Let's take a quick look inside, shall we? The very first thing that catches his eye is a blood detection magic circle. Jin silently crouches in front of the magic circle, analyzing it. Most people know it as a security spell designed to verify if a person carries the clan's bloodline and whether they are pure-blooded. But in reality, its true purpose is to distinguish normal humans from magical beasts. It can also detect if someone is carrying any plague. His gaze drifts back to the unconscious knights. So as long as it's normal human blood, it doesn't matter whose it is. Jin draws his blade to draw some blood, slowly gathering the knight's blood into his hand. Every single move is carefully calculated. There's no point in using his own blood. That would only leave behind evidence. Jin steps inside and sprinkles the drops of blood onto the magic circle. The moment the blood hits, the magic circle immediately glows a deep crimson. With his first step successful, Jin wonders, the first barrier was pretty simple. Now, where is that artifact? Just as he starts to look around, something suddenly begins to manifest from the blood magic circle. Jin's eyes widen in shock. He used the blood of an unconscious guard, so it was definitely normal human blood. Yet, the detection circle was still triggered. As strange creatures flash before his eyes, he realizes that guard must have been infected with some kind of disease. They immediately lunged at him with mind-boggling speed. Either that, or they aren't human to begin with. Jin grits his teeth, tightly gripping his weapon as he braces himself. Damn it, what on earth are these things? He immediately takes the initiative, unleashing his technique. Gale Fall, but the monsters before him suddenly sprout razor-sharp claws. If there was a mage nearby, they would easily sense any surging mana, which is why he wanted to use as little of it as possible. But now, the situation has completely changed. Jin's eyebrows furrow in frustration. He quickly lands, dropping into a stance, waiting for the monster to strike. Looks like there's no avoiding a fight. The battle erupts instantly. Jin uses his insane speed to dodge every single one of the monster's attacks. A razor-sharp blade instantly flashes in his hand. The monster spreads its arms to pounce on Jin, letting out a deafening screech. Its power seems to surge even higher after the roar, forcing Jin to scramble for a safe place to land. He mutters under his breath, "Damn it." Jin swings his sword again, and the monsters seem to shrink back in fear. Seeing them freeze up, he remarks, "So, you guys also know that aura is a highly dangerous force, huh?" Seizing the opportunity, Jin instantly slashes the monster's abdomen, then silently waits to see what happens. What happens next completely catches him off guard. It's healing its wounds this quickly. Jin stares closely at its regeneration. Healing at that kind of speed is usually only seen in high-grade magical beasts, but these two aren't magical beasts. They were literally human just a minute ago. Suddenly, descriptions from his books flash through his mind. This is Jippo clan territory, a place teeming with countless migrant mages. The natives are oppressed, and those mysterious monsters. Jin wonders, could they be primal golems? As thoughts continue to race through his head, the monsters charge at him once more. Creating primal golems is a heinous crime. Has the Jippo clan been using these ruins as a forbidden research lab? A primal golem possesses power nearly equal to a 4-star automaton. But that's as far as they go. Their movements aren't as refined as those of highly trained 4-star knights, so fighting them isn't that hard. Jin began to analyze every part of their bodies. Normally, a magical weapon like a living golem will never stop attacking, no matter how badly it's damaged. However, once their core is destroyed, they're finished, and that core is either in the head, the heart, or the torso. Usually, the core lies in one of these 3 spots. Even a living golem, created through forbidden magic, is no different. Jin raised his sword. Deciding to test his theory, he lunged forward and drove his blade straight through its brain. The golem's sharp claws gradually retracted. He realized its strength and speed hadn't dropped at all. If anything, they were actually increasing. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Since the head wasn't the spot, Jin aimed for the next target. After a quick deduction, he realized there was only one place left. Jin swung his sword high, and a small orb suddenly rolled out. Unbelievably, his guess this time was spot on. Jin looked at the golem preparing to charge and sneered. "To think you would do this to your own kind." A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The golem struggled to keep up with Jin's rapid strikes. It scowled in fury, letting out a pained shriek from his blade. Then, the golem's heart glowed once more. It screamed in agony over and over. After completely defeating the 2 golems, Jin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That spell was almost cast. That was way too close. His eyes suddenly widened when he heard a faint voice speak. "Please, kill me." Jin fell silent for a moment. Honoring its wish, he replied, "All right." He didn't know what had happened to these people, but Jin stared intently at his glowing sword. No one in this world would ever willingly become a living golem. Its hand was shrinking, especially because, once the transformation is complete, with a grim expression, he thought to himself that they would simply become throwaway pawns with absolutely no future. Jin tried to keep his composure, reminding himself that now was not the time to get angry. This was an unexpected situation, and he had just uncovered a horrific secret of the Zipfel clan. He even suspected his sister knew about this before assigning him the mission. Then, Jin's gaze turned resolute. But this won't make my mission any harder. He picked up the stone. Even if he exposed this, the Zipfel clan would just deny everything. Jin tried to find a way. Creating living golems was a major crime, and even a mere suspicion of it would trigger an imperial investigation. First, he needed to secure proof, then proceed with his mission. With their massive power, the Zipfel clan would likely interfere with any investigation. Still, that wasn't a problem he could solve right now. Jin looked around. The mages still hadn't made any moves. This meant they probably thought this was just an ordinary warehouse. They would never leave this place so lightly guarded if they knew living golems were hidden here. This led him to believe that not everyone at the Colin Ruins was involved in this forbidden magic. Looking at the relics, he noticed the protective magic on the stone slab was quite simple. However, the one on the bowl was highly complex. Normally, lifting such a ward would take a massive amount of effort. Jin then began to cast his magic. Besides, with the two living golems dead, the Zipfel clan would have to quietly cover up whatever he did here anyway. He conjured two opposing elemental forces, water and fire. They split apart and began to expand, which was why he was going to destroy the entire place. Jin channeled his mana. Let's add a little heat. A massive explosion went off. Fire blast. The scene shifts to Luna's villa, where she was absolutely furious. What on earth did you bastards do? Sending Jin on a mission in Zipfel territory? Are you out of your minds? It seemed Anne and Mew had tried to stir up trouble again, only to fail miserably. He is 10 years younger than you. Why would you do something like that? She demanded in a rage. Do you really not know why, eldest sister Luna? Anne countered. Luna snapped back. And what if I don't? Are you telling me that you, official flag bearers of our clan, are locked in a power struggle with Jin, a child who just entered the intermediate class? The two of them stood frozen, speechless in the face of her words. Flag bearers fight other flag bearers. Aren't your actions completely out of line? Is that not an unwritten rule in our family's succession war? You should be ashamed of yourselves, because I am absolutely embarrassed to call you flag bearers of this family. Anne argued back bitterly. Eldest sister, you've never even cared about the throne. What right do you have to lecture us like this? Luna simply replied, I wouldn't say a word if you could actually beat Jin. But Jin just completed his mission at the Colin Ruins. Mother will be receiving the report any moment now. I'm sure you understand why I said I'm embarrassed now. In the end, your little scheme only ended up helping him. Then, Luna issued a final warning. I don't think there's ever been a time in Runcandel history where flag bearers were so thoroughly humiliated trying to put a cadet in his place. Do not touch the youngest ever again. Now, off you go. After getting scolded, the two of them meekly replied, Understood, sister. Before they could even leave, she reminded them, and one more thing. From what I've seen, Jin isn't all that generous. You two better watch your backs from now on. I'm truly worried about you. Despite the tense situation, Luna turned back to look at them with genuine affection and added, But regardless, you're still my little sisters. After the two of them left, Taimyun served tea in the room and teased, It's hard to believe you punished your younger sisters the moment you returned, my lady. As your nanny, I almost thought you were going through a rebellious phase, Luna asked in disbelief. A rebellious phase? At my age? She casually replied, Well, yes. You did have a rather intense rebellious phase back then, my lady. While brewing the tea, Taimyun voiced her concerns. I am worried about the young ladies. Young Master Jin isn't the type to just forget about this. She asked back, Nanny, do you also think those two are no match for Jin? She frankly replied, Within the next 5 years, I don't think they stand a chance against young Master Jin, even in an official duel. I wonder if they acted too hastily. Luna defended them slightly. Do not say such harsh things. They are still young and thoughtless. Then she brought up the main issue. So, Nanny, have you looked into what I asked? Taimyun asked back, slightly hesitant. Do you mean the person who tried to assassinate young Master Jin? It definitely wasn't those two young ladies. At the time, they were still in the intermediate class, so there is nothing more to look into regarding them. Luna began to analyze. You're right. It probably wasn't Mary, Yona, or the Tona twins either. Then the remaining suspects are. She went on to list a series of suspects: Young Master Joshua, Young Master Defus, Young Master Ran, Young Master Vigo, and Lady Runtia. Aside from Young Masters Ran and Vigo, the others will be extremely difficult to investigate. Sipping her tea, she replied, "Of course. Those three already have incredibly solid foundations. We'd only get a massive headache if we tried to investigate them. For now, it's best to just sit back and watch. If we keep digging with just one goal in mind, we'll only end up in trouble." Taimyun happily agreed with Luna. "A wise decision, my lady. Despite so many attempts to harm young Master Jin, he has grown up strong and healthy, so you don't need to worry too much." On the other side, Jin had returned home and called out, "Gilly, Murakan, I'm back." She rushed out to welcome him. "Young Master, I am so glad you returned safely." Jin reassured her, "I'm fine. I'm really strong now. I'm sure you won't even be able to beat me soon." Gilly expressed her worry. "That place is highly dangerous. If anything were to happen to you, I would sacrifice my life to get revenge." Murakan chimed in, "Strawberry, don't say such terrifying things." He walked over and asked Jin, "Hey kid, did you write a proper report?" Jin replied, "Yes. I'm sure everyone thinks I only completed the mission because I had help, but I don't really care." Jin searched through his coat and said to them, "More importantly, look at this, you two." Both of them were surprised. "Huh? What is that?" He took out the stone he had just acquired and showed it to them. "Huh? It's the heart of a living golem." Murakan said with great curiosity, "You got lucky. Seeing how you came back in one piece, that golem must have failed." "Did you find this at the Kolon ruins?" Jin answered honestly. "The two guards there turned into monsters and attacked me. No matter where I slashed them, they just regenerated. This thing fell out when I stabbed them in the heart." Hearing this, he was absolutely stunned. A living golem? Murakan thought deeply. First a giant zombie, and now a living golem. What on earth are those Zipfel bastards planning? He pointed at the box and asked, "If what you say is true, this must be a masterpiece of the Zipfel clan. You said those ruins are in their territory, right?" He confirmed, "Yes." Then he turned to look at Murakan, who was deep in thought. Murakan suddenly made a decision. "Clear your schedule. You and I need to go back to Kolon. I think we need to interrogate them in person to find out what the hell is going on." Jin found this very reasonable. He had been a bit hesitant to return there because of those living golems. But it would definitely be much safer with Murakan by his side. And if I'm lucky, I might even find the fountain of mana. Besides, no matter what we do, the Zipfels will just try to cover it up anyway. Jin then agreed with him. "All right, I'll make some time." The three of them left together. Right after the mission was completed, Kajin and the Haas brothers also returned to the Runcandel clan. But Miyu and Anne stripped them of their cadet titles and banished them from the clan. Banishment was an extremely harsh punishment for cadets, yet no one felt any sympathy for them. And then, in June of 1795, Zed announced, "Jin, starting today, your daily training is over. From tomorrow, only the Tona twins will be coming." Watching from afar, the Tona brothers could only drool in sheer envy. "Understood, uncle. Furthermore, Jin, it seems morning training with the other cadets is no longer necessary for you." Hearing this, the Tona brothers' eyes widened in sheer shock, their mouths hanging wide open. "Next week, the patriarch will have something to discuss with you." The two of them looked at each other and whispered, "Could father want Jin to become a provisional knight this early?" Being a provisional knight means he has to leave the Runcandel clan to gather achievements to become an official knight. Is that really true? He'll have to act entirely on his own, without any help from the clan. He clenched his fists, feeling thrilled as he thought to himself, "Finally, I don't have to worry about anyone else, and I can grow stronger however I want." Under the harsh weather, the army led by Chiron showed no signs of stopping. Riding behind on his horse, Khan softly informed, "Lord Patriarch, we are only 2 hours away from the Garden of Swords." He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. "That son of mine, born in my old age, just keeps interrupting my training. I was even planning to isolate myself in the Black Sea for 10 whole years. But look at this now. How many years did I actually get?" Khan replied calmly and sincerely. "Ever since he was at Storm Castle, I knew young Master Jin was extraordinary, but I never expected him to be this remarkable. The things he's done in the Garden of Swords are truly mind-blowing." Hearing this, Chiron suddenly went quiet. His broad back remained completely still. Only after a long silence did he reply, "That boy's fighting spirit. Even as a mere child, his will to fight was something else. Ever since I first saw him at Stormcastle, his eyes have always burned with hatred." As he said this, he let out a sudden chuckle. Even though I'm sure he tried his best to hide it, I can't forget how he provoked his siblings the moment he entered the Garden of Swords. I'm certain no one ever taught him. Yet, as the youngest, he instinctively understood the law of the jungle, that he had to eliminate his rivals there. Chiron still clearly remembered what Jin had said back then. "However, father, I also happen to be quite gifted at eliminating my enemies," he continued. The other kids knew it too, and they tried their best to suppress him. But Jin kept sending back good news of completed missions. And looking at the results, there was never a single negative rumor about him. The youngest master has successfully completed the mission at the Colin Ruins. This made Chiron even prouder and more confident in him. Every time his siblings pushed him toward death, he survived and returned. And now, he has already reached 5 stars. Khan then spoke his mind frankly. "Actually, it wasn't the incident with the ghost of Mamit or the Colin Ruins, but rather the very first mission you gave him that caught my interest. Lord Patriarch, he had to face the entire White Wolf tribe all by himself, and yet he still won." Chiron nodded in agreement. "Yes, I also thought he would use his attendants as meat shields to wipe out that White Wolf tribe. But who would have guessed he'd handle it all on his own? By doing so, he proved the oaths he swore to me." As the sky gradually brightened, the conversation between the two continued. Khan took the initiative to ask, "Lord Patriarch, do you really believe he wiped out the White Wolf tribe completely on his own?" He answered decisively, "Of course. To be perfectly honest, he didn't do it entirely alone, but he's certainly an interesting child. I definitely have to get some clear answers from him this time." Upon returning to the family's castle, Chiron's presence grew even more overwhelming. As the master of this estate, he made a grand entrance. Chiron walked calmly between 2 rows of guards who bowed down to welcome their Lord Patriarch. Rosa walked gracefully toward him, with Luna following close behind. She greeted him warmly. "We have been waiting for you, Lord Patriarch," Chiron responded with a respectful bow. "Rosa, you have done well." She humbly brushed off the compliment, stepping back to highlight the achievements of her son, Joshua. "Not at all. He prepared everything all on his own, so I barely had to lift a finger." Chiron then replied, "If, as you say, these kids have grown up and are doing so well on their own, then I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea." Jin also stood among the 9 siblings welcoming Chiron back. He paid close attention to Joshua's expression while listening to his father's words. "The guests we are hosting today will be very sensitive to my presence. Won't that make things harder for you kids?" As he walked past Joshua, he didn't spare him even a single glance. Rosa followed closely behind, softly replying, "You are quite right. Please, step inside. We have prepared all your favorite dishes." Chiron was pleased. "Excellent. I look forward to it." Suddenly, his brow furrowed with extreme displeasure. The 2 swords strapped to Jin's back made Chiron freeze in his tracks. In a stern voice, he called out to his other 2 sons. "Ran, Vigo." Sweating bullets under his father's fierce gaze, Ran stammered, "Yes, father." Chiron looked at both of them and asked, "Did you give the youngest the sword I gave you?" Vigo stammered, "Well, about that." Ran gathered his courage and admitted to his father. "Our youngest brother snatched it from us, father. We told him we'd give it to him if he completed the Colin Ruins mission." Hearing this, Chiron grinned with excitement and let out a booming laugh. That reaction caught Rosa off guard. He stepped forward, patted Ran's shoulder, and encouraged him. "Good. Just make sure you find a way to steal it back. Our youngest is quite the sly one, isn't he? Sometimes, I even wonder if he's really my son." That evening in his private quarters, Chiron summoned Jin and asked, "This must be your first time attending a banquet, isn't it?" Jin replied briefly, "Yes, father." Jin looked down at the banquet hall below, thinking to himself. In his past life, thanks to his master, he had attended a few banquets hosted by other clans, but he had never once set foot in a banquet hosted by his own family's main line. Even on the rare occasions when he did attend, he had to hide in the shadows like a criminal. But now, he was standing here as a guest of honor alongside his father. Of course, that honor came at the price of having to die once. After a brief silence, Chiron spoke again. "You probably already know this, but our clan rarely hosts banquets. That is because we only host them on occasions that are truly worth celebrating, which means your achievements are highly significant." Accepting his father's praise, Jin bowed his head. "Thank you, father." As they spoke, Chiron placed a hand on Jin's back. How many guests do you think we will have? Jin replied honestly, I would say about 1,000. Sairon nodded slightly, his brow furrowing a bit. That is correct. I heard we are expecting about that many, which is an increase of about 200 compared to the last banquet I hosted 7 years ago. Do you know what that means? Jin answered without hesitation. It means our family's reputation has grown over the past 7 years, father. Sairon continued, taking the chance to teach his son. Other clans often host banquets with 1,000 guests too, but our guests today are all exceptionally outstanding individuals. For the past 7 years, all I have done is train and kill monsters in the Black Sea. Even so, our clan's reputation has kept growing, and that is because I am the only Genesis Knight of this era. This means that if I were to disappear, there is a high chance most of the people here would turn their backs on the Runcandels. Jin looked at his father's stern yet thoughtful face and thought, he is right. Without father, how could the Runcandels have such immense prestige? Our clan and the Zipfel clan are the two greatest powers, but the moment father is gone, the gap in military power between our two clans will widen, and the Zipfels will become the supreme force. Jin's fist clenched as he spoke softly. Father, if you really were not here, and those people turned their backs on us, and if the Zipfels kicked us while we were down and cornered us, then I would simply abandon this clan. Hearing this, Sairon was startled. What? If the Runcandels crumble just because you are not here, then that is a clear sign the next patriarch is incompetent. Jin expressed his view. I have no desire to die a pointless death under such a leader. By the way, how many of their weaknesses do we hold? Weaknesses? Sairon repeated the word blankly, having never expected his youngest son to ask this. Yes, Jin replied immediately. When I returned the sword I borrowed from my brother, Vigo, I asked him to show me the alliance contracts that only knights are permitted to see. The patriarch of the Byrne family deceived the emperor and embezzled from the imperial treasury. Yet, because of us, they still have the audacity to attend this banquet. The Cleaver clan also commissioned us to eliminate the Zipfel magicians. Lady Charlotte of the Herald family secretly sold off her clan's heirloom behind their backs to feed her gambling addiction, and they asked us to recover it. Furthermore, they have not even paid their cooperation fees yet. Just from a quick glance, I found plenty of deadly leverage we could use to destroy them without lifting a finger. There must be even more leverage hidden in the contracts that only you and Mother can access. Sairon finally caught on to his son's line of thinking. So, you are saying that even without me, you can use those secrets to protect this family? Jin calmly replied. If the patriarch leading the Runcandel clan is not a Genesis Knight, then success or failure depends entirely on that person's negotiation skills. Sairon was highly pleased and immediately agreed. That is true. However, we aren't the only ones holding leverage over others right now. The Zipfel clan has just as much leverage on us. Jin replied, I know, but they will never be able to use those secrets as effectively as we can. Chiron narrowed his eyes in curiosity and asked, why is that? Jin looked down, closed his eyes, and gave a knowing smile. Because playing the villain is what the Runcandel family does best. So, if the next patriarch has all these weapons in his hands and can't even use them properly, I won't hesitate for a second to turn my back on this family. And then, I will spend as much time as it takes to plan my revenge against the Zipfels. Chiron chuckled in amusement, stroked his chin, and said, Revenge, is it? I see. You have to stay alive to get your revenge, though. Not bad. He then peered closely at his youngest son's face. None of the other kids have the guts to even mention the possibility of the Runcandel clan falling in front of me, so they would either lie through their teeth or start whining. But this youngest one laid out his precise plans so brilliantly. What a shame I had him so late in life. It is as if he inherited Luna's sheer talent, Mary's wild intuition, and Dippus's fighting spirit. I will definitely hold on to my position as the patriarch of the Runcandel family for 10, or at most, 15 years. That should give me enough time to see if my youngest can actually overturn the clan's line of succession. Ending the conversation, Chiron said in a calm voice, It looks like most of our guests have arrived. Let's head inside. Jin politely replied, Yes, father. But after taking just a few steps, Chiron seemed to have something else on his mind. Also, there's something I want to discuss with you after the banquet. Wait here until I call for you. Left alone in the room for a moment, Jin clenched his fists and thought to himself, the knight's evaluation. It looks like once this banquet is over, I'll have to temporarily leave the clan. These 4 days of banqueting are going to feel pretty long, But before they could even step out, Heinz rushed in frantically. "Patriarch," Chiron asked in a cold voice. "What's the matter?" Heinz quickly reported. "An uninvited guest has arrived." Chiron narrowed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "What?" Meanwhile, Jin had a pretty good idea of who this uninvited guest was. Could it be the Zipfels? Outside, figures draped in deep hoods were slowly making their entrance. Heinz continued to explain the situation. "Yes, sir, there are 5 of them in total. Leading them is their second-in-command, Andre Zipfel, along with 4 other clan members." Chiron's temper instantly flared. "How insolent!" He gave a direct order. "Heinz, tell Andre to get lost. Only let those other 4 clan members inside. Don't go tell him yourself. Send a servant to do it." Heinz bowed in obedience. "Understood, my lord." Jin covered his mouth, clearing his throat to hide a smirk, and thought, "It's true that Andre turning up like this is incredibly disrespectful, but slamming the door in the face of the second most powerful man in the Zipfel clan is a massive insult." Sensing something, Chiron turned to look at him with a sharp, piercing gaze. "Do you think my way of handling this is too rigid?" Jin replied without a moment's hesitation. "Not at all. I actually find it incredibly satisfying. The moment Andre let his emotions cloud his judgment and barged in with his clan members, he ignored your permission for only his clan members to enter. That's not something we can just overlook here in the Garden of Swords." Perfectly satisfied with his analysis, Chiron agreed. "Exactly. Andre will either do as I say, or he'll have to leave his 2 legs behind to crawl back home." Chiron then walked ahead, as it was finally time for the banquet to begin. Exuding the absolute authority of the host, Chiron stood on the balcony, looking down at the gathered guests. "Thank you all for coming. I am Chiron, patriarch of the Runcandel clan. It is all thanks to my youngest son, whom I was blessed with so late in life, that we are celebrating today. So, first and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to my youngest son, Jin Runcandel." At his father's introduction, Jin bowed politely. Chiron continued his opening speech. "As you all know, there are only 2 rules you must follow at a Runcandel banquet. If anyone gets drunk and picks a fight, they will be escorted by our knights straight to the arena. The loser must yield, and the winner must show mercy to the defeated, as this is still a celebration after all." Watching from above, Jin realized that this banquet was indeed a stage for destined encounters. Over 1,000 of the most influential figures on the continent had gathered here, bound by incredibly tangled webs of relationships. If this were just any ordinary party, they would probably just trade fake smiles while keeping their daggers hidden. But since this banquet is hosted in the Garden of Swords, as long as they follow the 2 rules my father laid down, they might not be allowed to kill their enemies, but they can still beat them to a pulp to officially prove who is stronger. Concluding his brief speech, Chiron raised his glass and announced, "Now, let the feast begin." Jin could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking how truly insane his family was. Then, Chiron called out softly, "Jin, you should enjoy yourself too." Chiron looked at his youngest son and gave him a piece of advice. "If you see anyone you like, feel free to pull them onto the field as well. But you must not challenge anyone who seems weaker than you, unless they have insulted you or our clan." Jin obediently replied to his father, "Yes, father. And I also know that no matter what happens, I must not lose." The patriarch then walked down the stairs, but before leaving, he gave one last stern warning. "Obviously, if you lose, I will strip away everything you have, not just your sword, but your nanny as well." From above, Jin bowed deeply and replied, "I will definitely keep that in mind, father." Watching Chiron's broad, powerful back, a strange wave of emotion washed over him. Come to think of it, this was the very first time he had ever spoken to his father like this. This was something that, in his past life, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of. Just a moment ago, they had actually shared a fairly warm, normal conversation, like a real father and son. But things like a warm father-son bond, or being a dutiful filial son, were definitely not in his plans for this lifetime. In this life, his only goal was to surpass his father. That was all that mattered. Meanwhile, the banquet proceeded in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. The distinguished guests chatted and toasted one another as usual. As Jin stood alone, the Tona brothers suddenly approached him out of nowhere. They patted his back and shoulder, saying awkwardly, "Congratulations on reaching 5-star. Mind if we have a little chat?" Jin maintained a cold expression but didn't refuse, replying, "Of course." He then took the initiative to ask Tona, "So, how is your training going?" He smiled happily and replied, "Much better. Ever since I switched to the weapon you suggested, my training has been progressing really well." Jin politely replied out of courtesy, "Is that so? Congratulations then." He then stepped closer, leaning in to whisper on purpose, "Just play along and act friendly until you're satisfied, all right?" Terrified, Haytona quickly agreed, "Oh, okay." As the three of them stood there, a guest walked up to greet them. "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Jin of the Runcandel clan. My name is..." Without even waiting for him to introduce himself, Jin tactfully greeted him. "You're the first knight of the Runcandel clan, aren't you?" The Tona brothers chimed in from the side. "A pleasure to meet you, sir." Then, the two of them smiled awkwardly and said, "We'll be on our way now, Jin." Jin replied with a gentle smile, "All right. Best of luck with your training." The two nodded. "Thanks." Jin then turned back to chat with the guest from the Runcandel clan, whose name was Crow. "Since I was young, I've heard so many stories about your bravery, sir." Crow burst into delighted laughter. "You flatter me, young master." Suddenly, while the two were having a good time, someone grabbed Jin's hair from behind, callously calling out his name, Jin Runcandel. A flashy but rather immature guy smirked and said, "I was wondering what kind of monster could reach 5-star at just 15 years old. But turns out you're really just a kid. You must be at least 10 years younger than me. Nice to meet you, I'm Huzor." Jin was caught off guard, so he couldn't reply right away. But a second later, his gaze turned incredibly dangerous and suffocating as he stared back. "A pleasure to meet you too, Huzor." Sensing the intense pressure in Jin's eyes, he quickly let go of his hair, muttering, "Whoa, chill out, kid. I was just being a little rough, and you're acting like I'm some kind of monster. Sure, you're a Runcandel, but in the martial world, I'm still your senior. I was only showing some pride in my junior. No need to get so tense." Jin had no intention of playing nice and bluntly replied, "Listen closely, Huzor of the Tugo clan. What you just did is a direct insult to everyone here who has treated me with respect. If you want to use that senior-junior excuse, you should learn to think a bit more." His entire body froze, and he stammered, "What?" Jin continued, completely ignoring the man's feelings or pride. "The first and second knights of Runcandel, the Dragon King Knights, the Black King Mercenaries, aren't they all your seniors? You've seen how they treat me, haven't you? Acknowledge your mistake and apologize to them. Since I've already lectured you, I'll let it slide this time." Just as the tension was about to boil over, someone walked up and patted his back. "Oh boy. Hey Huzor, young Master Jin here just saved your life. I highly suggest you listen to him." Crow also chimed in, gently advising, All right. I always knew that big mouth of yours would get you into trouble one day. Just drop it. There's no need for everyone to get worked up." Recognizing his mistake, Huzor cleared his throat. "If my seniors say so, then I apologize to all of you. Please forgive this junior's blunder. And I hope you will accept my apology as well, young Master Jin." Without dragging the lecture on, Jin simply replied with a brief nod. Of course. Even though Huzor said that, he still gritted his teeth in sheer frustration as soon as he turned away. Jin's bold move prompted someone to comment, "You really have a knack for making enemies, don't you?" Luna walked up and teased, "It'd be nice if you could just act like a normal kid for once." Hearing her voice, Jin turned and greeted her. "Sister Luna." The two lightly clinked their glasses. He chuckled, "But today, I am representing our family, representing the Runcandel clan, that is." She didn't disagree, smiling, "True. But what if Huzor actually dares to challenge you to a duel? He looks like he's at least a 6-star, highly confident in his own abilities," Jin replied. "If he actually dares to do that, I'm absolutely sure their family head and the elders of their clan will step in. After all, they've been keeping an eye on us for quite some time now. Just like you said, his family is currently disciplining him. I warned you to watch your mouth, and it's only thanks to young Master Jin that you survived this mess." Watching this unfold, Luna couldn't help but marvel. My goodness. So when you were deciding how to react, you had already taken their family into consideration. Did some noble secretly teach you how to deal with guys like this? Or what? Jin cheerfully replied, "If there really were a teacher who taught stuff like this, I'd gladly take lessons. But for now, all I need to focus on is swordsmanship. Besides, this kind of stuff isn't really important. It might be hard for you to understand, sister, but as an outcast young master of the Runcandel family, it takes a lot of different tricks just to survive." She gave her little brother a skeptical look and questioned, "Is that so?" Then she silently thought to herself, "He really is incredibly sharp." Perhaps that's exactly why he was almost assassinated back at Storm Castle. I wonder who it was. Which sibling recognized his talent so early on? Luna continued the conversation. Anyway, I only came because this is your celebratory banquet, but these events really aren't my style. It's about time I go find something more fun to do. Jin asked in surprise. Already? She gently teased. Well, you're not even tall enough to dance with me. Once you grow up, let's have a dance. I'll take you somewhere really fun. Jin sincerely replied, I'll be looking forward to it, sister. Suddenly, Luna said something that made Jin turn serious. Before I go, I should probably leave a message for the others, just like you did, shouldn't I? Confused, he asked, What do you mean? She suddenly stepped up beside him, gently pressing her head against his, then winked and whispered, If we do this, everyone will know that I hold you in very high regard. Now, since they're wary of me, they'll be much less likely to act rudely toward you. See you later. Deeply moved, he replied, Goodbye, sister. The onlookers who had just witnessed that affectionate headbutt gasped and asked each other, Oh my gosh, is that really the white whale we all know? She must absolutely adore her youngest brother. Among the whispering crowd, one particularly odd guest was green with envy. Gnawing on a piece of paper, he whined, I'm so jealous. Master Bouvard wants to press heads with Lady Luna, too. Bouvard clenched his fists and hissed, Today, I will definitely write a poem praising Lady Luna, and I'll recite it all night long. All night! Vishukal glared at him and snapped, Can you shut up for once? Being scolded so harshly made Bouvard grind his teeth in anger. Margiela Ivliano, Vishukal's lovely younger sister, gently soothed her brother. Come on, brother, this is probably very important to Master Bouvard. It's only because Master Bouvard showed me around that I could enjoy this banquet of fateful encounters. We should show him more respect. Vishukal buried his face in his hands, completely helpless. Seeing someone finally understand him, Bouvard was overjoyed. Lady Margiela is truly one of a kind. You understand me so well. It is my absolute honor to escort you. Margiela exclaimed, Oh my, thank you, Master Bouvard. Standing alone in a corner near the entrance, Jin was deep in thought. Exhausted, he struggled to keep his composure, thinking, playing the host is way too tiring. Where the hell are those Zipfel bastards anyway? It's a hassle. But should I go look for them myself? Just as he was about to take a step, Jin was forced to stop when someone slammed a glass down on the table. A very familiar aura and voice came from right in front of him. I wonder if a young lady like myself could have a drink with the rising star of the Runcandel family. Seeing the platinum blonde lady appear, Jin instantly recognized her as Cirrus. She gave a slight bow and introduced herself. I am Cirrus Endoma of the Hidden Palace. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Jin Runcandel. As he poured the wine, he replied, Since you're the daughter of the Master of the Hidden Palace, the honor is entirely mine. Cirrus cleverly replied, You're the same age as me. How did you achieve such power at this age? I'm quite envious of the Runcandel family's natural physique. Jin playfully went along with it. I agree, it's a blessing. But the Hidden Palace is also blessed with an incredible bloodline, and I can only imagine how deeply the Palace Master treasures you. Cirrus enthusiastically replied, Indeed, because I am her only daughter, unlike you. Realizing what she had said, she quickly covered her mouth and giggled bashfully. I hope that wasn't too rude. Instead of taking offense, Jin gently replied, Not at all. Everyone knows I'm the youngest son with plenty of older brothers. To be honest, I envy you. Having so many siblings is exhausting. At that moment, a doubt crossed his mind. That's strange. I'm positive she recognized me. But why isn't she bringing up what happened in Mimit? There's no way she didn't see through it. My face wasn't even covered in dirt back then. A moment later, Cirrus smiled and said, Now, young Master Jin, there's something I'd like to ask you. He gave a faint smile and replied, Please go ahead, Lady Cirrus. Jin's curiosity was instantly answered when she asked her question, How is your injured leg doing? The corner of his lips curled into a smug smile as he rested his hand on the table, shifting into a more relaxed and comfortable posture before replying, It's doing quite well, thanks to a certain kind soul who personally applied medicine for me. I'm not even sure how I can ever repay them. Cirrus shot him a cold look and scoffed, You have more nerve than I thought, young Master Jin. Finally, she cut straight to the point. So why exactly were you at the Moonwell in Mammoth? I think I deserve an explanation. Why couldn't my subordinates find the magic terrorists there? That whole incident was a massive embarrassment for me. It makes me wonder if the young man I let go was actually the culprit. Jin straightened his posture and replied, "You mentioned magic, but as you can see, I am a Runcandel. Do I really look like a suspect? I am sure you are well aware of my family's reputation." Cirrus stood with her hands on her hips, as if conducting an interrogation. "I don't think you are the culprit. But what about the fact that you were on a mission for the Runcandel family at the time? Perhaps you hired a magician because you couldn't handle the task on your own. At that inn, the only possible targets for the Runcandel family would be members of the Hidden Palace. I believe that is exactly why you were there. I simply cannot let this slide." Looking down, he thought to himself, "She mistakenly believes I was targeting someone from the Hidden Palace. Well, she is not entirely wrong since I did injure them while trying to kill Alcaro." Jin then countered with another question. "I don't understand why that makes me a suspect. Isn't that just speculation?" Cirrus scoffed at his response. "So you're going to deny it to the bitter end? Fine. If that is how you want to play it, I already have a plan. I am going to drag you to the arena, beat you to a pulp, and spit right in your annoying face." Her voice was filled with absolute confidence. "I challenge you to a duel, Jin Runcandel." He calmly declined, but his response caught Cirrus completely off guard. "My father warned me never to fight anyone weaker than myself. But since you want this so badly, I suppose I have no choice but to accept." Both of them stepped into the arena. The guard on duty quickly asked, "Young master, are you here to duel?" Jin replied, "Yes. You all may leave now. Only the medical staff should remain, and bring us 2 standard swords." The guard immediately complied. "Understood, sir. We will seal off the arena until your match is over." Even though he had accepted the challenge, he was still being considerate of his opponent. Battle-hungry spectators and onlookers would surely swarm in to watch. She is the daughter of the Hidden Palace. It would be far too cruel to humiliate her in front of a crowd. At that moment, Cirrus suddenly spoke up. "Jin, make me a promise before we begin." He asked, "What is it?" She set her terms. "If I win, you must tell me everything that happened that day in Mamit, with absolutely no lies." Jin agreed immediately. "Deal. And if I win, we will pretend we never ran into each other that day." This only piqued Cirrus's curiosity even more. "So you really are hiding something." With that, the duel officially began. She shouted, "Bring it on!" Instantly, he lunged forward, charging straight at her. Jin suddenly noticed snowflakes swirling around him, his eyes widening in confusion. A split second later, slashes of light and sword strikes ripped through the air. He was stunned. This was a technique unique to the Endorma bloodline, the Ice Blade. Facing Cirrus's ferocious assault, Jin let out a sigh and effortlessly sliced through the block of ice blocking his path. "I didn't expect you to unleash your ultimate move right from the start." He closed the distance and murmured, "I'm so unfortunate. As the youngest son, I haven't even been taught our family's secret techniques yet. What am I supposed to do now?" Cirrus swung her sword furiously, forcing Jin to leap backward as she barked, "That's not my problem." Silver slashes tore through the air, whipping up violent vortexes of light that enveloped the entire arena. Her white hair whipped around as her eyes burned with absolute focus, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Flashes of light surged along her blade, signaling that a deadly attack was taking shape. Her blade was wrapped in a brilliant blue glow, the steel reflecting light as intense as lightning tearing across the sky. Even in the heat of battle, Cirrus's mind was racing. Jin Runcandel is indeed a 5-star warrior. He barely seems to be on guard, yet the longer we fight, the more formidable his actual skills become. But it's useless. That 1-star gap can easily be closed by my countless level 3 ice blades. Since I have less raw strength and lower stamina, I can't let this match drag on forever. The moment he tries to counter after reading my movements, I will switch my technique and finish him off. But while she was pushing herself to the limit, Jin had already seen right through the fight. Cirrus is still only a 4-star knight. No matter how many ice blades she conjures, she's bound to lose to me in both offense and defense. Since she's bound to realize this gap, she'll definitely unleash a sudden burst to disrupt the flow. She'll likely use a secret technique, but I still don't know just how powerful her ultimate myriad ice attack is. If that's the case, I'll have to counter with a secret technique of my own. Among the countless secret techniques I studied in the arena, the strongest one I mastered allows our rapid movements to kick up a relentless, swirling gale. Jin's hair was swept back, fully revealing his sharp, strikingly handsome face. At that moment, Cirrus suddenly smiled. The sword in Jin's hand trembled slightly, its steel flashing and reflecting a chilling light. She declared, "This is the end, Jin." A massive clash erupted, and in an instant, the entire area was thrown into chaotic disarray. He quickly shielded his eyes with his hand as the sheer force of their aura turned the surrounding air into a flurry of tiny ice shards. In the midst of the freezing blizzard she just created, Sira stands completely unfazed. Her eyes gleam through the thick mist of snow, but Jin is a formidable opponent, a single drop of crimson sliding down his face as he smirks with pure amusement. Cirrus feels threatened by his cocky, confident smile. Is he seriously laughing? But I just hit him with an avalanche. Even a 5-star swordsmanship prodigy at just 15 years old shouldn't be able to withstand the secret art of the hidden palace. So why do I feel so uneasy? She freezes as she realizes Jin's razor-sharp blade is only millimeters away from her eye. How is this possible? Cirrus goes on high alert, sharpening her focus. Barely dodging his strike, she suddenly finds his blade resting right against her neck. Now it's his turn to panic, cursing under his breath. Damn it. As the blizzard reaches its explosive peak, Jin screams the young lady of the Endorma family's name in sheer panic. Cirrus! He grits his teeth in anxiety. Damn it. I shouldn't have used my clan's sword storm. How could a 4-star like Cirrus survive this level of destruction? If she doesn't dodge, she'll either end up dead or crippled. Jin reaches his hand out, desperately calling her name. Cirrus! Once the mist finally clears, he sees her struggling to prop herself up with her sword. Cirrus's face is filled with pure shock. Did I actually value my own life? Was I so afraid of death that I ran from his attack? Her eyes widen in disbelief. Me? Cirrus Endorma. Jin rushes over to help her up and asks, Hey, are you okay? I almost killed you. I am so sorry. Remorse is written all over his face. Cirrus had heard his warning but still didn't try to dodge the sword storm. However, no matter how much she valued her pride and honor, Cirrus is still just a 15-year-old child. She is far too young to suppress her primal instinct to survive. Seeing her reaction, Jin firmly grabs her shoulders to comfort her. If I were in your shoes, I would have dodged too. I definitely would have done the exact same thing to save my own skin, so please, let's just drop it. He wonders if his words are even doing anything to comfort her. Without saying a word, Cirrus pulls something out from her clothes. It turns out to be a small jar of ointment. She speaks softly. Your face is cut. Cirrus gently and tenderly applies the medicine to Jin's wound. I'll use this to pay you back for saving my life. He doesn't resist, but asks out of curiosity. As the sole successor to the hidden palace, aren't you taking your own life a bit too lightly? Once she is finished, Cirrus stands up and replies, Because this is a life I had to beg to keep, I will value my own life from now on, so don't worry about it. With that, she decisively turns around to leave, throwing one last message over her shoulder. Besides, let's make today the first day we met. See you tomorrow. Jin watches her walk away, remaining completely silent. The next day, the banquet continues. Holding a glass of wine, he carefully observes and assesses his surroundings. There are fewer people here than yesterday. Starting today, everyone will be able to watch the duels. I wonder if the real banquet is finally starting. There are fewer spectators now, so I might run into those guys from the Zipfel clan. I heard the guests from the Zipfel clan are all between 15 and 20 years old. Perfect, that's right around my age. It'll be a great chance to compare my magic skills with theirs. I really want to ask them about Kolon too, but doing that directly wouldn't be very wise. Besides, once I officially become a reserve flag bearer, I'll have plenty of free time on my hands. When that time comes, I can look into Kolon with Moroccan. With Moroccan's help, finding the mana fountain won't be an issue at all. That way, those Zipfel bastards won't be able to deploy a massive army of mages this time. I'll be able to prevent such a terrible tragedy from happening. Suddenly, Jin is snapped out of his thoughts by the sudden appearance of a cat. He is completely taken aback, and so is someone else. Why on earth is there a cat at the Runcandel clan's banquet? Cirrus happily kneels down and scoops the cat up. Where is your owner? She flips over the collar tag around its neck. Let's see here. Is your name Butterfly? Butterfly de Runcandel. Did the young master give you this name? While Cirrus is amused, his face darkens as he replies, Yes. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them. Oh, it's that cat. I knew if I followed her, I'd find you. Hearing this, they both turn their heads to look. Veridin rushes over as if he's greeting a lifelong friend. We finally meet, Jin Runcandel. You have no idea how long I've been looking for you. Meanwhile, Jin is left completely baffled. Who are you? But the guy doesn't care, and only gets more energetic. I can't believe that's the first thing you say to me. How could you forget about me? I think about you every single day. His words leave Cirrus looking extremely confused. Veridin points a finger at Jin. Fine, let me give you a hint then. Guess what? The first letter of my name starts with V. She decides to walk away while holding the cat, letting out a sigh. What a total weirdo. Let's go, butterfly. He eagerly presses on. Do you remember now? But before he can even finish his sentence, Jin flatly cuts him off. No, even so, Veridin. Looks like you're not giving up yet. Damn it. All right, take another guess. The first place we met was the teleportation gate of the Mytal Kingdom. But your answer was still the same as before. I don't remember. All he could do was laugh it off helplessly. With a serious look, Veridin placed his hand on Jin's shoulder. Hey, your memory isn't as good as I thought. Listen carefully and make sure you remember this, okay? My name is… Suddenly, he spoke up, cutting off Veridin's Zipfel. Jin brushed the hand off his shoulder. I went out of my way to pretend I didn't know you. It's obvious I didn't want you to know I remembered. Why can't you just get the hint and stop bothering me? Veridin's eyes instantly lit up. So you do remember? Jin, on the other hand, couldn't help but look at him with deep suspicion. Is this idiot really going to become a 9-star magician in his 30s and be named the next patriarch of the Zipfel clan? He finally got back to the main point. Anyway, I was looking for you everywhere yesterday. I even spent the last 2 hours searching for you, but I couldn't even catch a glimpse of your shadow. Jin became even more puzzled. Sure, the banquet hall might be huge, but it's still just a banquet hall. How could you wander around for a whole 2 hours? Veridin let out a heavy sigh. If I could use magic, I would have found you much sooner. But this is Runcandel territory, so I'm banned from using magic, right? Jin wondered if he was lying or just genuinely terrible with directions. But my money is on the latter. He clenched his fist and placed it on Jin's head, playfully patting him. Anyway, I'm so glad to see you. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? I can't believe you're already a 5-star. I knew you were talented. Of course, I didn't waste my time either. As a magician, I'm already a 6-star. I've actually reached 6-star. Hearing this, Jin seemed surprised. Veridin said with confidence, 1 level higher than your swordsmanship. Jin couldn't help but fall deep into thought. Unbelievable. Is Veridin, the greatest prodigy of the Zipfel clan, only at the 6-star level at 18 years old? If I were in his shoes, I would have definitely surpassed 7-star by now. Is he lying about his rank for some reason? Seeing Jin's reaction made him even more smug. That look on your face is the result of the insane effort I put in just to find you. I can't wait for the day we can finally duel, so work hard and try to catch up to me. At this point, Jin realized he didn't actually think the guy was hiding his rank. No matter the case, if Veridin really just reached 6-star at 18, then other than Keliarch Zipfel, the current patriarch of the Zipfel clan, I'm the closest one to matching him. This is a great opportunity for me to train hard and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Trying to advise him, Jin said, Veridin, I've told you before, but please learn to shut your mouth and stay quiet. Hearing this, he didn't seem too annoyed. You sound just like my dad, Jin admitted. Anyone would say that. By the way, why did the Zipfel clan crash this banquet when you guys weren't even invited? Veridin replied, Oh, that? It's because of me. I kept nagging Uncle Andre that I absolutely had to see you. His answer made Jin wonder. Even if he's the vice patriarch, would he really barge into enemy territory just because of a kid's tantrum? Meanwhile, he kept talking. We happened to be traveling around the Hufester region when we heard about the banquet. I knew right then it had to be destiny. Feeling that it was a bit too convenient, Jin asked, Is that it? But honestly, that really was all there was to it. Finding him annoying, Jin waved his hand dismissively. Fine, be grateful that we are at a banquet, so shut up and get lost. Veridin looked dejected and disappointed. Aren't you being a bit too cold? I know your father is being generous to my uncle right now, but that reminds me, why don't you make a promise? Someday, you have to gate-crash a Zipfel clan banquet uninvited too. Jin glanced at him. Really? What if I end up causing trouble? He cheerfully replied, I always keep my word. Even if you do, I won't kill you, and even if a fight breaks out, I won't get involved. In the end, Jin simply left him with one line. What an idiot. Veridin asked, confused. Huh? What? What do you mean? Without turning back, Jin explained. Because a rather unpleasant person has been glaring at me for a while now. Excuse me. These words startled a man standing nearby. Do you have something to say to me? Bouvard finally showed himself. Young Master Jin, when is Lady Luna arriving? Jin didn't understand what the man was trying to do. Bouvard pulled out a pink-covered notebook. I'm talking about Lady Luna. Is she not coming? I wanted to give her this, a book of poetry I spent all night writing. It is filled with my love. Once she reads it, I'm sure Lady Luna will understand that my appearance doesn't define who I am. Standing in the back, Veridin took a sip of his wine while watching them, unable to hide his growing amusement. Who knows, you might become my brother-in-law in the near future. Overhearing these words, Veridin immediately choked on his drink. Jin let out a cold smirk. Watching Jin take the notebook, Bouvard called out, "Young Master Jin." With a cold voice, he warned, "My dear guest, I think you're practically begging for a beating." The man watched in absolute horror as Jin ripped his notebook to shreds. "What on earth are you doing?" Jin didn't hesitate for a second, stepping right on the torn pages. "Not only do you think you can just say my sister's name however you want, but you dare to call me your brother-in-law? I guess in your eyes, the Runcandel clan is a joke, huh?" With that, he ordered his men to drag the guy to the arena. His subordinates immediately responded, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, Bouvard wouldn't stop mumbling, "Brother-in-law. Wait, no, young master. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Young master, please, stop. I was just expressing my love." Any man has the right to express his feelings to whoever he wants. Even with 2 guards pinning his head down, he kept screaming, "Young Master Jin, how can you do this to me? Am I not a guest? How can you treat a guest this way? And did I say anything but the truth about how beautiful your sister is?" Refusing to back down, Bouvard yelled, "Enough talk. Take off your coat and let's settle this with a duel." Watching from a distance, Bishkal was utterly shocked. He frowned, whispering to himself, "Bouvard, you idiot." In contrast to his concern, Margiela was excitedly clapping her hands. "Oh, my brother, what's going on over there? It looks like Bouvard and young Master Jin are about to duel." Bishkal quickly grabbed her wheelchair handles and started pushing her forward in a hurry. "That idiot. Let's get closer to see." Margiela happily agreed. "Sure, brother." Seeing things spiral out of control, Cirrus sighed in annoyance. "What is this? I was trying to find a chance to challenge him before the banquet ended. But why is he wasting his time fighting a guy like that?" The moment Veridin saw her, he immediately ran over and started babbling excitedly. "Thank goodness I begged my uncle to let me come. I never expected to run into the successor of the Ice Palace here. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you. I am." But since Cirrus was already in a bad mood, she bluntly snapped, "Get lost." Left with no choice, he retreated with his tail between his legs, saying, "Okay, fine." Jin and Bouvard stood facing each other on the stage. The referee loudly announced the start of the main event. Up next is the highlight of tonight's banquet. The rising star of the Runcandel clan, young Master Jin, will be participating in a duel. Who is young Master Jin's opponent? I've never seen this guy before. Is he some kind of hidden expert? Standing next to Cirrus, Veridin cheerfully chimed in, "I heard he came with the Ibriano family. He might not look like much, but he could actually be a tough opponent." Even after stepping onto the stage, Bouvard kept up his arrogant attitude. "Young Master Jin of the Runcandel family, please give me a chance to properly introduce myself before we begin. Or are you not even going to give me that tiny bit of respect?" Desperate to keep his secrets hidden, he kept babbling, "My name is..." But Jin's punch flew so fast it shut his twisted mouth right up. "Shut up. I don't give a damn what your name is." Refusing to take this humiliation lying down, Bouvard quickly got into a defensive stance to counterattack. Lightly dodging the blow, Jin silently evaluated his opponent. "This aura, is he a 6-star? As a pro, Cirrus immediately noticed this from his attack. It looks like young Master Jin chose an opponent stronger than himself. Veridin watched closely and said seriously, "That fat guy seems highly focused. If Jin lets his guard down, it's going to be embarrassing." Right after that, Jin took a direct punch to the face. Thinking he had the upper hand, Bouvard burst into laughter. "You dare challenge me with such pathetic skills? I'll make you crawl on the ground, crying and begging for mercy." Before he could even finish his sentence, Jin closed the distance like lightning and sent him flying with a direct blow. Jin's relentless barrage of punches beat Bouvard to a pulp. Left with absolutely no way to counter, he could only stand there and take the beating. Veridin excitedly declared before the referee even could, "It's over." He lured the guy into making a mistake and delivered a lightning-fast strike. He really didn't disappoint. "Jin, well done." Suddenly, Margiela's melodious voice rang out, catching Cirrus's attention. "Brother Bishkal, I don't get what young Master Jin is doing. Isn't the winner already decided? Why is he still beating him up like that even after he practically gave up? Dazed, he turned to his sister and asked, Margiela? Ignoring Bishkel's awkward expression, she complained, It's already strange enough that young Master Jin chose a weaker opponent, but are you really just going to sit there and watch without doing anything? After all, he's the one helping me. Feeling cornered, he explained. He's actually not weaker than young Master Jin. But Margiela still kept whining, Brother, your little sister is getting very disappointed here. I want you to teach him a lesson, however you see fit. Shocked, Bishkel asked to confirm, Are you telling me to challenge young Master Jin? Unfortunately, this impulsive suggestion was immediately met with enthusiastic cheers from the curious crowd. What an energetic young lady. Why don't you just do what your sister says? Known for spoiling his sister to no end, he could only sigh and give in. All right, fine. With that, he stepped onto the stage and demanded, Young Master Jin, why don't you let him go and fight me instead? Without a moment of hesitation, Jin accepted the challenge. Bishkel Ibriano, a duel with a 7-star knight. Win or lose, I'm the one who benefits. Besides, testing myself against the Ibriano family's swordsmanship is a great chance to learn. After all, even father considers the head of the Ibriano clan to be pretty strong. Jin shifted his gaze, observing the reaction of the one who started this whole confrontation. Honestly, Margiela is such a bizarre girl. She actually pushed her own brother into a tight spot just to watch the drama unfold. Politely, he offered his opponent a compliment. You really do cherish your little sister, Brother Bishkel. The man casually replied, Isn't that obvious? Young Master Jin nodded in empathy. I have older sisters myself, so I completely understand where you're coming from. I love my sisters dearly too, which is why I hope you keep a tighter leash on your servants' mouths from now on. Jin's subtle warning sent a cold shiver down Bishkel's spine. I think you've misunderstood. The man you just beat to a pulp isn't our servant. He's a companion of ours. He must have done something to offend you. Bouvard is only here to help my sister get around more easily. Perhaps his behavior wasn't quite fitting for a Runcandel banquet. Either way, I assure you he meant no harm, so I hope you can let this slide. Jin didn't answer right away, falling into deep thought. Bouvard Gaston. That guy's name. Hearing that familiar name, Jin's demeanor instantly grew incredibly tense. Is that really the shape-shifting wizard? Bouvard Gaston, Bishkel, and Bouvard. What on earth is the connection between those two? I'm certain the Ibrianos had no ties to Gaston when he was captured in my past life. Or does Bishkel already know Bouvard is a shape-shifting wizard? Damn it, I finally found Bouvard, but too many questions are popping up. I can't let myself get distracted against a 7-star knight. He calmly raised his sword into a stance. Then give it everything you've got, young Master Jin. Even though Jin had just uncovered a crucial clue, he kept his head clear, waiting for the perfect moment. For now, I need to focus on this fight. Please guide me. Bishkel initiated the battle with an overwhelmingly oppressive strike. Although Jin managed to block it quickly, he looked like he was struggling. This single move proves he's not just any ordinary 7-star knight. His swordsmanship is even superior to Uncle Garen's. Bloody cuts began to appear on Jin's shoulders. Bishkel pushed his speed to the absolute limit, unleashing a relentless barrage of countless strikes. Faced with such a massive gap in power, Jin was temporarily forced onto the defensive. I can't predict his movements at all. The crowd below was completely thrilled, whispering among themselves. Young Master Jin is being pushed back so fast. Well, he's barely holding on against those consecutive strikes. The Ibriano family's swordsmanship is famous for being incredibly crafty and unorthodox. After all, exactly. The Ibriano style relentlessly suffocates the opponent. The moment they show a single opening, it's game over. At least, that's what the inexperienced onlookers thought. But to a genius like Veridin, it was obvious that Jin was merely biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. They really have no idea. Members of the Runcandel family always pull off the most unexpected moves when they are backed into a corner. If the Ibriano style is like a cunning serpent, then the Runcandel style is like a charging rhino. Even if its horn shatters to pieces, it will never stop charging at the enemy. As rapid thrusts rained down on him, Jin swiftly dodged the blows. Though he could hold his ground, he astutely realized that Bishkel was clearly holding back to give him some breathing room. Still, I'm managing to keep up with him. He's a 7-star knight, and I'm only at 5 stars. Pushing his body past its limits, Jin's vision began to blur. I'm reaching my limit, but I can feel it now. His sword technique. A sudden flash of memory surged through Jin's mind. It feels just like back then, a fleeting haze in my subconscious. With absolute enlightenment, his blade began to glow with a brilliant, intense light. Bishkel's eyes finally turned serious as he offered praise. Impressive technique, young Master Jin. He burst forward, closing the distance to end the duel once and for all. Jin closed his eyes, focusing every ounce of his energy into the blade in his hand. Bishkel's frontal strike swirled with violent force, and Jin's sword, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into 100 pieces. He then brought the duel to an end, resting his blade right against Jin's neck. Blood trickled slightly from Jin's shoulder, a lingering effect of Bishkel's final strike. Swaying on his feet, Jin finally collapsed. The referee's voice echoed through the arena with excitement, and the winner is... In his moment of victory, Bishkel quietly reached up to touch his own neck. A slight cut right at his vital spot left him completely stunned. Even though he was declared the winner, he was the only one who truly felt the bitter taste of defeat. Lord Bishkel Ibriano. He stared silently at the motionless Jin on the arena floor, his mind reeling with shock. What on earth was that at the very end? The crowd rushed forward in a panic to treat Jin's wounds. Hurry, get young Master Jin inside. The servants quickly complied. Yes, my lord. Bishkel frowned, his mind drifting back to that final decisive blow. The moment his sword shattered, I felt a sharp sensation on my neck. No way, did he actually manifest the mind blade in that final split second? If young Master Jin had reacted just 1/10 of a second faster, and if I had been just 1/10 of a second slower, he knew without a doubt that he would have been the one lying dead. Now, Bishkel looked down at the boy with silent, profound respect. Jin Runcandel. You really are a terrifying man. After finally getting some rest, Jin groggily woke up to a heavy weight pressing down on his face. Groaning, he mumbled, "Get off." But since he was dealing with that stubborn cat Murakhan, Jin had to use all his strength to hoist the heavy furball up. I said, "Get off." The familiar sight made him mutter to himself, "Wait, is this my room? Did I pass out after fighting Vishakel?" Just then, Gilly's gentle voice called out, "You're awake, young master." Still holding on to Murakhan, he sat up and asked Gilly, "How long was I asleep?" She quickly replied, 2 days. Jin asked in disbelief, 2 days? So the banquet is over. I didn't even get to say goodbye to the guests who came all this way to see me. Seeing him sigh in disappointment, Gilly warmly comforted him. Please don't think like that, young master. For the last 2 days, your duel with Sir Vishakel has been the talk of the town. You did incredibly well, especially since you pulled off the mind's blade at the very end. And she was right. All the high society big shots were eagerly discussing that legendary duel. Vishakel could have easily been stabbed, for a 5-star to already reach the realm of the mind's blade. I have incredibly high expectations for the next generation. To perform like that at the end of a fight against an 8-star knight is already beyond extraordinary. In his heart, Jin felt deeply grateful for Luna's dedication back then. That mind's blade wasn't fully complete yet, but he had still gotten exactly what he wanted. All those brutal days of training under Sister Luna had finally paid off. At first, I couldn't understand her training methods at all, and I never believed they would actually help me like this. Her teachings were forever burned into his mind. Don't open your eyes. Even though it only activates in critical situations right now, I can't afford to be impatient. Being able to hold my own against an 8-star knight is already amazing, even if my execution was a bit clumsy. On top of that, I gained so much from this banquet. I confirmed Viradin's status in Zipfel, and formed something resembling a friendship with the heir of the Ice Palace. Plus, I discovered that Bouvard and Vishakel actually know each other. Jin thought deeply. There were so many possibilities behind that transformation incident. I don't need to stress over it right now, so I'll just gather some background info first. A bouquet of pure white flowers arranged by Gilly suddenly caught his eye. Flowers? She happily replied. The heir of the Ice Palace left them when she came to visit you. Does she have feelings for you? Afraid Gilly might get the wrong idea, Jin quickly clarified. No, it's an Ice Palace tradition. These flowers represent an endless battle. It seems she wants another duel with me. Murakhan, still in his cat form, lazily teased him. Still, isn't this the first time a girl's ever given you flowers? That's quite an achievement. Don't you think so, Strawberry Pie Gilly? Gilly completely ignored his teasing. Anyway, young master, the patriarch ordered you to see him as soon as you wake up. Jin's eyes widened. Father? Meanwhile, Murakhan whined pitifully. So cold. Strawberry Pie. She seriously continued, I believe it's time for you to prove your worth. Facing this critical moment, Jin couldn't hide his excitement. All right, it looks like I'll be away from home for a while longer. Where is father? Wasting no time, Jin set off immediately. As he approached the towering, muscular man, Chiron turned around and said coldly, "You've arrived. It's been a long time since one of my children has met me in such casual attire." With just a single glance, he read Jin's intentions completely. "It seems you already know you are going far," Jin firmly asserted. "I plan to leave soon." Though Chiron's expression remained completely unreadable, Jin could tell his father was actually amused. For some reason, ever since his regression, his father was much easier to read. Chiron asked in a deep voice, "Do you know where we are?" Jin answered clearly and seriously, "This is the tomb, where those who achieved great things for the clan are permitted entry by the Garden of Swords, and where our family heroes are laid to rest." Hearing this, Chiron nodded in approval. "Well said. In other words, this is where the clan's heroes sleep. This tomb has stood for thousands of years. Do you know anything about our first patriarch, Temar Runcandel? He is not buried here." Jin respectfully acknowledged the information. "Yes, I am aware that his tomb was not placed within the Garden of Swords." Chiron slowly explained, "The shadow power you possess, just like he did, is the reason we cannot honor the first patriarch. After his death, we signed a humiliating treaty with the Zipfel clan, swearing never to use magic again and forbidding us from honoring the ancestors who did. Consequently, the gods of the Zipfel clan gathered and placed a curse upon the Runcandel bloodline. Because of that, every Runcandel born after our first patriarch has been unable to use magic. When you defeated the Tona twins with your aura, I did not ask how you obtained that power. Do you remember?" Jin directly admitted. "Yes. And I even lied, saying I would use it for the sake of our clan." Chiron continued firmly, "It is a good thing you were just a child back then. If that happened now, I would not let it slide. Have you heard the voice of Solderet?" He nodded, confirming it to his father. "He called me his contractor, even though I have never actually heard his voice in this lifetime." Chiron's cloak fluttered majestically as he made a pivotal decision on this crucial matter. "Perhaps this is a bit unfair to your older siblings. Fine, can you use that power to surpass them and take over the clan?" Faced with the heavy responsibility Chiron laid on him, Jin cleverly paved a way for himself. "I will leave and travel the world. If I find nothing out there more valuable than Runcandel, then I will take over the clan." His clever response brought a satisfied smile to Chiron's face, though his tone remained as cold as ever. "Your siblings left the Garden of Swords to train and prove themselves, but you are leaving to find something more valuable than our entire clan. I am not sure whether to be proud of you or call you arrogant." Chiron's voice turned sharp, sealing the decisive moment for Jin's fate. "I will give you 5 years. Use that time to freely explore your worth, and then return with your answer." At that moment, he showed his gratitude through the blade of Bradamante. Jin drew his sword, unleashing a burning sword intent as he made a solemn vow to Chiron. "Thank you for everything, father. I will see you again in 5 years. Gilly and Murakan were already waiting outside for Jin to emerge. "Are you finished speaking with the patriarch, young master?" He suddenly noticed something unusual about her. "I just need to leave." Gilly was dressed in traveling clothes, holding bags in her hands, which left Jin completely stunned. Catching a glimpse of something on her wrist, he blurted out, "What is that?" Gilly replied softly, "Ah, this? They say it suppresses aura. I heard some of the older servants talking about it before. It is a bit uncomfortable suddenly losing my strength, but as a servant, our reputation does not come from our own accomplishments. It relies entirely on our master. So please, do not look at me like that. This is all for your sake." Young Master Jin solemnly promised her with all his honor, "I will not just protect you for the next 5 years. I will protect you always." "Gilly, I am sorry." She bowed her head slightly and replied with deep sincerity, "Please do not say that, young master. Just being able to follow you is more than enough for me. Besides, I can get my strength back once you pass your test." Stepping up beside Gilly, Jin declared with renewed energy, "All right, let us go." Before setting off, Jin turned back to take one last look at his home. Under the bright sunlight, the Runcandel castle stood majestic and imposing. His eyes burned with fierce determination. 5 years from now, it feels like this is only the beginning. Jin led the way, with Gilly and Murakan following close behind. "Let us go!" A sudden gust of wind swept up the hem of his cloak. Driven by a powerful resolve, Jin embarked on his grand adventure. Let us see what this world has to offer. Standing in a dark corridor, Chiron's towering figure was lost in thought, carrying nothing but a single sword. He gripped the hilt, resting at his waist, deep in contemplation. Despite having reached the level of a demigod, even he had failed to break the curse laid down by the ancestors of the Zipfel clan. Right now, Chiron's mind drifted to Solderet, a sphere of darkness, the contract, and that shadow energy. Then, his thoughts turned back to Jin. Perhaps his youngest son was the clan's only hope. His gaze hardened with absolute resolve, a faint, unreadable smile playing on his lips. That child might just hold the power to set the Runcandel clan free. I am truly curious to see what kind of future that boy will carve out. Deep within a dense forest, Jin and Gilly were struggling to make their way through the dark woods. Jin walked ahead, using fire magic to light the path, while Gilly followed closely behind, carrying their bags. Suddenly, Gilly spoke up. "Young master, is it really all right for us to slip away without saying goodbye?" He did not answer right away. Seeing his silence, she continued in a puzzled tone. "The cadets in your squad and Lady Luna are bound to be very disappointed." Jin smiled gently and explained, "Do not worry. After all, Big Sister Luna is pretty easygoing, and while the cadets might be sad, it is not like we are never going to see them again." Then, he imagined a scene of the soldiers lining up and raising their swords high as they watched him go, letting out a soft sigh. If I had told them, they probably would have lined up along both sides of the road, raising their swords for me. Gilly clarified and agreed. That is true. Honestly, they might have done even more than that. Then she pressed further. So, where are we heading now? From what I have heard, most of the other provisional flag bearers chose Mamet as their very first destination. Gilly went on to explain the benefits of going to Mamet, noting that hunting down villains was the fastest and most effective way to make a name for himself. But Jin did not seem interested at all, only muttering casually, "Famous, huh?" At that moment, Jin thought of his older sister Mary, before she officially became a Runcandel flag bearer. They had to venture out into the world and build their reputation from scratch just to be recognized. On top of that, there was one strict condition. They could never expect any help from the clan. Visuals of a fiercely aggressive Mary flash by. With an iron sword in hand, she slaughtered anyone in her way. For instance, Lady Mary once defeated every single top-tier powerhouse in the northern continent, earning her the infamous title, Windy Mary, the Northern Madwoman, long before she ever became a flag bearer. Right now, Jin stares down at the dark energy flickering in his palm, lost in thought as he plans his next move. Aside from her, all my other siblings returned in 6 months to 2 years. Yet, father gave me a whole 5 years. There can only be one reason why he did that. The shadowy energy flows smoothly, moving in perfect sync with Jin's train of thought. Learn everything you possibly can about shadow energy, and only then, return. After pondering for a moment, he finally reveals his destination. We are heading to the Achen Kingdom first. The choice catches Gilly completely off guard. The Achen Kingdom? Young master? You mean the country affiliated with the Ludero Magic Federation? She gasps in sheer disbelief, asking him, "But isn't that Zipfel territory? Why on earth would you want to go there?" Jin turns around with a subtle smirk and explains, "When I went to the Colin ruins for a mission, I heard there was a massive horde of unregistered mages running wild and ruling that area." Picturing those rogue mages in his mind, he adds with absolute certainty, "Apparently, they have teamed up with local outlaws, causing all sorts of misery for the citizens of Achen." Gilly finally catches on to Jin's clever scheme and praises him. "Ah, that is a brilliant plan, young master." Standing right behind him, her eyes light up with pure excitement. "Back when I was in the military, beating up thugs like that was my absolute favorite thing to do. I cannot wait." Jin, however, just stands there, feeling a bit awkward. "Well, to be honest, I didn't actually hear any of that. I only know this because of my past life." He vividly recalls a memory of greedy old men shouting out bids to buy helpless slaves. Those rogue mages and outlaws are nothing more than puppets for an underworld syndicate known as the Tessing. What I am really after are the underground auctions that those bastards run in the shadows. They have ledgers filled with countless items whose true value remains completely unknown to the world. I need to get my hands on a few swordsmen and a specific ring. Meanwhile, Gilly is frantically counting the coins in her small purse, reporting to Jin with a worried look, "Young master, I don't think we can use the teleportation gate to enter the Achen Kingdom." She looks down sadly at the meager coins in her hand. "According to the clan's rules, I was only allowed to bring 10 gold coins, and since you aren't allowed to reveal your Runcandel identity, We won't be getting any outside help either. Jin turns to her and calmly replies, well, if we can just reach the Zon Kingdom, that won't be an issue. Gilly blinks, completely bewildered. The Zon Kingdom? But how are we supposed to? Jin instantly glances at Murakhan, who is clinging to her shoulder, and confidently interrupts. We can fly. He nudges the dragon, urging him, what are you waiting for? Murakhan, transform. Murakhan is taken aback by Jin's sudden request, and quickly snaps back. Hey kid, are you out of your mind? Gilly joins in, pleading anxiously, young master, please think about this. What if someone spots us? But Jin remains completely unfazed. It'll be fine. Besides, we have to try it at least once. But if the clan finds out, Gilly tries to warn him, but before she can even finish, Murakhan leaps to the ground. In an instant, a dense, shadowy mist blankets the entire sky. Violent winds howl through the darkness, so powerful that they tear down the surrounding trees. A massive, towering black dragon emerges before them. Murakhan speaks in a deep, booming voice. Hold on tight, both of you. Gilly sighs in utter defeat as the dragon adds, if we want to reach the Zon Kingdom by tomorrow, we're going to have to fly at full speed. Back in the castle, Luna walks down the quiet corridor as soft moonlight streams through the windows. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks. A strange, tingly sensation runs down her spine, as if her sharp senses picked up something unusual. Looking out the window, she catches sight of a massive dragon soaring through the silent night sky. Luna mutters in utter shock. Is that Jin? Watching the dragon fade into the distance, a smile plays on her lips. I can't believe he's already riding a dragon right after becoming a provisional flag bearer. She gently rests her hand on the glass pane, staring at the spot where his silhouette is slowly disappearing. Goodness, you really are something else, she whispers to herself, her voice filled with deep affection, yet laced with a playful pout, leaving without even saying goodbye to your big sister. Meanwhile, Jin and Gilly are clinging onto Murakhan's back for dear life, completely oblivious to the fact that they've been spotted. Stay safe out there, my stubborn little brother. The scene cuts to a dark, dense forest in the Zon Kingdom. Having shifted back into his human form, Murakhan rushes over to support Gilly, who is violently throwing up near a tree. He asks in a panic, Strawberry Pie, are you all right? But she can only groan in pain. Ugh, my stomach. Seeing her state, Murakhan whips around and furiously yells at Jin. Hey kid, look what you did. You scared my precious Strawberry Pie half to death, right? He casually shot back. How is that my fault? You are the one who was flying so weirdly. He immediately barked back. You are the one who told me to fly. Then, he quickly turned to look at Gilly. Hey, Strawberry Pie? Murakhan gently began to tend to her. Okay, nice and slow. Take a deep breath. Yes, just like that. Lean on me, and we will keep going. Seeing this, Jin was completely speechless. Watching how gently he caressed Gilly, Jin could not help but think to himself that he really was a bizarre dragon. I need to get into the city right now. But Jin was met with a firm refusal. No can do, kid. I will take care of Strawberry Pie. You run along and go make some money. With no other choice, Jin threw on his cloak and set off alone. Before leaving, he did not forget to warn Murakhan, just stay put and do not cause any more trouble. Outside, the night sky was lit by a brilliant, glowing moon. In the heart of the capital of the Delki Kingdom, at the Bill clan's estate, a young man named Sember sat alone by the edge of a pond, muttering to himself in despair. Young Master Jin. He looked up at the moon and sighed. Even though a grand banquet was held in his honor, I only found out after it was already over. Sember recalled the time Jin had saved his life and steeled his resolve. Even if it was just a mission, he still saved my life. The memory of him sincerely bowing before Jin flashed through his mind. I want to meet him again and thank him for saving me. If you ever need help, please let me know. Back then, Jin had casually replied, sure. Right now, from the bushes beside Sember, a figure wearing a dark cloak emerged with absolute stealth. It was Jin. The very person he was hoping to see had appeared right behind him, but Sember was completely oblivious, still talking to himself. When will I ever see him again to repay this debt? Suddenly, Jin's voice broke the silence. Hey, Sember. He reflexively answered, yes? But as he turned to see who it was, Jin cut him off before he could say another word. Caught completely off guard, he let out a panicked gasp. Ah! Jin quickly covered Sember's mouth to quiet him down. Calm down, Sember. Only then did Sember clearly see his face. Jin gestured for him to be quiet and slowly explained, it is me, Jin, the one who saved you from those Kinzello thugs. Seeing that Sember had calmed down, Jin let go of him. But, young Master Jin, what are you doing here? Jin replied bluntly. You told me to find you if I ever needed help. You remember, right? Sember's face lit up with joy. Of course I remember. How could I ever forget your incredible kindness? If it were not for you, young Master Jin, I would have. But before he could ramble on, Jin cut him off. All right, great. I will wait here. With a cold, deadpan expression, Jin said, Now, go get me some gold and cash. Hearing this, Sember's eyes went wide with shock. His mouth hung open, unable to squeeze out a single word. He slumped to the ground, staring up at Jin in absolute disbelief. The rules dictated that they had to conceal their identity as provisional flag bearers because they were expected to build their reputation solely on their mastery of the sword. Without any assistance from their clan, it was only natural for Runcandel children to be dirt poor during their first 1 or 2 months. After all, they had never been taught how to make a living. So, until they could collect bounties by hunting down criminals or working as mercenaries to survive, they were forced to experience the harsh reality of poverty. But for our trio, things were completely different. The 3 of them were currently feasting on a lavish spread of grilled meat, fresh seafood, and fine wine. Cut to the next scene. Gilly rested her chin on her hand, smiling contentedly. The food in the Jian Kingdom is not bad at all, is it? After finishing their meal, the 3 of them strolled leisurely through the city streets. She chatted happily. I was fully prepared to tighten my belt for a few days like the other provisional flag bearers, but our journey is off to such a smooth start. It is all thanks to you, young master. Murakhan burst out laughing. Hey, strawberry pie, he chimed in. Yesterday, you literally asked Jin, isn't this just extortion, young master? You sure changed your tune quickly. Gilly flusteredly tried to explain, well, that is because. Jin just smiled softly and said, it was not extortion. Jin continued, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Sember was simply paying off his debt to me in cash. He looked back on the memory. I only wanted to take a small amount, but he panicked and insisted, please, take all of it. Helping you is my absolute honor. Jin then turned to ask, by the way, Murakhan, are you absolutely sure you did not overeat? Murakhan froze in surprise. Jin brought up their past experience and explained, we are about to open the teleportation gate. What if you end up throwing up like last time? Murakhan clenched his fists, his voice dropping to a low growl. Shut up, even if I puke. Eating until I burst is just a dragon's instinct. Jin sighed, clearly losing his patience. Instinct, my foot. If it were not for me, you would have been starving for days. Hearing that, Murakhan bragged, well, if you do not want to watch me throw up, why don't you try riding on my back instead? Why are you so obsessed with using the teleportation gate anyway? Gilly chimed in softly, her eyes teasing him. I guess someone is just trying to hide their dragon sickness. Murakhan protested immediately. Come on, strawberry pie, that is not what I meant. I was not talking about you. The 3 of them continued walking through the town. Jin thought to himself, I was worried about Gilly, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere. He mentioned their upcoming destination. The place we are heading to is the Akin Kingdom, as a member of the Lutero Magic Federation, which is ruled by the Zipfel clan. Jin explained in a serious tone, about 80% of all active dragons are currently on the Zipfel clan's side. So we should only fly this far. Until we're fully prepared, we shouldn't do anything to provoke them. Flying into their territory without the Zipfel clan's permission is basically a declaration of war. Murakhan fired back, losing his usual lazy attitude. What are you so scared of? Over half of those dragons would shake in fear and back down the moment they hear my name. He transformed into a cat, shook his head, and said slowly, everything is different now. No one flies around showing off their wings in the sky anymore. Hopefully, one day, the world will become a better, more livable place. The moment he finished speaking, Jin frowned and warned him, I told you not to just transform out in the open like this. The Zipfel clan only maintains its power today because of the dragons. The gods created the dragons, and countless Zipfel members have made contracts with those very gods. In other words, it's extremely difficult for the Runcandel clan to deal with them right now. If father weren't here, the Zipfel clan would have probably torn Runcandel apart a long time ago. He suddenly paused, remembering something important. Wait, now that I think about it, how did they manage to gather so many contractors? Is it really possible to gather that many in just a single generation? This is definitely not a simple coincidence. After a while, they finally reached the teleportation gate. A guard walked up and said sternly, Please state your identity. Jin stopped, realizing they had arrived. He handed over 2 passports and said, I'm Jin and this is Gilly. We're traveling to the Akin Kingdom. The guard took the passports and inspected them closely. He didn't say a word, just stared in silence as if examining every detail. They got through the checkpoint with ease. Just as he was about to sit down, an announcement echoed through the speakers. Attention, all passengers. Jin and Gilly sat in silence, waiting. We will begin teleportation to the Akin Kingdom in a few minutes. You may experience side effects from the teleportation, such as headaches or nausea. So please remain in your seats and stay as comfortable as possible. She turned to look at him and whispered, just as expected from a family-made identity card. We got through without any trouble at all. Jin nodded, completely unfazed as if it were no big deal. Of course. The person who gave it to me said it's so realistic it could even fool Vermont's special forces. Right after, the announcement rang out. Thank you for waiting. Teleportation is about to begin. A few minutes later, the teleportation began, and the one suffering the most was none other than Murakhan. Jin stared at the Akin Kingdom from his past life with a cold, yet focused gaze. Memories rushed back into his mind, though 15 years had already passed. When Jin opened his eyes, the system announced they had arrived. Welcome to the Akin Kingdom of the Lutero Magic Federation. Jin stood there in silence, his eyes calm yet incredibly deep, without uttering a single word. He quietly recalled that before his regression, he had spent the final years of his life in the capital of the Akin Kingdom. It had been a long time since his past life, but the scenery hadn't changed all that much. A heavy atmosphere filled the air as the camera panned through dark alleys, showing beggars and homeless people everywhere. The streets were crowded, but the passers-by all had gloomy faces. Gilly leaned in and whispered, this city feels strangely bleak, even though the weather is so nice today, don't you think, young master? He didn't answer right away, only casting a brief glance around. It's all because of the tyranny of these greedy, blood-sucking bastards. I remember hearing about how terrible these dark times were. Jin gave the order. First, let's find a place to stay. We can look for our destination later. Her voice was quiet but clear as she replied, Understood, young master. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at a rundown inn on the outskirts of the central district. Murakhan stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the place, asking in irritation, Hey kid, do we really have to stay in a dump like this? Standing nearby, Gilly immediately turned to him and spoke softly. I'm sure the young master already has a plan in mind. Murakhan looked incredibly annoyed. What do you mean plan? We have the money, so why on earth do we need to stay in a place like this? Standing in front of the old wooden door, Jin spoke calmly. Oh, I'm sure it would be absolutely wonderful to flaunt our wealth in a city crawling with criminals, especially when we're acting as mages who smuggled themselves into the country. Murakhan gritted his teeth and growled, and that's why we have to stay in a literal dumpster that even a stray dog would turn its nose up at? Completely ignoring the grumbling, Jin casually said, Think what you want, but I'm heading in first, leaving a sarcastic smirk behind as he walked inside. The steady thud of footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. In the dim light, a man was dozing off in a chair. Jin's cold voice rang out, Are you the owner of this inn? The man startled awake, drool dripping from his mouth, his eyes still blurry behind his shiny glasses. Huh? Startled awake, the innkeeper looked up. Customers? He sized up the 3 of them, scanning them from head to toe, a stalker-like guy, a rookie swordsman, and a beautiful girl standing right next to them. Is she a maid? The innkeeper smirked, a sinister and suggestive look crossing his face. He brought out a tray of drinks to welcome the 3 of them. With a sly smile, the innkeeper said, Welcome to Jet's Inn. We've got plenty of rooms available. A shimmering golden drink was placed in front of the group. Here, this is our inn's famous fresh orange juice. Take a glass and pick any room you like. Murakhan grabbed a glass, his eyes filled with suspicion, but he kept his cool. Meanwhile, Jet was gloating inside. That is right. Drink up. Once you guys pass out from that, your lives are going to start a whole new chapter in the underground auction house right beneath this building. His eyes widened, clearly sensing something was off. Just as Jet was daydreaming, Murakhan threw the drink right in his face, completely ruining his fantasy. Has this lowlife lost his mind? Wearing round glasses, Jet stared in shock as juice dripped down his face. What is the meaning of this? Before he could even process what happened, Murakhan's terrifying aura overwhelmed him. Lunging forward like a ghost, his cloak fluttering and bloodlust flaring, he threw a punch in the blink of an eye. Gilly looked surprised, while Jin simply poured his drink out, showing they didn't trust this hospitality one bit. Jet stammered in fear. Poison? What do you mean by that? Murakhan replied coldly. Right here, right now. Standing tall, he delivered his words like a death sentence. Do you want to end up in the grave? Jet looked up trembling, completely crushed by Murakhan's sheer power. Clutching his cheek, Jet begged in pain. Please, wait, let us negotiate. But Murakhan coldly raised his foot anyway. With a furious glare, he stomped down hard and barked, Negotiate my foot. Jin stood to the side, watching the scene and whispering to himself, Jet, an information broker in the Empire who claimed I was indebted to him in my past life. He suddenly recalled those old memories. The reason a weakling like me, exiled from my family with no support, could settle down here in Aiken was all thanks to Jet. That was why we became so close. But it was not for a good reason. He tricked me under the guise of introducing me to an underground auction house, stripping me of everything but the clothes on my back. The memory returned, making him rub his temples in annoyance. Just thinking about it was irritating. Jin watched Murakhan beat Jet up and thought, but this regression is different. This time, it is my turn to use you, you bastard. The relentless blows made Jet clutch his head and scream in pain. If you keep hitting me like this, I will not let this slide. He howled in anger. I am a 5-star, you know. But Murakhan ruthlessly punched him in the face again and barked, who cares? As the endless punches continued to rain down, Jet quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong. It was not poison, it was just a sleeping drug. At this point, Murakhan was too angry to listen to his excuses. It was all the same anyway. But watching from the side, Jin figured this was probably enough. He quickly spoke up. Murakhan, stop. Let us hear what he has to say. Murakhan snapped back furiously. Huh? Why should we listen to a guy who tried to poison us? Jet reached his hands out toward Jin, begging him to save his life. Please save me. I will make up for my mistake. But before he could even finish, Murakhan roared. Shut up. Don't you dare open your mouth unless you want another beating. Jin calmly sat down on a nearby chair and spoke. I am going to ask you a few simple questions, you bastard. If you lie, you are dead. If you tell the truth, you live. He continued, his voice cold as ice. I will judge your answers subjectively, based entirely on my mood and intuition. Understood? Jet immediately let out a loud, yes, sir. Only then did Murakhan let him go, grunting in irritation. Fine, do whatever you want. Jin began his interrogation. All right, what do you do for a living? He replied, trembling. My name is Jet. I am an innkeeper and an information broker. Jet bowed his head, trembling as he admitted. I am also a con artist and a human trafficker. Hearing this, Murakhan could not contain his rage. Good Lord! Jet immediately got down on his knees and begged, if you spare my life, I will be extremely useful to you. I know so much about this city. Please trust me. Jin spoke coldly. It seems the reason you drugged us is because you wanted to sell us off somewhere. At this point, he had no choice but to admit it. Yes, that is right. I am so sorry. Without a word, Jin slowly walked over, placed his foot on Jet's hand, and asked, where? Stunned, Jet looked up. What? Jin did not say another word, and coldly stomped down hard. Screaming in agony, Jet quickly sputtered, the Tessing underground auction house. Pressing his foot down harder, Jin growled, give me details. Jet immediately spilled everything in a trembling voice. Tessing is an underground syndicate that runs auction houses, deals in slaves, banned poisons, stolen goods, and even ancient artifacts. They have everything there. At this point, Jin thought to himself, so we have finally made it to the Tessing underground auction house. Jin said softly, all right, I will let you off the hook tonight. But you know what to do next, right? He nodded frantically. Of course. Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you. From behind, Murakhan asked grumpily, Kid, are you really going to waste your kindness on a scumbag like him? Gilly chimed in, agreeing. Exactly, young master. If we let him go, he might try to trick us again. Suddenly Jin muttered, an underground syndicate and a hidden auction house. He then spoke up. What could be more exciting than exploring those places, while keeping an eye on how he behaves? We can deal with him then, it won't be too late anyway. Murakhan reluctantly agreed, while Jin turned around and walked away. He said, we need a guide in Aiken anyway, so let's use him. Then he continued, but first, we need to find his sister. Hearing that, he just quietly watched without saying another word. Once he stepped out of the room, Jet finally let out a sigh of relief. In a tired voice, he muttered, Pretending to know nothing when I actually know everything is exhausting. But I can't let them find out I'm a regressor. So I just have to push through. A while later, as night began to fall, darkness completely blanketed the city. The doctor slowly walked out and said, "It is best if he rests until his bones heal." Before leaving, he instructed Gilly, "So, if you need me, please call." Inside the room, Jet stared at his bruised face in the mirror and muttered, "Turns out he is actually someone from the Lutero Magic Federation, grabbing a random person off the street, only to end up with a genius." He could not help but feel annoyed, cursing, "Damn it, these crazy bastards beat me up just to heal me." Suddenly, a wave of suspicion hit him as he wondered, who on earth are these guys? Whether they are the heirs of a great martial clan or the trump cards of a special task force does not really matter. If I betray them, I am dead anyway. Standing up abruptly, Jin said, "Let us go then." This left Jet completely dazed. "Huh?" Jin coldly replied, "We are going to the underground auction house." A short while later, at the underground auction house, 2 guards spotted a familiar figure approaching, and one of them immediately called out, "Hey Jet, why did you bring so many people today?" The guard asked curiously. "Are they merchandise?" But Jet scoffed and snapped back, "Cut the crap and open the door, they are my guests." In the end, Jet's group successfully made it inside. The heavy, thick doors of the underground auction room slowly opened. Everyone immediately entered with a cautious attitude. The light shining from within put Jet on high alert. The scene before them was grand, luxurious, and filled with danger. Every attendee at the auction wore a mysterious mask, completely hiding their identity. Looking at the orchestra playing up front, Murakami chuckled. "Now this is hilarious." He gestured with his chin toward the crowd in the hall and teased, "Having an entire orchestra here is a bit much for a place run by common thugs." Just then, Jet pulled out some masks and said, "Everyone thinks the leader of Tessing is Sank, but the real boss is someone else." Murakami frowned, annoyed. "Huh?" Jet smiled and said, "Since we are going into the auction house, please wear these. It is better to cover your faces." Putting on his mask, Jin asked, "So who is the real leader?" Jet whispered back, "It is a guy called Spiderleg Alu." Scanning his surroundings, Jet mentioned that the place was decorated to Alu's personal taste, though the truth was that he just wanted to hide his lack of education. At that point, Jet suddenly fell silent. Jin coldly ordered, "Keep talking." Lowering his head, Jet said in a hushed voice, "To a nobody like me, Alu is on another level. Not only did he clean up those filthy streets, but he is also a 7-star martial artist." He leaned in closer and whispered to Jin, "Rumor has it that he has ties to the Runcandel clan across the sea." Hearing that name, Jin immediately questioned, "Runcandel?" Murakami sighed and told him, "Just ignore him. Do you really think they would mingle with low-life thugs like this?" Gilly also rushed forward and whispered, "I agree, young master. No matter how many times I think about it, I cannot recall anyone like that." Jin remained silent, but he knew the truth in his heart. He thought to himself, "That bastard who cursed me so I could not even swing a sword. If the Magic Federation is involved, then it is highly likely him. That curse has caused me endless headaches. A 9-star curse that I could not even dispel. I do not think any magician from Tessing is capable of casting such a high-level curse. But during my 10 years at the Stormy Arena and 5 years in the Garden of Swords, totaling 15 years, I still could not find any answers." He turned to look at the two of them and thought, with determination, "I must at least get a clue here." Then Jin spoke up, "We came here to uncover everything, including the true identity of that guy, Alu." With a firm voice, he added, "It is definitely worth investigating." In the dark tunnel, Murakami took off his mask in annoyance and asked in a grumpy tone, "So what is the plan? Are we just going to wipe out all these thugs on day one?" Gilly spoke in a quiet voice. "The city guards we saw on the streets seem to be elite soldiers, and some look like unregistered mages. I do not think it would be wise to charge straight into the heart of enemy territory." Jin calmly replied, "Do not worry, I already have a plan." Both of them asked in confusion, "A plan?" Suddenly turning around, Jin spoke in a low but firm voice, "Everyone, listen closely." After hearing the plan, Murakami snorted and muttered, "Are you a kid?" Frustratedly scratching his head, he mumbled, "Sometimes I really wonder what goes on in that head of yours. How do you even come up with this stuff?" Gilly covered her mouth in surprise and said, "That is a bit unexpected. But are you really? Is it really possible to carry out that plan as a member of the Runcandel family?" Jin replied decisively. No need to worry. We can always run away if we run into a problem we can't solve. Murakhan and Gilly only hummed softly in response. As they neared the end of the path, Jet stopped and said respectfully, Excuse me, sir, we have arrived. I have chosen a fairly secluded spot for you all. He slowly pulled back the curtain in front of them and gestured for them to enter. Now, welcome. Jet led them into a hidden room deep inside, where the atmosphere was gloomy yet glittering with the extravagant lights of the Tezing underground auction house. Just then, the auctioneer's enthusiastic voice echoed, We will be presenting our next item right now. He excitedly introduced, It doesn't matter where they came from or why they are here. He grinned broadly and said with great enthusiasm, Our first item is something you can use however you like, without having to think twice. This is a slave! He waved his hand toward a group of chained people being dragged onto the stage. They are in excellent health today. Just look at the one at the back of the line. He looks incredibly strong. Seeing this, Jin asked, Were you planning on selling us like them? Flustered, Jet replied, This humble servant was foolish. Please forgive me, sir. He quietly observed the chained group being dragged onto the stage. Slaves. I guess I should be glad there aren't any children among them, at least. Leaning in slightly, Murakhan whispered, Hey kid, what do we do now? Jin calmly replied, Just wait. After a brief silence, he slowly said, I heard that sometimes quite useful items are put up for auction. If there is something of value, I will try bidding on it. After that, we'll start making our move. Jin thought to himself, This is a plan I've only just come up with. If my intelligence is correct, that item must be stored in the warehouse right now. Will I be able to steal it once the plan is set in motion? Just then, the auctioneer's excited voice rang out. Now, next, right here, right now, I am thrilled to announce that the auction has officially begun. Sitting quietly in a dark corner, Jin said, Now, we just need to be patient and wait. A week later, the auction house was as lively as ever. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, 120, 130, we have 130. Can we get 140? Right then, Jet suddenly whispered, Sir, you've just been sitting there watching all week. Look, those people down there are already raising their signs for 50, 70, he whispered anxiously. If you still don't buy anything today, the Tessing auction house might start giving you trouble. Unbothered, Jin coldly replied, Aren't you the one bothering me right now? Jet paled and replied awkwardly, Of course, sir. Please do whatever you wish, sir. But inside, he was screaming and cursing, You damn kid, do something. You bastard, at this rate, you guys are going to get kicked out of here. Even if I have some connections with this place, just buy something, anything, before I lose my patience. Just then, the auctioneer presented the next item. Our next item up for bid is our very first magic tome of the day. He cheerfully introduced, This is the magic tome of Matthew Woniak, the magician who once ruled the entire continent. We haven't been able to decipher it yet, but I am certain there are incredible spells recorded inside. A powerful voice called out, 80. Without missing a beat, the auctioneer shouted, We have our first bid. Anyone higher? Hearing how the item was introduced made Jin furrow his brows, and he couldn't help but mentally correct it. It's Matthew Morniak, not Matthew Woniak, you idiot, he sighed to himself. Besides, all of Morniak's magic tomes are kept by the Zipfel clan. There's no way this book is real. It had already been a week since he arrived at the Tezing auction house. It was so boring, with absolutely nothing of value. Jin looked at the auctioneer and smirked as the man continued to spout nonsense. Suddenly, the auctioneer cheered with extreme excitement. And here is our next item. He narrowed his eyes and muttered wearily, And those foolish magicians are obsessed with that fake magic book. The auctioneer teased, The author of this magic tome is Zenmi. The starting price is 50 gold coins. Jin observed quietly and thought to himself, There are a few magic books like this. They aren't famous, but buying them is like playing the lottery. As soon as this item was presented, everyone immediately raised their signs. 60, 70, 80. Suddenly, Murakhan tapped his shoulder and said, Hey kid. He added seriously, You should buy that. If that book is really by the Zenmi I know, this is going to be a massive steal. Just then, a bid was called out that took the auctioneer by surprise. He gasped, 150. Anyone higher? The crowd below immediately broke into whispers. Is he really trying to buy it for that much? He must be some rich young master. Jin couldn't help but wonder. A magic book recommended by the Black Dragon Murakhan? Finally, the gavel banged with finality, sold for 150 gold. The man sitting next to him muttered in frustration. Why is it even here? He cast a quick glance, his curiosity piqued. Why? Just to see what that magic book was like. Why was he so interested in it? Right then, the next item was brought out, the magic book of Shugiel Hister. Whispers immediately broke out among the crowd. Hister? Who on earth is that family? First it was Chenmi, and now this nothing but completely obscure things. While they were still gossiping, he raised his bidding paddle again. An incredibly high number was bid. The auctioneer repeated in excitement. 200. 200. For the opening bid. The crowd on the floor was stunned. 200? Who is that guy? Why does he only bid on weird stuff? Even Murakhan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Hey kid, what even is that book for you to bid 200 right off the bat? Do you know this book? Jin casually replied. I just figured it would be nice to have another magic book. But deep down, he was thrilled. I never expected to find a trace of them here. He suddenly recalled a memory from his past life. My master from my past life. Her family was Hister. I heard they fell hundreds of years ago. I can't believe I found a trace of them here. In the end, this item also went to Jin, sold for 200 gold for Hister's book. He quietly planned, I'll give it to her as a gift if I ever see her again. Finally, Jin gently took off his mask and said, all right, time to make our move, let's go. By the end of the auction, the 2 books were delivered. Right in front of him, Murakhan immediately flipped open the book to check it. He said excitedly, we hit the jackpot. This really is the Chenmi book I was thinking of. But what was this attached to it? A strange, complex ancient script. He glanced at it. Then he thought to himself, of course, the only ones who can decipher this ancient script are my master and me. Jet walked over. His face beamed with joy, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Thank goodness, you finally bought some items. If you hadn't bought anything by today, it would have been really bad. Suddenly, Jin called out to Jet. He replied blankly, yes sir, Jin calmly stated, I'm going to see Spider-Hand Alu. This statement threw Jet into a panic. What? But sir, you can't, even if you are my client. Jin casually patted his shoulder and said, then deliver a message. Getting close to Jet, he ordered in a cold voice. Tell him that Veridin Zipfel is here to see him. Jet stood there, completely frozen. His entire body instantly lost its strength, and Jet hurriedly did as he was told. On his way to report to Alu, he couldn't stop cursing in his head. Damn it! Then, his face suddenly lit up with pure excitement. He's not some special forces guy. He's a pureblood of the Zipfel clan. Jet thought to himself gleefully. Perfect. If I can piggyback on his reputation, I can finally get the hell out of this absolute dump. He ran fast and kicked open the door, telling them to bring Alu out immediately. Veridin Zipfel is looking for him, but the crowd before his eyes threw him into a panic. What the hell was going on here? In front of Jet was a group of fierce thugs, all of them glaring at him with bloodlust. A moment later, a man slowly walked forward. The man narrowed his eyes and asked Jin, are you Veridin? Jet followed behind those men in black, clutching his bruised cheek. The big guy in the group looked at him and said, the boss wants to see you. But Jin suddenly stepped forward and punched him right in the face. He lunged forward to attack in anger. Are you bastards messing with me? Jin glared coldly at the man in front of him. Raising a fireball high in his hand, he asked, hey, are you Alu? The man in black stammered in fear. No, sir. Boss Alu sent us to escort the 3 of you to see him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin threw the fireball in his hand right at him. Flames engulfed the entire room as Jin said furiously, I already revealed my identity, and yet he only sends a messenger? Let me make this clear. With a gaze full of bloodlust, he commanded coldly, tell him to come here and see me himself. He'd better crawl on all 4s to my feet. A moment later, a powerful hand slammed down onto the cold stone floor. Alu quickly prostrated himself and shouted, kneeling down as he introduced himself as Alu, the manager of this Tezing auction house. He hurriedly apologized, I failed to recognize you, please forgive me. Standing to the side, Jet thought to himself, completely overwhelmed. If anyone else had claimed to be Veridin, I would have laughed myself to death. But not him. He glanced up at Jin. His presence is on a completely different level. And just now, he used a fireball that's a 5-star mana skill. Jet's face lit up with excitement. To be able to cast 5-star magic at such a young age, aside from the Zipfel clan, almost nobody could pull that off. A week ago, in the tunnel on their way to the auction, Jin had said in a casual tone, I'll pretend to be Veridin, Murakami exclaimed in shock. What? Gilly also said with concern. Young master, even if Alu is acquainted with the Zipfel clan, there's no way he can tell the difference between real and fake. Jin casually interrupted. We'll strike first to catch him off guard. When he's terrified, his judgment won't be as sharp as usual. Still uneasy, she worriedly thought. No, young master, the problem isn't whether you get caught or not. Gilly couldn't help but feel terrified that if the clan or the patriarch ever found out about this in the future, there would be hell to pay. Back to the present, Jin coldly told him to stand up. Alu immediately bolted upright, stammering, Yes, sir. He pulled out the 2 books he had just bought and asked, Take a look at this. What do you think these books are? Bowing his head, he replied with a trembling voice. Magic books. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for taking those ancient magic books without the Zipfel clan's permission. Jin spoke in a cold tone. These 2 magic books I'm holding are highly prized by the Zipfel clan. He continued, his voice dripping with danger. How much money did you make off them? Alu immediately explained. Lord Baradin, I am truly sorry, but I am merely a martial artist. It is my fault for not recognizing the value of these magic books. I am so sorry, sir. He fearfully assured him, I will do my absolute best to recover those books, so please, give us another chance. Jin suddenly tapped Alu with the 2 books and asked, Do you really think having someone like you recover them is better than me just going and taking them back myself? Staring at him with cold eyes, he ordered, Shut up and give me the list of the buyers who bought those books, along with the amount they paid. His next words left Alu completely frozen. My clan will begin an investigation tomorrow. He froze, with only one thought echoing in his mind. It's over. Alu thought in despair that in the kingdom of Akin, no matter how hard Tessing tried, compared to the Zipfel clan, they were still just a bunch of petty thugs. If the investigation uncovered anything that displeased the Zipfel clan, that would be the end of Tessing. A few minutes later, Jin was casually reviewing the ledgers Alu had handed him, while the man reported respectfully. That is everyone who attended the auction, Lord Baradin. He coldly asked, Anyone else? Alu bowed and replied, Yes, but they are all heavily guarded in the warehouse. He bowed even deeper, his voice cautious. That is also where the staff quarters are. If you would allow me to step out for a moment, I can bring them to you right away. It should take about 2 hours, so if you... Suddenly, Jin coldly interrupted. What the hell are you talking about? He spoke casually, but each word felt like it was choking the life out of Alu. You're obviously going to destroy some crucial documents, aren't you? Don't think just because I'm sitting here that I can't predict your every move. Watch your step. Then, Jin casually ordered, Fine, go if you want, and make sure you investigate the rest of those people. Those words made him tremble all over. He quietly warned, Don't forget that you are still under my thumb. Alu gritted his teeth to hide his anger, then immediately turned to leave. Yes, I understand. I will return shortly. He instructed his henchmen, While I'm gone, show him around the warehouse area for an inspection. The henchman immediately replied, Understood. As he walked past one of them, Alu whispered, Don't let him leave the mansion until I get back. The man nervously replied, Understood. He paced quickly down the hallway, clenching his fists, cursing endlessly in his mind. That absolute bastard. Just you wait. Do you really think you can control everything that goes on here? His eyes were completely bloodshot from holding back his rage. Damn it, I've already spent a fortune on those Zipfel bastards. Do I really have to buy back those magic books now? No way. Meanwhile, back in Alu's room, Murakami rummaged through the room, telling his strawberry pie, Take whatever you want. Gilly asked worriedly, Is this really okay? He casually replied, as if he couldn't care less. It's fine. Let's just grab whatever we think we need. Murakami angrily tossed books everywhere, not even caring when one hit the henchman's head. Damn it, it's all just junk. He turned to Jin and whispered, Hey kid, about that guy Alu. Once he gets back, he's definitely going to realize you're a fake. What do you plan to do then? He casually asked. What do you mean? Jin still spoke nonchalantly. We'll just grab what we can and skip town before Alu even gets back. Just then, something caught his eye. Jin gently opened the box. Seeing the glowing ring inside, he happily thought, Found it. Jin smiled with deep satisfaction as he looked at it. In the corner of the room, Gilly quietly held a diamond necklace in her hand and spoke softly. Young master, are we really going to keep taking these kinds of risks? I don't feel good about this at all. He casually replied, I'll take that as a compliment, Gilly. Just then, Jet rushed in breathlessly. Sir, I'm here. He handed him a stack of papers and said respectfully, "Here is all the information on the slaves you requested. I've also written down their nationalities and ages." Jin offered a dry compliment. "All right, good job." He was about to step out of the room when he was suddenly blocked. "That's far enough," the henchman said firmly. "The boss will hand over all the auction house ledgers when he gets back." He coldly added, "Until then, why don't you just stay in the mansion, sir?" But before he could even finish his sentence, Jin knocked him out cold. The surprise attack left the henchman with no time to react, taking the full force of the blow. Watching the massive thug collapse right in front of him, Jet trembled and cried out, "You young master!" Though terrified, he didn't miss a beat to praise him, saying, "You're incredible. There wasn't a single wasted movement." But on the inside, he was absolutely panicking. What the hell? Why did he just knock out one of Alu's men like that? Jin suddenly turned and asked him point blank, "Jet, do you have a family?" Jet blinked in confusion and stammered, "Huh? Yeah, I have a younger brother." Jin nodded and said, "Take him and run. Your best bet is the Delki Kingdom." Jin's words caught Jet completely off guard. Ignoring his bewildered look, Jin continued, "Give my recommendation letter to the leaders there and tell them everything you know about this auction house. If you want to survive, that's your only option." Jet trembled, but a look of determination crossed his face. "No, I'm staying by your side until the very end." But in his head, he was screaming, "No way. I worked way too hard to let a golden opportunity like this slip away." He begged desperately, "Please let me fight by your side for the rest of my life." He was calculating his next move. If he wanted to make it big, he had to seize this chance. But then, Jin spoke up. "Oh, sorry, but..." He casually added, "As if it were no big deal, I'm not actually Veridin Zipfel." Just like that, all of Jet's bravado instantly vanished. Wait, what? 2 hours later, a henchman quietly whispered a report into Alu's ear. As Alu stood in the middle of the completely trashed room, he listened to the report about Veridin. He stared down at the unconscious henchman on the floor, who stammered, "The real Veridin has long, white hair, nothing like the imposter who was here." Alu, their boss, growled in pure rage, demanding answers. The terrified henchman quickly reported, "They took all the records of the slaves and the clients of the auction house, and before escaping, they left a message saying, 'It's time for the Tezing clan to come to an end.'" He barked, "Go after them." The henchman blinked stupidly. Wait, what? But without warning, Alu's massive hand clamped down, squeezing the man's face in a vice grip of pure fury. Venting his rage, he threw the man across the room. The poor guy slammed into the wall and collapsed instantly. Alu roared, "Send everyone after them. Bring those lying bastards back to me alive." With eyes bloodshot from sheer madness, he bellowed, "I will kill every last one of them with my own hands." The scene shifts. Beside a crackling campfire, a hand reaches out as a voice asks, "Hey kid, is this why you've been hanging around this area? Because I didn't think you'd get anything out of just pissing off Alu. We need to find out if he has any ties to the Runcandel family." Murakan, sitting across from them, pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Well, I guess we can just call it a little farewell gift before we take off." Jin looked down silently as the dragon continued. "After all, the guy did give you a spellbook and even tossed in a literal masterpiece on top of it. Honestly, I nearly had a heart attack when I saw you walking out of the auction house with that thing. How do you even know about ancient stuff like that anyway?" Underneath a blood-red moon, a loud shout suddenly cut their conversation short. "Over there! They're hiding over there! Alert the boss!" Jin grit his teeth in annoyance, looking toward the commotion. Noisy pests. Standing up slowly, he muttered, "Well, time for a little change of pace, shall we?" Alu's face was dark with rage, veins bulging as he panted heavily. "Found you." The two finally stood face to face. Alu tried to suppress his simmering fury and let out a guttural roar. "You scheming bastards, how dare you pull a stunt like that on me? Did you really think you could play me and just walk away?" His eyes widened as he boomed in a deep, gravelly voice. "I'm going to string you up in public as a warning to everyone. I'll show you exactly what happens when you mess with the master of the Tessing underground auction house, Alu the Spider-Hand." But a voice from the opposite side quickly cut his long-winded rant short. "I already have the ledger containing the names of the kidnapped slaves right here." Jin calmly reached into his cloak, searching for something. "These are the transaction records of the spellbooks the Zipfel clan has been searching for. And this is the list of clients who have been secretly dealing with you under the table." With a sharp flick of his wrist, he scattered a stack of papers into the air. "I've already leaked everything. By tomorrow, the entire continent will be watching you. Magic letters are pretty convenient, aren't they? Jin shot him a provocative smirk. To be completely honest with you, Alu, you're already dead. Infuriated, drool dripped from Alu's mouth as he shrieked, "You miserable brat! I won't let you die easily. I'm going to keep your wretched soul alive. I'll torture you, and every single time you pass out from the pain, I'll burn you back to consciousness with magic fire." Undaunted, Jin coldly called out, "Murakan." Standing with his hands in his pockets, Murakan stared blankly back at him. Jin calmly made his request. "I want to take on this Alu guy in a one-on-one." Murakan sighed in his usual indulgent way, cracking his neck as he let out a casual chuckle. He took a majestic step forward as a sudden, heavy gust of wind gathered around him, releasing an overwhelming pressure. This pressure is insane. What a massive headache. Meanwhile, Alu still has no clue what's actually going on, and he's still screaming his lungs out in a rage. "You bastard, you seriously think you can take all of us on by yourself? Don't just stand there, attack." Hearing the command, the mages in the group immediately began chanting their offensive spells one after another. Right after his roaring command, the vanguard charged forward, their heavy boots slamming against the ground. "Leave that brat alive and bring him to me. As for the rest, slaughter them all." The entire mob, armed with swords and axes, charged forward with murderous intent, all rushing straight at Murakan. One of the frontrunners managed to close the distance and reach him. He let out a battle cry and swung his sword down with all his might. Murakan, however, simply raised his hand, cupping his palm, and swiped downward. In the blink of an eye, with a single flick of his wrist, he separated the man's head from his shoulders with immeasurable strength. That effortless swat sent the attacker flying into the distance, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But without a moment of hesitation, the others kept taking turns, charging forward with their weapons. The next wave suddenly froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with sheer shock. Murakan stood completely still, his face expressionless, as he effortlessly caught two attackers with his bare hands. One after another, body after body crashed painfully onto the ground. He was taking on the entire army all by himself. Murakan's eyes flared, his face contorting in such raw fury that the veins on his forehead popped. As his overwhelming power erupted, the ground beneath his feet began to crack and sink under the pressure. Rocketing forward, Murakan plowed straight through the crowd, completely clearing anyone in his way. His massive energy blast sent dozens of men flying high into the air. He moved with blinding speed, throwing punches everywhere he went. Anyone foolish enough to block his path got a fist straight to the face. Murakan's strikes were too fast for the naked eye to track, leaving them with no way to defend themselves. With just one overwhelming blow, he sent the entire mob flying. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, his eyes blazed with a savage thirst for battle. He leaped back into the crowd, causing a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. Loud booms echoed one after another as rapid explosions drew closer. The mages in the back line turned pale with fright, freezing up and desperately wanting to run away. Watching the chaos unfold from the very back, Alu screamed in a rage. "You idiots, what are you just standing there for?" A mage, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat, stammering out an explanation. "But sir, if we cast our spells now, we will hit our own men." He kept screaming so loudly that even Jin could hear him clear as day. "Then just aim for the ones standing in the back, you complete idiots." Jin narrowed his eyes coldly and ordered, "Gilly, step back for a moment." Suddenly, a massive fireball materialized in front of them. Right behind it came blasts of wind and ice. The entire squad of mages was focusing their attacks on Jin all at once. They thrust their staffs forward with resolve as fierce winds whipped up around them. All three elemental forces were hurtling directly toward him. Are they all mages below 5-star? Suddenly, a faint, subtle wave of mana began to emanate into the air from his blue-stoned necklace. Shielded from the fierce onslaught, Jin and Gilly were now safely encased inside a small protective barrier. The mages were completely stunned by the sight, every single one of them freezing up for a few seconds. A calm smirk played on his lips. "Thanks to Sister Luna, this is way too easy." Gilly could only sigh helplessly from behind him. "Even so, young master, you left without even saying goodbye to her." Right next to them, the terrified screams of the enemy soldiers cut their conversation short. With a cold glare and a savage expression, Murakan roared, "You weaklings, do you have absolutely nothing going for you besides numbers? You worthless mob." As his anger boiled over, a bright blue flame erupted from his hand. "You bastards are starting to get on my nerves." He unleashed a devastating, bomb-like blast in a straight line. The blast completely shattered their formation, sending bodies flying everywhere. Just die already, it is much cleaner that way. The terrifying blue beam obliterated the stone walls, easily tearing through everything until it almost reached the very back. Alu's face turned completely pale with dread. He stared up in stunned silence, his jaw dropping as he froze, completely unable to move. But in the very next second, Alu suddenly broke into a twisted grin. He let out a scoff of contempt and gripped the weapon behind his back. His crazed, manic laughter grew louder and louder. Blending with his manic laughter were the terrified screams of his own men. Alu swung his sword, ruthlessly slashing down his own subordinates who were just waiting for his orders. Jin watched coldly from the side, silently listening to the desperate cries and wails of the enemy forces. "Boss, what is going on? Our boss has lost his mind." Jin stared intensely at Alu, who was swinging his sword in a frenzied, out-of-control state, and began to analyze him. Has he completely lost his mind? Well, that saves me some trouble. Murakan's voice suddenly cut in. "Hey kid, I cleaned up all these pests just like you wanted. I will leave that bastard to you now." Out of his mind with rage, Alu pointed his blood-dripping blade right at them. "You bastards, who sent you here?" Alu screamed, completely losing his patience. "Who was it? Tell me." Jin paid no heed to his outburst and replied calmly, "It doesn't really matter whether I tell you or not. Either way, you are going to die." The moment the words left his mouth, a flash of light whipped past. He dodged it with lightning speed, but a deep slash mark appeared on the ground right next to him. Straightening his posture, Jin thought to himself, "Wow, he is fast." With a dark expression and wide, bloodshot eyes, Alu pointed his sword forward and growled through gritted teeth. "Fine, I might not know if you are telling the truth or not, but once I beat you to a pulp, you will naturally open your mouth. You bastards, I will tear you apart. I am not letting you guys off that easy." Amidst the thick, rising smoke, an excited voice cut through the air. "Hey kid, looks like you have finally met a worthy opponent. I guess the rumors about him being a 7-star knight are true." Murakan stood in the back, enjoying the show, and shouted out with pure excitement. "Hey kid, this guy is nothing like that Bisco you fought before. He is out for blood. Give it everything you have got, and do not go dying on me." Meanwhile, Alu and Jin stood frozen, staring each other down. It was the calm before the storm, and then, the giant's voice broke the silence. "Aren't we arrogant?" Alu sneered, channeling a massive surge of power into the colossal sword in front of him. "How dare a measly mage like you step up to face me? Are you looking down on me?" Jin did not have time for idle chatter. He lunged forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Moving at supersonic speed, his sword was drawn in a flash, slicing forward in a straight line. Alu grit his teeth and rushed to block it. The clash initiated. Alu's eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled backward in panic. All the while, Jin's ice-cold gaze remained locked onto him. Alu stared blankly at the white blade and gasped. A sword? The two were evenly matched, neither side willing to yield an inch. Quickly regaining his footing, the giant swung his blade downward. Damn it! Jin simply glided backward, effortlessly dodging the strike. Jin reacted instantly, sensing the bloodlust. Seizing the opening, Alu charged straight at him. "So, you are not a mage after all." He kept swinging his blade. With a sharp whoosh, a massive slash flew toward Jin, but the young master quickly blocked it, though the force pushed him back slightly. Consumed by a desperate rage, looking less like a human and more like a wild beast, Alu poured all his strength into his fists. He unleashed a barrage of furious punches, his raw aura lighting up the sky. Jin spun to dodge the blows, his eyes narrowing as he finally got serious. Whipping his cloak aside, he swung his sword with immense force. Suddenly, Alu teleported, making his movements incredibly hard to track. A split second later, his dark, menacing face appeared right behind Jin. Jin was a split second too slow. He whipped his head around only to see Alu grinning like a maniac as he unleashed a powerful slash right at him. But a moment later, Alu's face fell, his grin turning into a frown. Fortunately, Jin had still managed to dodge, the blade only grazing his skin. This left the giant disappointed. Way too shallow, Jin retreated a few paces, holding off on his next attack as he analyzed his opponent. He is so fast, and he isn't even trying yet. Meanwhile, Alu roared at the top of his lungs, throwing out provocations. "So that fireball you threw at the auction house was just an artifact, huh?" But, despite his big words, Alu was actually panicking inside. "Damn it, I walked right into his trap. But he isn't the real problem. A chill ran down Alu's spine as he glanced back. The real threat was the guy who wiped out all of his henchmen single-handedly. He is definitely stronger than me, so why is he just standing there? Murakhan crossed his arms, watching the entire fight with an amused grin. Looks like the kid is having a bit of trouble. Gilly, on the other hand, was worried sick. Lord Murakhan, are you really not going to do anything? Even if this is the young master's wish, it is still far too early for him to face a 7-star knight. The dragon calmly reassured her. Relax, Strawberry. The kid needs to learn to appreciate his life. She clenched her fists, her mind in a whirl. I suppose so. But before Gilly could say another word, Murakhan cut in. And besides, Strawberry, do you really think he is going to lose? A look of shock washed over Gilly's face, her eyes widening. What? Suddenly, a massive flash of light sliced through the air. The clashing and grinding of metal echoed continuously. Alu swung his colossal sword, throwing Jin off balance. The young master's head whipped back, and he let himself fall into a free fall. Murakhan and Gilly both watched with serious expressions as time seemed to slow down. Right then, Alu let out a twisted grin, his face alight with the thrill he had been waiting for. Gripping his sword tight, the giant roared with all his might and charged forward. You are dead meat. Suddenly, Murakhan smirked, a mysterious look in his eyes. A long time ago, when the magic swordsmen of the Runcandel clan were still active, Alu gasped as a blinding light flashed right in front of his eyes. Continuing Murakhan's thought, a 2-star difference was nothing, and at that very moment, Jin, still mid-air, summoned a massive fireball in his palm. As Murakhan's voice echoed, meant absolutely nothing to them. Jin smirked, regained his balance, and unleashed the attack. Completely caught off guard, Alu had no way to dodge. Jin launched the strike, and the fireball engulfed Alu's entire body at point-blank range, leaving him no escape. As thick smoke and dust blanketed the battlefield, the giant managed to leap out of the blast zone, but Alu had already taken a massive amount of damage. Shielding his face and struggling to open his eyes in the dust, Alu grumbled, "That wasn't an artifact? Damn it." Realizing the truth too late, he roared, "Are you a magic swordsman?" Getting into stance, Jin tossed his cloak aside. He unleashed his true power, and crackling lightning began to surge around his body. His ordinary blade from before was now completely transformed, enveloped by gathering arcs of lightning. Without saying a word, Jin coldly raised his sword high. With terrifying force, he plunged the sword downward as the lightning grew stronger and more intense. Above them, dark clouds began to gather rapidly. Lightning bolted down repeatedly, rumbling through the entire area. And it didn't stop there. Terrifying pillars of lightning materialized right behind Alu. For a brief moment, the pitch-black sky went dead silent, but a second later, a massive bolt slammed straight down onto him. Not wanting to be outdone, Alu slashed downward, creating a solid barrier to shield himself. Blocking the blow, he yells in anger, "You idiot! If you just stand there, you're gonna get yourself killed." Unbothered, Jin's ring glows as he summons his helmet. The air tears open as if warped by something massive, and a sudden vortex drags Alu's arm in. He freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. Before he can even process what is happening, a massive figure surrounded by blue sparks slowly starts to emerge. When Alu gets a clear look at the behemoth towering over him, his voice fails him, and he can only stutter in shock. In its hands, the giant is clutching Jin's sword. Alu is completely shell-shocked. His eyes widen and his jaw drops in sheer disbelief. A horizontal slash whips through the air. Before he can react, the blade cuts deep, and blood sprays from his shoulder. Staggering from the impact, Alu struggles to steady himself on his feet. Just standing still, that thing can unleash a long-range strike like that. He turns pale with fright, staring at the moving suit of giant, heavy armor. The entity calmly looks down at the superficial cut on its arm. To Alu's surprise, the expressionless face of the helmet slowly opens up, revealing Jin inside. Jin scowls and prepares to deliver the final blow. Jin flashes past him, delivering a strike so incredibly fast that the eye can't even follow. Having cleanly finished the job, Jin calmly sheathes his sword with an expressionless face. Watching everything play out from behind, Murakhan can't help but look on in admiration. As expected of the helm of Myolta, Murakhan says. Gilly tilts her head in confusion. The helm of Myolta? He explains that, thousands of years ago, Myolta was crafted for the first emperor of Vermont, a man deeply feared and respected by the beasts. And it was during that exact era when a great war broke out. It's a masterpiece that can block any attack below 7-star level. I have no idea how it ended up in a dump like this. Jin holds out his hand, studying it closely while thinking to himself, the helm of Myolta. In 5 to 6 years, this relic will be returned to the Emperor of Vermont. Until then, the town of Aiken and its people will remain in total chaos because of this very helmet. That's why I remember the exact location, time, and day it was first discovered. Blood splatters onto the ground as Alu collapses behind him, unable to hold on any longer. Jin looks down at the man, who is gasping heavily. Before you die, I have one question for you. I heard you've been colluding with the Runcandels. Is that true? Murakhan chimes in playfully from the side. Hey kid, you should have asked that earlier. The guy's already got one foot in the grave. How is he supposed to answer you now? Jin watches Alu struggle to breathe for a moment before the man wheezes in a raspy voice. I see. Now I get it. Even as he lies there dying, a mocking smirk plays on his lips. You're Jin Runcandel. I guess I failed, but you're just the youngest son. You'll never be able to stop him. Jin stands in silent contemplation. Murakhan steps up beside him, curious. What the hell is he talking about? Murakhan asks. Jin's response only puzzles him further. Spider-legged Alu. I don't think that's your real name, is it? I think I need to dig a little deeper. A 7-star warrior, like you running a street gang? You definitely have ties to the Runcandel family. Murakhan listens, piecing the clues together, without needing further explanation. Well, it's not that weird, kid. Didn't one of your 9-star ancestors end up running a tavern? Jin already has a target in mind, and he is deeply determined to see it through. Exactly, but I need to find out who he was talking about. I have to find that person, because I'm going to be the head of this family one day. Jin strokes his chin, lost in thought as he breaks down Alu's words. I failed. You'll never be able to stop him. Since he knew who I was and still said those things, his mention of failure must be related to the curse. And as for why he said I'm just the youngest son and can't stop him, he must know about the power struggle among the siblings of the Runcandel family. My sister Yona left home, so she can be ruled out. The twins, Mew and Anne, are also out, since they're still too young and inexperienced. The others aren't smart or cunning enough to get involved in something like this. That leaves only one person who is absolutely obsessed with rankings and always gets defensive whenever someone else's talent shines. A cunning, scheming face immediately comes to Jin's mind. The next heir to the Runcandel family, Joshua. No one else has that kind of capability. Whether my theory is correct or not, I will find out soon enough. The scene transitions to a clear blue sky, with birds soaring high above. A loud voice calls out, drawing a crowd of townspeople. Get your paper here. Tessing has been wiped out in a joint operation by the Zipfel family and Vermont. Tessing has completely fallen. The monsters who targeted innocent civilians were wiped out in a single day. Jin and Murakhan hold a newspaper, reading the latest updates. Looks like Jet did a solid job. Everything played out exactly as he predicted. The Zipfels in Vermont certainly won't let him off easily. Compared to losing his life, this was a small price to pay. Sometimes a piece of trash needs to feel some pain to smarten up, Murakhan says with a chuckle. Either way, Zipfel and Vermont already have their reputations, but it looks like you're the one getting the sweet deal here. A gentle smile played on his face, but his hand was already tightly clutching that newspaper. That's right, the crest, the spellbook, the 7-star knight, and even the victory itself. Suddenly, Gilly called out from behind them. Both of them turned around at the same time. Young master, she warned with a worried look. Even if he's a 7-star knight, that doesn't mean he's actually qualified for that title. You shouldn't let your guard down just because you beat Alu. I really think you need to be more careful next time. Jin understood her concern and offered some comfort. Of course, none of this matters compared to the final boss anyway. Gilly, I hear you. I'll be more careful next time. All right, thanks to that, nobody will be hunting us down. So let's just get some rest and move on to our next destination. Murakhan quickly chimed in, curious. Where is this next destination? Jin brought up a name that felt both familiar and strange. Tikan, the Free City. Murakhan stood there completely blank, while Gilly immediately caught on. If it's Tikan, does this have to do with the 7-colored peacock? Jin gave a nod of approval. That's right. As for Murakhan, he was still completely in the dark when it came to the 7-colored peacock. She explained everything in detail about their next stop, which was a major information hub in Tikan. Aside from the intelligence networks of Runcandel, Zipfel, and Vermont, it's the most reliable source out there. Murakhan finally got the gist of it and found it quite intriguing. So you're just planning to exploit those bad guys the same way you used Jet? Sounds like a plan, doesn't it? Jin lowered his head, closed his eyes, and smirked. That's just one of the ways. The group began to set sail, the ship hoisting its sails as a loud voice bellowed commands. Hoist the sails! Guided by his analytical thoughts, the ship began its voyage across the sea. From now on, whenever I use my memories from before my regression, while I'm with Gilly and Murakhan, I need to come up with a highly convincing excuse. But that's not all. The things involving Vishikal, Bouvard, and Kinzalo, plus that bastard Alu's past, are all linked to the Runcandel family, the fall of Colin, and forbidden magic. There are just too many things I need to investigate. That's why the 7-colored Peacock Information Hub in Tikan is the perfect place. Murakhan stood with his arms crossed, reminding him with a serious look. Kid, what's more important right now is that magic, or whatever it is, left inside you from the Zenmi clan that I detected earlier. I think it's light magic. Hearing this, Jin was completely dumbfounded. Light magic? I thought that disappeared back in ancient times? Murakhan replied with uncertainty. I'm not entirely sure either. Long ago, the Zenmi clan was the mortal enemy of the Zipfel family. They are always ready to wipe out anyone who gets in their way. That has always been the defining trait of the Zipfel family. So that's why absolutely no records remain. And if you can't break past your own limits, there's a good chance the Runcandel family will face the exact same fate in the near future. Murakhan walked up to Jin, reaching out to lift his shirt. That's why learning this stuff is incredibly important. Jin looked up, slightly curious. Are you going to show me something? Hurry up, I'm excited. Murakhan gathered a cluster of dark energy in his palm, with a tiny speck of light flickering in the center. Get ready, because this is exactly the magic you need. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Jin stared at it for a while, still completely confused. Light magic. But why is it black? Suddenly, a blinding flash hit his face, causing him to open his eyes wide in utter shock. A massive burst of light erupted, illuminating everything so intensely that he couldn't see a single thing. Meanwhile, Murakhan stood there with his hands on his hips, bursting into a boastful laugh. Well, how do you like that? You only stared at it for a few seconds, and your eyes are already exhausted, right? Jin hung his head, covering his eyes, completely speechless. Tears streaming down his face, he forced himself to look up and blink his eyes open. I guess I can use this for both defense and offense, right? Still riding high on his own confidence, Murakhan replied with absolute certainty. No doubt about it. It's called the Stun Flashbang, the peak magic of the Zenmi clan. Seriously, this thing is insanely powerful. Murakhan brushed the topic aside and pulled something out from his robe. But compared to that, what he pulled out now looked far more mysterious, prompting Jin to ask, "What did you just take out?" He held up a book he had put his heart and soul into and introduced it. This is an encrypted system that has driven even me, the great Murakhan, absolutely insane. I have no idea what's inside, but it's bound to be useful. Jin went quiet for a moment, then gave a brief reply. Just hold on to it. One day, I'll hand it over to someone who can decode it. At a port, 1 week had passed. Gilly looked at the scenery before her, gasping in awe. Right in front of them lay Tikan, the free city. Staring up at the colossal castle beneath the peaceful blue sky, she couldn't help but marvel. This place is absolutely beautiful, young master. It's a city located on a small island in the northern part of the central continent, completely outside the jurisdiction of both the Runcandel and Zipfel families. Even though its population isn't that large, it's a popular tourist destination where you can spot foreigners from all over the place. Gilly looked around, observing the daily life of the locals. The city felt incredibly lively, fitting of its title as a free city. Young master, why don't we find a place to stay? Jin thought about it for a moment before deciding on a resting spot. All right, let's head into the city center. While in his cat form, Murakhan quickly jumped down and transformed, returning to his familiar human appearance. You didn't pick another godforsaken place, did you? She didn't care about the other details, focusing on just one thing. Lord Murakhan, how many times do I have to tell you? Do not transform in the middle of the city. But he just kept rambling and complaining. Kid, how many times do I have to tell you? People really don't care. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from a distance. Look, that cat just turned into a person. Clutching her teddy bear, Julia pointed upward in pure excitement. That black cat turned into that black-haired guy over there. How did you do that, mister? Both Murakhan and Gilly turned to look in absolute panic. They had never anticipated a situation like this. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beamed with anticipation and shouted, "Teach Julia how to do it." With a massive headache, Jin tried to seriously explain to the little girl who was busy eating her ice cream, "So, you saw it wrong, okay? How could a cat possibly turn into a human?" Hearing this, Julia immediately corrected him in annoyance. "I am not a kid. You have to call me Julia. And I didn't see it wrong. A black cat really turned into that mister over there." "Mister, why are you lying?" Feeling a bit helpless, he replied, "I am not lying, and I am not an old mister." But the little girl adamantly insisted, "You are lying, and you are definitely an old mister." In the end, Jin finally gave up. "Fine, since I bought you that ice cream, can you please just pretend you didn't see anything?" Before he could even finish, Julia cut him off. "Don't force children to lie, mister." Behind him, the other two whispered to each other, "What should we do now?" Covering her face in distress, Gilly said, "We should take her to the authorities, pretending she's lost. But if she spreads that rumor, won't we get exposed to the Zipfel clan?" But Murakan remained completely calm. "No need to worry, Strawberry Pie. Nobody is going to believe a little kid." She turned and shot back. "If you had just listened to the young master from the start, this wouldn't have happened." Left completely speechless, he could only stammer, "Hey, wait a minute." Just then, the little girl noticed something and looked up. Pointing to the area ahead, Julia asked, "Isn't this the information center?" Julia doesn't like the military. Gilly leaned in and asked, "Why is that?" Lowering her head, the little girl replied, "I don't like them. They are always bothering my mom." Hearing this, she couldn't help but worry. This is bad. Perhaps this place uses violence and exploits commoners. Jin chimed in. "Her mother might be able to tell us a few things, too. Let's go inside and check it out first." As he walked up, he caught the gatekeeper's attention. Spotting the little girl behind him, the guard gasped in surprise. "Well, look who it is. If it isn't Julia?" "Hey, call the commander. Our little lady Julia is back." Confused, Jin asked, "Wait, you know this girl?" He smiled warmly and replied, "Better than anyone. She is our commander's daughter." Jin repeated in disbelief. "Commander? Daughter?" Suddenly, Julia shouted as if she spotted someone. A tall, muscular woman slowly stepped out from inside. "Mommy!" Jin narrowed his eyes, thinking, "The information center's commander? I highly doubt that's her only title." Elisa suddenly flashed a sharp smile. Then she and the little girl ran toward each other with open arms. "Julia, Mommy." The two shared a warm, loving hug. She didn't forget to gently scold her. "Julia, I told you not to wander off," the little girl pouted. "But it's because you never play with me." Elisa quickly comforted her. "I'm so sorry, my sweet baby. Once I'm done with work, I promise I'll play with you as much as you want. Okay? Really? You promise? Don't leave me behind, just because you're busy like last time." Seeing this dramatic display, the three of them stood there, completely frozen and speechless. Finally, Elisa remembered their presence. She explained, "Just about everyone in this city knows Julia, so I guess I was a bit careless. Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. I am Elisa Betzer, the commander of the Tikon station."